All right, another Saturday night. Another Saturday night shoot the breeze. Please drop a one if you can hear my voice. I see we already have Jonelle in the house saying good evening, Bittermeds podcast. Good evening to you, Janelle. Thanks for being here. We got daily affirmations by Paulina said make sure to check out her channel as well. Saying good evening. Thanks for being here. And they've given me the one. So that means that they can hear me. Great. Let me just quickly say that this show does use videos under fair use. We use videos for educational purposes, even though YouTube tries to ignore this. We do use videos for educational purposes, so everything that we're showing here is for fair use. Mightn't work, probably won't work, but what the hell. You know what I like to do when I jump on here early? I like to give you guys a heads up on what we're talking about tonight. Tonight, we're bringing back some topics that we didn't get to last week. Should we as a community talk more about firearm liability? We're going to talk about why is there an insistence from from liberals or leftist types that white people need to learn our history. We're going to talk about if white people can change their minds in 20 seconds, what hope is there for white alliances? We're going to talk about our thoughts on what happened to Rashim Carter. R.I.P. to Rashim Carter. That's a heads up. We're going to talk about did the Mongolian invasions traumatize Europe and shape European warmongering. We're going to talk about Europeans do get deported too. We're going to talk about the illusion of decolonization and dating abroad. The illusion of decolonization and dating abroad. All right. We're going to talk about how the black man will never have authority in somebody else's environment. We're going to talk about governmental simps that allow women to destroy men and the community. And finally, we're going to talk about the problem with the rearrangement of states in Africa, I guess. So those are the topics that we're covering tonight. Hopefully we get through all of them. Forecast is out there. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the Forecast Radio. He's a part of KWAZ Radio as well. He's saying what's up to me and everyone. So what's up to Forecast? By the way, we was on Bakari's broadcast earlier. You guys should really check that out. Check out all the shows, period, on KWAZ Radio. But Bakari had a real good conversation, a part of which came from the conversation we had, I think it was either last week or 2 weeks ago. I can't remember now. The conversation we had about the black folks who went to Mexico and some of the men got killed and all that with the woman who went for BBL. That came up and was a big part of the conversation. Very good conversation. You guys should definitely check out Brother Bakari's show. Check out the Forecast show. Consider Cheek. Tanzan African Mind. Hash Rally Podcast was back last week. And of course, check out Oni and myself. And let's root for the matron to come back at some point soon too. So with that said, those are the topics for tonight. Check out those things. Check out the pinned post at the top of the chat. That's why I have the link for anyone who wants to join the panel tonight. You can also donate to the show. You can also buy merch from kwazradio.com. And I don't talk about it enough, but you guys should subscribe to the Shoot the Breeze Clips show. That's why I take these conversations from Shoot the Breeze. I clip them up and I put them up. I'm way behind right now. If you wanna volunteer some time in terms of help me clip these shows and put the timestamps in these last maybe 5 or so Shoot the Breeze episodes, just reach out to me. Or in fact, just go back to the episodes and you could post the timestamps yourself if you want to. But that could help me a bunch. I'm way behind on this stuff. As a matter of fact, I noticed Trigger Happy today posted, not today, but a few days ago, posted a comment that gassed him up on one of the clips. So you guys could check it out, post your comments, etc. Pro Black Perspective is out there. He says, hit them likes, fam. Absolutely. Hit the like button. What we're going to do now is start the show officially. And on the other side, I'll welcome in the panelists and drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. So you guys stay tuned. We'll be right back.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Also check out, like as I said before, Tanzan African Mind, Brother Bakari Podcast, The Forecast Radio, and Consider Cheek Show, also on KWAZ Radio. Let me welcome in the first person to join the panel tonight. Oni, how are you this week? Oni, are you there? All right, maybe.
My fault. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, man. What's going on? What's good, man? Sure, been a minute, you know. Yeah. So, everything's peace. Everything's peace.
Good. I see in the chat we got Tanzan African Mind saying Amani Koku. Yona B is out there saying hello to everyone. Real Black Gentleman RBG, he's out there saying graces to everyone as well as Tanzan. Yeah, it's another week. Buana will not be here tonight because he has a wedding to attend.
Good news.
So he won't be with us tonight. So shout out to Buana, who's usually here. You know what? Let me grab Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. KW Don 7 is here as well. Good to see you, KW Don 7. I know some of you guys are here while you're at work and stuff like that. So I do appreciate you guys being here. Let me drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Right now. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is, should we, as a community, talk more about firearm liability? Are there Pan-African companies for it? Of course. This came with a link. Let me pull it up. Looks like it's taking us to YouTube. I should share the link, or shouldn't I? Present, share screen. Let me share this with you guys. So this takes us to this video. It's almost a 7.5 minute show. I haven't seen this guy in a Coleon Noir or something like that. Yeah, Coleon Noir. I haven't seen him in a minute. So what we'll do, we'll watch the video, and on the other side, we will discuss it. All right. Should it be?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. You have to kill me. Watch this.
If you're a gun owner,
You need to stop what you're doing right now and watch this next video because there are so many things to learn from it.
I feel bad. They took my $80 I hid in my pocket. I know they did. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. You got to kill me. Watch this. I'm sorry. You got me. Okay. Dang, you shot me for real. Damn, baby, I'm sorry. Okay.
Let's go right now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Damn, baby.
Now you're done for this.
Damn, I'm sorry.
Call the police, business. Call the police right now.
I'm sorry, baby.
Call your dumb ass, didn't I? Didn't I?
I don't want it that
Didn't I?
I don't want it that. Yeah, baby.
Didn't I just say I'll kill you?
I'm sorry,
Didn't I
baby.
just say that? Didn't I just say that? Didn't I?
I'm sorry.
You just...
I don't want it that, baby. Please.
You... Call police, I just shot somebody. Just told you I'd shoot your... Tried to rob me. Tried to help your dumb.
Damn.
He just tried to rob me. He got a whole surprise. I just told you I was trying to help you.
I apologize, baby.
Couple of things to keep in mind. Yes, this woman is a cop, but none of that matters because when all of this happened, she was an off-duty cop. She wasn't in uniform, and the gun she was carrying was her off-duty gun. So, for all intents and purposes, this woman was a concealed carrying citizen. I point out all of this because people from the gun control lobby will try to write this situation off by saying, oh, but she was a cop, so it's different. No, it's not. Any regular citizen can find themselves in this exact same situation. So miss me with that. So the video starts off as just another grimy day in Southside Chicago. You can see three people confronting and trying to attack this one guy. I'm assuming they were making a lot of noise about it because she comes out and confronts them as a mediator of sorts. A few seconds later, three of the guys walk off while she continues speaking with the fourth person. And out of nowhere, once she turns her back and starts to walk off, this goofball attacks her. All of the reports that I read said he was trying to take her gun, and it does seem like that's exactly what he was trying to do. But our lady friend here hit him with that Usher meme though. Now let's talk about all of the lessons to be learned here from this video. The first lesson being the gun is the equalizer. If he had attacked her the same way and she didn't have her gun, this would have been a very different video. I don't care what all the 109th wave feminist books tell you. The vast majority of men are bigger and stronger than women. So the only thing that will equal the playing field when a bigger and stronger man is attacking a woman is a gun. The second thing to be learned from this video is to keep a round in the chamber. I know a lot of people like to carry guns without a round in the chamber, which if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But just understand the limitations and drawbacks of doing that. She only had one hand to grab her gun and pull the trigger. And it was that first shot that got him off of her. Even then, he still tried to grab for the gun and almost had it, but it was the second shot that caused him to stop grabbing. Without a round in the chamber, I am almost certain he would have taken that gun away from her. It wasn't her she-man strength that kept him away from her. It was that gun going off and hitting his ass. The third thing to learn is that gun control doesn't work on criminals. This woman was trying to help this man. You can even hear her say it in the video. Yet this lunatic still tried to attack her for no reason. What makes you think someone who is that compassionless and irrational is going to care about not breaking a gun law? He didn't hesitate to attack a woman who just got done helping him from being attacked himself. There's no reasoning with criminals like this. All they know how to do is to hunt for victims, and the only thing they respect is a potential victim with a gun. Make all the laws you want. It's not stopping criminals like this. The fourth thing to learn is to get some type of concealed carry insurance. I say that because even though this woman was not charged with anything criminally, the family of the man she shot and killed ended up suing her in civil court for $10 million. Yes, you heard that right. They sued her for defending herself against their family member who attacked her. Unfortunately, we live in a society where you can use a gun to save your life, but the family of the person you saved your life from can turn around and try to sue you into bankruptcy. So you may beat the criminal case, but you'll still have to deal with the civil. That's why it's important to have some type of concealed carry insurance like you get when you become a member of USCCA. because you'll not only have access to attorneys to help you with your criminal and civil case, they'll also cover you for any collateral property damage that may occur during your self-defense shooting. Let's say she had missed a couple of those shots and hit a car or a window. With the USCCA membership, you could have all of that covered. I think USCCA is the best, which is why I work with them exclusively. But even if you don't use them, get some form of concealed carry insurance, because people are quick to sue you for anything these days. And the last thing to learn from this video is the reality of open carry. I don't have a problem with people open carrying, but it does come with some risk. One of those being, everyone knows you have a gun on you, including all of the criminals. This guy clearly knew she had a gun on her and he went for it. The same thing can happen to you when you open carry. Criminals aren't always the brightest people in the world, and they tend to act on impulse. So seeing a gun being carried in the open is the precious to their golem. At the end of the day, this guy messed around and found out what has been said for decades. God made man, but Samuel Colt made man equal. I love the way this lady handled herself, and I hope she gets all the support she needs going forward.
You know how frightening it is to think about what happens in the moments before, during, and even days after having to use your gun in self-defense? When you first start carrying a gun for protection, it can be a very scary and nerve-wracking experience, especially if you haven't gotten the education and training you need to feel confident. I've been there myself, hoping I never have to go through a self-defense shooting, which is why I'm a member of the USCCA. As a USCCA member, you can eliminate some of the stress of carrying a gun for protection by accessing the amazing wealth of firearm education, training, and current state-specific gun laws of your state or states you may travel to. This can help you be prepared for, or hopefully even avoid, a self-defense incident. As a bonus, members automatically become insured on the self-defense liability insurance policy purchased by and issued to the USCCA. Click below to learn more. You know, we talk a lot about empowerment in this country, except for when it comes to the Second Amendment. However, I can't think of anything more empowering than having the most effective tool to protect you and your family. So help me spread this message by liking and sharing this video with everyone you know. And don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment, because the Second Amendment, when it said militia, it wasn't talking about the government. It was talking about you. Also, if you want to know where to find the I'm the Militia shirt and merchandise, click the I'm the Militia link in the description section of this video. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and most importantly, make sure you hit that bell symbol.
Yeah, I let that video play all the way to the end. For those of you who might be interested, you might be a Second Amendment type person, which we all should be in some form or fashion, or we should at least support black gun clubs and stuff like that. So if you guys want to follow Coleon Noir, go ahead. I will say, Coleon Noir, to me, Coleon Noir is one of these guys who, guys like Brother Bakari, should be getting on a lot. Coleon Noir is one of those guys, no matter what happened in a gun situation with a black person, that black person is at fault, no matter what. And he's out here broadcasting that shit for everyone to see him say it too. That he's a guy I give a little bit of a side eye to. There's something he said about this video. I'm not sure how he knew that the guy, went a second time to try to grab the gun, because they blocked out the video. But whatever. If you guys are interested, you should be a part of you really should be a part of NAGA, NAAGA. So you guys should, it's only like $40 a month for a single person. You guys should be on that. And if there's a local gun club around you, you guys should be on that too. With that said, the prompt says, should we as a community talk more about firearm liability? Okay. Are there Pan-African companies for it? Pan-African, I'm not certain, although NAGA used to kind of speak in a Pan-African way. Redstone Fire, what's it called? Redstone Fire Club, Fire. Yeah, I think it's Redstone Fire Club. They used to kind of speak in a Pan-African way, but since the grifting with the FBA and ADOS stuff came up, I don't know if they still have that messaging, so I'm not certain. But with that said, Oni, what did you see in this story that made you post this prompt?
Damn, you're just gonna wrap me out like that? Yeah, I mean, because like he said, he was talking about firearm insurance. I heard that the lady was charged or like sued by the man's sister. I just looked it up, matter of fact, because I was like, I forgot to look it up. Yeah, that man was killed, you know. So apparently his sisters, yeah, he died, of course, yeah.
Okay, yeah, 3 shots, yeah.
Yeah, right. To three well played shots, you know. But yes. No, he died like 3 days later though. But you know, that's what it is. Like it is what it is. But you know, the question being you know, firearm liability, because that's another thing. Like we don't talk about enough. Like you defend yourself, sure. And then do you have like are we discussing the aftermath? It's like KRS One said, you know, if you like messing with a woman, right? You know, we talk about, you know, getting the woman or getting to the woman or a relationship with her or whatever, but we don't talk about the aftermath, like, you know, raising a kid with her or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, whether you you know, you get a body or whether you you know, like a stray does something, you know, how much, you know, like how much insurance you have. And so like you were saying about, you know, Pan-African companies for it. You know, that's a big question because, you know, earlier today we was on Brother Bakari and, you know, he brought this coon up, you know, like Americoon's first rifle coon. I don't know. Like, so regular ass coon, but it's like, you know, if he has a gun company, that now you telling me about this guy's background. I don't even know who he is, but you telling me that this dude's cooning too. So it's just like, you know, it becomes, I don't know how to say it, but let me say it this way. There was this video of this person jumping off of a like bungee jumping, right? And they jumping really high into the water, you know, for what it's worth, and then the cord snaps. You know what I mean? Like realistically, you could be somewhere, and then either sabotage or just something happens, and that's less likely if you with black folk. You know what I mean? If you with good black folk. But if you put yourself in a situation, you know, like let's say I go down to the gun club and it's America's first rifleman and this guy, right? You know what I mean? I might not come out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like that said, oh, you know, I might have to catch a few, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I might have to add 2 more teardrops or some shit. Like, you know, I ain't crying. I just need to add to, you know what I'm saying? But like that said, like, yeah, I think that we you know, this is like a you know, there's an economics here, but 2, it's like this is something that we might actually need if we getting serious about like if we serious about this stuff, you know what I mean? So that's all I wanted to say, like realistic, because I never hear anybody talking about it, and I know Shoot the Breeze is always talking about the latest stuff, so I was like, let's talk about it.
Yeah, I didn't mean to throw you on the bus there, but about the topic, but that is a question I'll throw out to the chat. Like in your neck of the woods, if you're in the U.S., and if you know whether or not you're a Second Amendment person or not, do you know of firearm liability offered by you know, black folks, you know, in particular Pan-African type folks? That's a very good question. Like I said, Redstone Firearms, I think that's the name. And Naga used to preach that, you know, used to have a kind of a Pan-African message. I don't know if they still do. I'll tell you one thing. This guy here doesn't have a Pan-African message. You have to be very careful of this guy. And he's from the continent too, by the way. I believe he's Nigerian. So you have to be very careful of this guy too, in my humble opinion. Before I welcome in Brother Bakari, shout out to Bobby Wright in the chat. Bakari earlier said peace and black power. Bobby Wright hailed up everyone. Ketter is here as well, saying blessings, fam. Yana B just said you have to stay packing these days the right way. With that said, let's bring in Brother Bakari, who might have more light to shed on this prompt. Bakari, how are you this week?
What's going on, everybody? Panel, chat. You know what? You're right. Colin Watt always take the side of the shooter. He never take the side of the shootee. It's always, if you got a gun with him, you're always right. But I listened to him. I started listening to him. I first heard him doing a cow Roddenhouse in Wisconsin. And that's why I started listening to him. Now, he do enlighten me on some things like with the insurance. I didn't know anything about that insurance, so I'm looking into that. I have to get that because I carry. And I think everybody, especially, and I say it again, especially if you're down south and it's legal to carry your gun on your side like a cowboy, they have their guns. So we need to have ours just in case. You never know when it happens. Like I told people, I've seen, like where I live, I've seen the white militias out here like in the store with their shirt and their hats on and they looking funny and they staring. So you know what? I just let them know I got mine too. I pull my shit up and people don't normally see my gun, but on that day I let them see it. It was like 5, 6 of them.
Nice.
Huh?
No, I said nice. I said nice. That's nice. Yeah.
I'm gonna always, if you somewhere, you should get it. If you got, and they got rules against it, they don't have rules against the 3D printer. And I know Cool say, and I don't like to call nobody name, my bad. Well, he had found one to print handguns for like $200 or something like that. We need to work toward it because they're not illegal. Don't care where you at. They're not illegal. It's something you made at home. So, you know, I think we need this. We need protection. And I say it again, especially in the South, in this environment. You know, this environment has always been here, but now they're showing even more. And we need to be prepared. But I agree with you about being careful of Colin Noir. I don't think he have a Pan-African mindset. And yes, I think he is from Nigeria, but he's smart and he know the law, these gun laws, and that's why I listen to him. Even the coon can be useful sometimes. And I hear him.
Yeah, I appreciate it, because yeah, you're right. I mean, I know about him through Maj Toure. That's how I got to know him. I'm also listen to Maj Toure. I think Maj is a little bit more black, I should say. I can say. I'm very iffy about, but these guys.
What's the other guy name? I don't mean to cut you off. Maj or Naj?
Maj, M-A-J.
Toure.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. I actually interviewed him before. He's from Black Guns Matter. I think Maj is, I think he thinks about, the black situation a bit more. I think Colion is a lawyer, and I think he's a lawyer, and I think he doesn't really, I guess you could say, take sides per se. So anytime there's a shooting and a black person is shot, you could expect him to be on the side of the shooter. And I get it. He's a big two-way guy, so he's gonna be on the side of the shooter. That's his thing, But I like folks to look at a situation a little closely and say, hey, this black guy or black woman shouldn't have been killed, in this situation, blah, 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 blah. So that's my one thing. He's one of those guys. Definitely is going to blame the black person every time. Bakari, do us a favor. When you look into that, because I think it's good that you saw this and you decided to look into it. When you look into that, share with us some, the information you find out in the future. I think it's important. And for you guys who are wondering about that printer thing, I posted something on the community tab a week or two ago about the 5 best 3D printers. You should look that up. In fact, someone commented on the post and mentioned which one of them they thought was a very good one, and it was pretty inexpensive, like $200 or something like that. You guys look into that when you have the chance.
I normally see your community tabs. I didn't see that one though.
Oh, you didn't see it? Yeah, check out the community tab. It's up there. I put it up a few weeks back. In fact, I could check it right now for you. So let's go to channel. Let's go to community tab. Let me go back. It's about 2 weeks ago, I think. So that was the one with the knives. And then Hopefully this thing don't put me to shame here and make me a liar. But yeah, that was the one. You guys should be on top of this thing too with the ham radio. Yeah, this one here. The best 3D printers according to experts, right? And I put the article, the link here. You could read the article yourself. In fact, I could go there too. Crap, it takes me, hold on. So this is the article itself right here. And it shows you these 5 or so ad came up. So I'm sorry about that. I probably won't be able to show the whole thing. But you guys can go and check it out yourself. I don't have the ad block on this browser right now. You guys can check it yourself. But yeah, that's on the community tab. So yeah, I think you guys could check it out and find the one that you think works for you and go from there.
Hey, can I answer a question that you just that's on the thing and I didn't notice it. That's on the topic. You say, are there any Pan-African companies? Yeah. I'm not sure that this is yes, but everyone should try it anyway. I have. Hopefully y'all luck is different than mine. Reach out to the National African American Gun Association.
Yes, I was telling them earlier before you came on that you guys, because I joined it. It's only like $40 a year. You guys can join, and I believe that they help with liability. I'll have to look it up because this prompt was eye-opening for me too. You know, I've never really thought about that. Like, what happens after you stand your ground and defend yourself? What really happens? Like, you know, are you covered in some way? Like this lady was sued for $10 million or some shit like that. Like, is she covered in somehow? So, very, very important question. So I'm interested in looking that up now. So I'll look into it too. And Bakari, if you find anything, you let us know. All right.
Yeah, I have to. And another interesting fact about the National African American Gun Association. Everybody who was up AC, with the exception of a few people that I knew, his first like 4,500 members was all from the National African American Gun Association. All of them. That's where they met. All of them.
I see. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to check that out and find out that information. This is the kind of stuff we have to be on top of. For real. Only have any last comments here?
What Bakari just said was his piece, you know, like we have to like we have the people, you know, we just like the people just need the leadership, really, you know, and the connections, and that's really like what we have to be about. But as far as like the insurance is concerned, I was just looking into the printer, you know.
Yeah, get on that because it's going to get serious at some point here too. So get on that. Have your backup, man. I'm still waiting to hear from this Black Gun Club too. I don't know why folks take so long sometimes. But I'm hoping to hear about NAGA. To join NAGA membership was 1, 2, 3, like 5 minutes, and you're in. I have the digital card and all that stuff. So you guys should be doing that too. You guys who are out there listening.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is the gun law strict in the state of New York or just New York City?
New York City in particular, but the state is a little strict too. But you know, when you go upstate New York, a lot of them people up there is like hillbillies and stuff, and farmland and stuff. So they be having their stuff up there. But New York City, like concealed carry is impossible in New York City.
Yeah, it's definitely the city, because I know if you drive out the state, like you could pass by gun shops and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Like you drive out the city, my fault. You pass by gun shops like on your way wherever you're going. So yeah, it's pretty much just a city.
Yeah,
like they even got weird knife laws in the city too.
Yes,
it's pretty hard to you know, it's not impossible, but it's pretty hard to stab a person down.
Yeah, this is why I put up this post a little while ago about the knives somewhere here.
That's what I wanted to add though. Let me add this right here. I forgot. Yeah, so look, that's the thing that he kept saying the gun's the equalizer. The guns don't make you equal, the guns make you superior. You know what I mean?
That's what I was thinking too. What is he
Yeah.
talking about? Equal.
Yeah, it's not she wasn't out on fairgrounds with this dude. She won. You know what I'm saying? Like she won handedly. You know, like the man's dead and she now, possibly $10 million in debt, but nah, I think she good. But the reality is that that's the thing that we have to come to terms with. It's like you not getting a gun to be equal with anybody. Maybe equal with a gunman, but you getting the gun to be better than the motherfucker coming at you with a knife or coming at you with his hands, and that's really like one thing that we have to also come to terms, like just be realistic about, because this gun, one of the things we have to understand about this gun is that that's how we're here. You know what I mean? I know Bakari's gonna say you were tethered, you ain't come here through a gun, but but like for real, like the reason why a lot of our ancestors are in America or in the Caribbean or whatever, right, is because this white boy had a gun. You know what I mean? It didn't make him equal. It made his military power better. And that's what we we definitely cannot be against. Like in a world of, like they say, in a world of wolves, you got to carry a spear. In a world of motherfucking shooters, you got to be a shooter too. Like you have to be. There's no, that's why I wanted to stress this too. A lot of folk be like, yo, let's go back to the village life and shit. You can't, like, the village life is done. Unless you trying to be like, the village life is done. Unless you trying to be like on a reservation or something. You can't be on no village life stuff. It's done. Because these white folk will remove you from your land and use your land if you ain't trying to fuck with nothing. You know what I mean? Like we have to be serious about on these guns, and like you were saying about the 3D printers and shit. Like we have to be serious about just getting ahead of these other people. Like whether it's in the States or is it on the continent, we got to be serious about getting ahead. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking to Kevin Carre last night, and we were talking about that too. Only always talks about technologize. That's something. If we don't get into our weaponry, our science and technology, if we don't get into that AI, we're gonna fall back even further now. And Yana B made a point in the chat too. We need to go to the range also. I know a lot of people who own guns down south, Virginia and all that kind of stuff, who don't go to the range. And that's a shame too. Because let me tell you, if you've never been to a range before, I know Bakari knows this. When you go to the range and you hear those guns pop off, they could rattle you, man. All these guns going off can rattle you if you don't get used to it. So picking up, huh?
Nah, don't rattle me.
Oh yeah, no. Maybe not you, but I've seen people go in. In fact, I've seen people go into the range shooting guns and their hands hurting because they're not used to it. So you gotta go there and practice this thing too. Practice makes perfect, as they say. So I encourage what Yana B is saying.
You know what? I absolutely agree. It will rattle you. So this is what I suggest if you've never been to the range. I learned this. Like I say, I take women to the range. Don't go as much as we used to because the bullets went up so damn high. So I'm trying to figure out a way. We have to get our friend. She's trying to manufacture bullets, and I want to be able to help her. And that is something I want, to be able to help her with, because bullets went up so damn high, people don't go as much. But when you go to that range and you're not used to shooting and you're not used to being around guns, I suggest if you're taking somebody for the first time, have them, before you put a gun in their hand, have them just stand there and listen for about 20 and 30 minutes while everybody shoots, so they could get accustomed to the boom, to the noise to the sound that the gun make. Allow them to get accustomed to it, because if not, and you go to shoot, that noise coming from your gun and the people next to your gun, man, I've literally seen people drop their gun in fear. Was taking a woman, training her, and she really broke out in tears. I'm like, what's wrong? All these guns. I'm like, just relax then. Just don't touch the gun no more. Just stand here. And if the noise from their gun bother them, start them off with something that make a power. Start them off with a 22, something that's not real loud. You understand what I'm saying? So they can get used to shooting the gun. Let them get used to the noise, then start them off something small like a 22 so they can get used to handling a handgun. And Carl Hezekiah, you're right. My children been shooting since they were, I think my son, we started, he was 10 years old, 12 years old. I see some of that younger than that. He was like 12. I see some of that younger than that.
Yeah, I've gone to the range. I've seen the white folks with their 9 and I think 9 is a young 9-year-old daughter shooting, man, holding the gun with them to get them used to that kickback. Like Forecast said earlier, if you ain't used to that kickback and stuff and that noise, I'm telling you, you a lot of grown men succumb to that shit too. I had a lady friend. Me and her went one time in Virginia, and she had to go sit down outside after a while. Like it was just, it's serious. It's serious. So you have to get used to that. Don't think you can just pick that up one day and just defend yourself. You gotta put some practice in and be used to that too. Yana B says yes. The 22 are really nice and powerful. 22, all right. I think a 22 is good to ease you into it for sure. Bakari, what's your favorite? Weapon, a handgun or a long gun?
AR-47, which is an AR platform that shoots AK-47 rounds, and I like the rifle better. But I train on both. I'm better with the rifle, but the AR is really loud. See that 22 rifle? And I know you say yeah, but I'm gonna tell you, it's more powerful than people go look. Not the 22, just the 22 long rifle. Go look and see how. Now you have to place your rounds damn near perfect, but you can go look and see how a 22 rifle take down a wild hog with one shot. For a very long time, the 22 rifle had the longest kill. They had to kill for the most range. That bullet went 1.2 miles and actually hit its target, and it would have been a kill. It's more powerful than people think, and it's cheaper. But you know, for me, I'm going to do the AR-15, AR-47. My handgun is don't see. And a lot of people, when we start to get weapons, we do guns. We do with shoes. We purchase by name. Don't purchase by name. I'm going to tell you a good 9mm right now. That's a Taurus, and it's going to be much cheaper than a Smith & Wesson. And it does the same thing that the Smith & Wesson does, and it's going to be about $200 cheaper. Another good rifle, a high point, the 9mm carbine rifle. Do not get a high point handgun. Get their rifle. Their handguns is crap, but I promise you, their damn rifles is on point. Their rifles are great. Don't get their handgun. Do not get a 380. A 380 is that don't have bullets. That's why I say don't get it. It's hard to find bullets, and since the bullets was leaving so quick, the 380 bullets went up extremely high. So if you do find some, you might be able to get a box of 50 for about $45, and about $45, and that is high.
Yeah, because bullets used to be like pennies back in the day. Yeah. Harsh Reality Podcast out there says 22 bullet also tends to bounce and tumble around, hit multiple organs. Yeah, that's the thing I learned about the 22 bullet. It bounces around. Forecast earlier said something that I have to agree with. He said the first time he shot with a 45 was crazy. Yeah, that's why I tell you, it looks simple. But when you get out there, between the noise, between the kickback, you really do have to get used to that shit, man. So I hope everyone is inspired to go and do their thing. Look, Bobby Wright says definitely the 40 Glock for handguns and AK-47 for long guns. Yeah, I like how y'all guys are talking, man. We need to talk about this stuff a little bit more. Even though it's on YouTube, We could have private conversations about this too, but we definitely got to get on top of this stuff for real, for real.
One more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Home protection. If you can get a shotgun, a pump, not the long barrel, the short barrel, the legal. I'm telling, I can't even think of the name of it right now. As soon as I got ready to say, I'm going to tell you. But anyway, I'm going to get the name of it and tell you the next time we do this show. It's like $150. And I promise you, that's one of the best damn shotguns, and they perfect for, they're good for home defense. I'll just leave it at that. But they are, and it's only brand new, like $100. The last time I saw them, they had gone up to around $190 because more people was buying them. But I promise you, I'm gonna have the name of it the next time. But it was like $190, brand new, and I got some videos on my channel where I was out there and I was shooting my friends. I was shooting his while we was out shooting practicing, and I was shooting his. I ain't gonna lie, I love it. And you got to aim the shotgun too. People think you don't have to aim. Oh, you know the bullets don't spread. And you have to aim. You have to work on your aim. Work on your aim. And D-Web is right about that bullet bouncing around, hitting other organs too. That 22.
Yeah. This shotgun you described, it sounds like this brother was telling me at this gun store some years ago in New Jersey. This brother was telling me this particular gun is about the same price that you and Bobby are talking about. I forget the name now. And he was telling me you have to work on your aim. He said that shit will go through your wall, through the bedroom wall, through the neighbor's wall. Like, you better be careful, and it's good for home protection. So yeah, I say you guys got to get used to that stuff, man. D-Web says can get a 20 gauge cheap. Good for home defense for your lady and the kids. Easy to handle and kickback not bad. That's good to know too. Peace to Erica Howard, man. Glad to see you come through tonight. Saw you early on Bakari's show. Thanks for coming through. She says hello all. All right. But we got to work on that liability thing, especially you guys down in the South where you can carry your weapon on you. We got to figure out, is there such a thing as these gun clubs or what have you, or NAGA? Do they do it? Do they help you with liability and stuff? Because that's a very important question. We talk about it all the time, how you need to protect yourself. But yeah, what happens after you protect yourself, right? Are you in the hole for big money, right? Yeah, very good prompt, man. I appreciate that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 2. Thanks for coming through, Bakari and Oni. Like I said, Buana is at a wedding, so he won't be with us tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is, why is there an insistence from these liberal or leftist types that white people need to learn our history? What exactly does this accomplish? This came, of course, with a link that takes us to Twitter. On Twitter, it takes us to Lakota Man. Tweets, I'm starting to think that white kids are strong enough to learn Black and Native history. It's their parents that are having issues with it. Agree? Hashtag Black History Month. And this is an image that says America's stolen land above the Indian, and above the Black man it says built by people who were stolen from their land. Is this a thread? No, it's not a thread, but apparently some people are agreeing. Some people seem to be agreeing with it. So the prompt says, why is there this insistence from these liberal or leftist whites that white people need to learn our history? What exactly does this accomplish? Bakari, what are your thoughts on this? Does this accomplish anything for us?
Not for us, but I think it keep them in our business and have them with their arrogance coming around thinking they can tell you about you. Them want to learn history. Are you trying to learn it so you can say, you know what, we did this, we put these people in a hell of a position, it's time for us to pay them? Or you want to learn it just to learn it? Saying a white kid is strong enough to learn uh to learn
Black and
African
Native
American history
Yeah.
or Native American history. They've been strong enough to learn it. So, but why? There's a reason they didn't want to learn it, because it didn't matter. You can't all of a sudden say, yes, it mattered. It's to keep them in our business. And I'm going to tell you right now, man, we got enough damn coons without them trying to come around and get in our business to create more. We had a hell of a conversation about that. We got enough coons. And when they come around, they just, it's just going to be easy for them to try and create more. And it will benefit them more than it benefit us, unless they're saying we're going to learn so we can figure out how to give you the benefits that y'all need, like free health insurance, no taxes, cheaper homes. You understand what I'm saying? If that's why you learn it. But learning it just to learn it, nah, ain't no. If they want to learn it, because I study white folk history in all honesty, but I learned it to learn from the past, to see what they did, to understand some of the mistakes that we made. But them, they learn it, they want power. That's my take on it.
I agree. I agree with you, and I do the same. I study their history to learn our mistakes in it. What are they studying our history for? Is it to learn our mistakes too, and to see how they could pile up on it? Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. Y'all can stay over there with that shit. No thank you. Oni, what say you? Why is there an insistence from these liberal or leftist types that white people need to learn our history? What exactly does this accomplish?
You see, that's the thing. That's the thing. Black folk. I mean, about black folk. Black folk, we missed an important lesson from Martin Delany. You know, so like I said, I published a book a few years back, and you know, in that book, I shared something. Oh, I shared some of.
Rub the title.
Oh yeah, it's inside the Book of Power. I shared this, this essay, like a part of an essay that Martin Delany wrote. You know, and so Martin Delany's telling us about what happened in early African American history, right? And this is a history that they're not going to teach you. This is a history they never taught you, right? But Martin Delany was a young man. He was interested in Black consciousness type stuff, and so his elders got together and were like, "What can we do about this situation in America, right? What can we do about this persecution type stuff, right?" And the elders got together and they said, "You know what we could do? We could either build a school, or we could leave. We can get out of here and go to Canada type shit." Now, I wouldn't go to Canada, but that's what they were saying, right? This is Martin Delany's elders, right? Then there was this one white boy, I can't remember his name, might be like William Lloyd Garrison or some shit, like one of them white boys that we heard of, right? He's like, and I don't know if it's William Lloyd Garrison, because that could be another person, but it was one of them white boys, famous white boy. And this white boy was like, no, you guys don't leave. We'll take care of you. We'll look out for you, right? So then Martin Delany's reflecting 20 years later, and he's like, these white boys said they're going to look after us, right? They're going to help us out. And we're looking at our condition right now, 20 years later, and we haven't really made too much advances. And so what I was saying inside, because I like to preface whenever I share something, right? I'm saying, like, this white liberal, he exists to trick you. Like his mode, his MO is to trick you. Is to make you think that he's on your side. Meanwhile, ain't nothing changing for you. So what these white see when I was I used to be a part of them socialist circles, right? And they have a big division that we don't even talk about today. So we like to say Marxist, Leninist type stuff, whatever, right? But back in the day, they used to say, you know, Stalinist or Trotskyist. You know what I mean? Were you Stalinist or Trotskyist? And then one of the things that they would say about the Trotskyists is they say, oh, the Trotskyists, they really just about getting pom-pom. You know what I mean? These white liberals is just about getting pom-pom, because everybody know that if you a white liberal, a black woman's gonna open her legs up for you. Like if you're a white liberal man or a white liberal woman, right? You know a black person gonna do something for you. Gonna be like, oh, that's the one I want, right? That's all that's happening here, because they're trying to trick you in the sense of this. Actually, I was having this conversation earlier. Matter of fact, because the Garveyites know this. I'll tell you what the Garveyites know, because Marcus Garvey said it. I found out today. Amos Wilson said it. I was saying it. Obviously, Brother Bakari gonna say it. Obviously, Goku gonna say it. But the point, but I'm saying is that the Garveyites will tell you that the educational system of America, right, or the educational system around the world, whatever national education exists to empower the nation in question. So I was just looking at some Columbia, something was happening in Columbia University or some shit, or one of these Cornell University maybe, where they could use your phone's Wi-Fi to track your movement, to track the movement of everybody around you. Basically, get like a heat signature from the Wi-Fi. I don't know if it's just bouncing off your skin or some shit. I don't know, but they're working on this in the universities of America. You see what I'm saying? That's what education is for. To make your nation stronger. This shit that they're trying to, well, white kids can learn about our history too. That's not what the school system's for. But what they're going to do is they're going to get a bunch of black folks saying, yeah, we should teach them so that they can. That's the red herring. That's the distraction. That's the William Lloyd Garrison coming back. When the real white folk are not being looked at. And they're setting up ways for, because when you look at that technology I was talking about, right? That means they could probably look through your walls at some point, seeing you just sitting down, all because somebody got their phone on.
Yep.
Somebody, or they have their phone on. They could use their phone as like a sonar, more advanced. And they're working on that right now. You talking about, let's teach these kids about Native history and they're fooling you because, see, these same people are all about that all about putting their white kids through that university so that they can turn on you. It's just the wolf and the fox. The Republicans, the wolf, and the Democrats, the fox. And the fox is there to make you think, hey, look, I'm a good person. But see, the whole context, whole subtext is off. The whole context, subtext is off. There's nothing they learn here. Teaching white kids about Native, like what? And meanwhile, that same kid's gonna go and he's gonna go work on some technology to see through your wall and shoot you in your damn head, and you feeling good because yeah, all right.
Yeah, only I think I saw some of that same thing you're talking about, but I saw it in terms of this thing they're working on called smart dust. You guys look up that shit. Kevin Carre was putting me on to that. Smart dust. And one of the things when it's talking about this smart dust, basically nanotechnology, but it was talking about how basically they'll be able to use all our phones as one like supercomputer type thing. Like all our phones we playing a part in this supercomputer. Like, yo, this history shit, this is the least of our worries right now. Them learning some history about it, that's the least of our worries right now, bro. These guys are about to be able to miniaturize some shit that they'll say is for healing and fighting cancer and all that kind of. They're about to be able to kill you in your house, Dre.
Look here, I want to say this. Matter of fact, that's why I'm just like, we got to be serious about like our existence on this planet. I was thinking the other day, how is it that this white boy trusts black folks so much? Matter of fact, Brother Bakari was actually talking about this earlier, maybe it was yesterday or 2 days ago, where he was like, these rednecks. We're talking about the rednecks. How the rednecks, they would rather an African American than a Chinaman, right? A Chinese person, right? And that's not what it got me thinking, but it's like that's part of it too. Why did this white boy trust black folks so damn much? Right? To the point where, like, because I was seeing something like people were like, yo, man, this, like some woman was actually bragging about how her man got a nice cybersecurity job. And I'm just saying to myself, because I know this white boy would not trust me to do no cybersecurity. You know what I'm saying? He did not trust me with his secrets, but he knows a good number of black folk where he'd be like, yeah, man, look, you watch my door. Because he ain't gonna trust the Chinese man. He ain't gonna trust the Russian. He ain't gonna trust me. He ain't gonna trust a Garveyite. But there's enough black folk for him to be like, yeah, man, sure, you got it. Yeah, you don't stand. And it's like that got me like there is like we underestimate it, but realistically, there are a lot of coons in these states. Just a lot. And I know we were having a conversation earlier about what to do with the coon, and well, if you too particular, you gonna get rid of a lot of coons. Yeah, because there's a lot of damn coons. Because it's like I said this way. Matter of fact, no, like there's very few people realistically. All right, matter of fact, I'll say it this way. Very few people outside of in my neighborhood, I would just say, here's a key to my house. Like here's a key to my house. I very few people have felt about, and these are my neighbors. They've been my neighbors for years. I ain't never said, you know what, you can hold my key. I'm going on vacation. Right? I don't do that shit. My thinking is this. That cybersecurity, that is this white boy saying, yo, here's the key. You look over this, right? You got me? You got this?
Yes, boss.
So I'm just like, yeah, like this white liberal, like again, this white liberal knows how to convert black folk. I don't want to just keep going. I'll just tell you this. Matter of fact, I was watching. So I'm on Twitter. I'm minding my business. There's this video of one of them UK match shows or whatever. I said, let me just watch this. I want to see what this is, right? And then suddenly they had like a version that had white girl and black man and all that stuff. This white girl, there's a group of these black men, right? This white girl walks up to the group and just pulls up some dude I didn't even see. Come to find out, she found a coon mad quick. All the other black guys was like, I ain't giving this white girl no play. She just went in. I didn't even see this dude the entire time. She just grabs him out. I'm telling you, white folk got a skill of knowing how to get coons. And I just think seriously, like this right here is just how, like, this is just the bait for the white folk, because they know. That's it.
I feel your frustration, because that first thing you said, you guys talking about white folks understanding our history, dude. We not understanding their science. We're not understanding their military and all that kind of stuff. History, man, that's the last thing we need to be bothered by. In the chat though, let me just catch up. Erica Howard says, I don't trust white liberals. Forecast, I figured Forecast would know. Forecast said, yeah, you're right, Oni. He was a quote-unquote abolitionist, so-called. Eric Howard says, I don't trust white liberals. Malcolm X told us about that too, by the way. Don't trust the liberal. Trigabi262 says, notice how white liberals and white leftists typically advocate for racial formations that involve sexual mingling. Brazil has basically mastered this in Latin America. That's true. He says the funny thing with all Latin America is that they copied models of quote-unquote French republicanism, which follows this liberal model of super colorblindness. They are not to be trusted. Lero's here, saying peace, loved ones. Bobby Wright says the white liberals' tactic is to use African people in America as a political football to serve their interests. Well said. Trigabi262 says that's why Garveyism is the answer. Leftists can't answer the question of racism because they follow these ridiculous models of French republicanism as opposed to black sovereignty. Bakari was out in the chat. He agreed. He said yes, and they call it bettering the society. They're working towards that here and now. Trigabi262 says, Bakari, absolutely, America could definitely adopt this model, and Thomas Jefferson already mentioned using sex to get rid of black people, but black people eat up liberal leftism. Forecast said the dude from earlier calls other people coons and say we should get rid of them. Yeah, that AFI dude is something else, man. But anyway, with all of that said, Erica said yes, the least of our worries. With all that said, let's welcome in Tan Zan this week. Tan, how are you?
I'm very good. And you?
Very good. I'm very good as well.
Wonderful.
Tan, you saw the prompt, you heard the discussion that we've been having. What say you to all this?
Well, if people think that history is of any importance, to black people, the only way to get them to do it is if white people do it. So, yeah, if that's the only way to get them to understand it, because here we're talking about all the futuristic stuff, but the future is simply another another story built on the past. The conquest of the moon and Mars is simply the continuation of manifest destiny to some extent. So you still have to have some grounding, and obviously, you know, people don't want to ground themselves in anything. So I think that, yeah, if it takes that for them to, as long as they don't concoct it, as long as, because even at this rate, like people were complaining about, oh, they don't want to teach, the history, and they, rewriting history and so on. Well, you know, either they rewrite it or they teach it, but either way, that's the only way that most Black people are going to know about something, and maybe it might interest them one way or another. But I'm only being slightly, facetious about that. The only way that people can get Black people to do something, if white people do it, even, that whole, Black Panther, black stuff, and all of that stuff. They just get all that re-Africanized when there's a Marvel movie coming out or some movie coming out. We know that, for a lot of that stuff, like, Black Americans are like not pro Africa like that. So, hey, hey, but it gets to, you have to have somebody championing it on, bringing in making a woman king movie, which is just, ridiculous and all of that stuff. But that's when people will be interested, in those boring old stuff. In any case, yeah, you need somebody to teach you about that. And it's not just to ignore the future, which to me sounds completely horrifying. Like, we thought we had seen the most, people in the steam engine era thought that they had seen, something momentous and never to be duplicated ever again. They couldn't think of what would happen in, 100 or more years. Like, that stuff just looks, you know quaint to us. So I don't know where people are going. The present has made the future seem quite unpredictable, and increasingly just, whew, devoid of much joy. It just seems very bleak. So I don't know where people are going with things. I guess it makes things easier, but it's just you know, the the uselessness of human beings. Like, where people are creating their own obsolescence. They're like, oh, let's build something to make it easier, and we sit back, and then that thing be like, well, then, you're not needed anymore, so, off you go. But yeah, if there's a way, and that's also, I'm not opposed to them learning it, if it's the correct history. It's the distortion, or the, amnesia, that I think I have a problem with. But if they want to learn it, you know yeah, they already know enough about us, if they want to know it. And for me, I'm more interested in what Black people want to really know about their history and their culture. And if this is one way to get them to know it, unfortunately, that's really going to be the only way. Now, obviously, they're just not knowing it just to know it. They're going to use it as, to some way. Anything they learn, they will, they can and will use it against us. That's taken for granted. But I think that it should go the same way. If somebody has, let's say, this is, and sorry to digress, but the way that rap is mostly, bought, consumed, and even those live concerts, which have now replaced, CD sales for, for how they make money. But you look at the audience, and it's usually just a whole sea of white, just, pale faces everywhere. And these are the blackest of the rappers. Like that whole thing with, oh, the N word being used by some white girl who was invited on stage. But that's your audience. Those are the people who are propping you up financially. So, what really do you expect? So I'm just saying that, if this is something that, they want to consume. They're going to one way or another, and I'd rather they consume our history than the culture. That's all. Hey, Jose.
Yeah, shout out to Jose out in the chat
Yes.
saying what's up to the people.
Yes.
Does anyone else have any comments on this prompt?
Yeah, let me say something, right? When you were talking about history, when you went to the future, you know, I took it upon myself while we were talking to look up damn smart dust. Man, you know this shit was created in 1965, what they talking about using? Then it made me think about the smartphone. It was the smartphone was created by Nokia in the mid 1980s, mid 80s to late 80s. That when the smartphone for a cell phone was created. So while we're worried about history, because I'm a firm believer in white people know black folks' history. I know black people think we have some type of. A lot of us think we have a secret knowledge that nobody else know. I think white people know black people history. That's part of the reason they're able to come and do. And if they don't know black people history, first they know the history that they need to know to keep us in a position and keep us cooning. And I know we think a lot of us think that we have this secret knowledge and they don't know. Well, we don't have a secret knowledge. This is my opinion. They know, and them using this, all this technology and what they're preparing to do, like with the 15-minute cities, and I have to do a show on the 15-minute cities, like what they're doing with the 15-minute cities, and I can see the smart dust and what y'all was talking about in the future being a part of those 15-minute cities, while we're so concerned about if they learn our history or the white Malcolm X, as I heard some people call Jane Elliott, she's speaking the truth. While we're worried about that, they are concerned about the future and everything they are doing so they can keep power. And I know people say, well, it affect poor white people too. Yes, and it might. But one thing for sure, two things for certain, the third one is a fact. A poor white person is still poor. It's still white. So with that being said, they're automatically on a team and they're not going to be bothering them the way they are bothering us. So yes, this is this is just something to keep, because our people here fascinated when white people around. If white people want to learn something, that means it's popular and it's good now. White people had to get into rap music for black people to start saying, yeah, rap music, hip hop can last. Remember, they used to say it wouldn't last. White people got involved. Yeah, now all the people that hated it want to listen to it. So that's my thing. White people get into that. It's all to take you away from what they're about to do to us as a people with this future, this smart dust, these 15-minute cities, and everything else. So I don't give a damn if little Billy Bob, 5 years old, around the corner. I don't give a damn if that bastard don't ever learn anything about African history. And one more thing before I say this, before I go, one thing Oni said, and I never thought about this when I was telling that story. I'm out there out there making that money from them rednecks. And I never thought about this till Oni just said it. Why is it they are comfortable? Why is it they have done that much to black folks where they can be so comfortable they'd rather see you than a Chinaman, because they know the Chinaman is going to keep their money with the Chinese. They know in their mind that we'll want to be around them. And that's what our past, that's what this traumatized past has done to us. And the trauma is the past, the trauma is the present. And if we don't correct our actions in the way that we're doing things right now, it will be trauma in the future. And I hear the mic.
I want to applaud Bakari there too. Bakari did the same thing that Oni does, that I do, and I'm sure the rest of you do. I mentioned the smart dust, and Bakari looked it up. Bakari on his show earlier this week was talking about these 15-minute cities. I hadn't heard about it. I heard about the cool cities that what's that guy? We talked about him earlier today. Claude Anderson was talking about. But that 15-minute city thing, understand something too. That shit is developed, I bet you money, and it'll be maintained by this AI shit that's coming. You understand? And I want to invite everyone too, by the way. Y'all look into that AI stuff, that open AI, that chat GPT, I think it is, GBT. Look into that stuff now and get a handle for that, because it's only getting smarter. and you want to be in on that shit now too. This shit here about white folks learning our history, like Bakari said, these guys could crack a book. These guys could look that shit up. This is feel good stuff. This is stuff to make you think that these guys are with you. These guys aren't with you. They're right now working on technology to shit on you for the next 1,000 fucking years. As a matter of fact, Bakari mentioned something about the smartphones. Do you know the internet that we got in 1996? I remember when it dropped, right? That shit was in the Pentagon like in the 60s, 66 or some shit like that, right? These guys, you got to understand, a lot of this technology comes out of the warmongering that these guys have going on. This AI stuff is about predictive technology. They're going to figure out how, they already know how you spend your money, your buying habits, your psychology, what you think they're going to use this shit for. And you worrying about history? Man, give me a break. Does anyone else want to add any last words here? All right, with that, I'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Good discussion, guys. Good discussion. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is about white folks again. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is, if white people can change their minds in 20 seconds, what hope is there for White Alliance? This came with a link to Twitter. I'm familiar with the video too. Let's watch it, and then we'll discuss it.
You're the exact opposite. I grew up as a white man, and you're the exact opposite, you know? And so it's like my experiences are going to be different from yours.
How come?
I think, you know, there's a thing of like white privilege.
What privileges do you have that I don't have?
Oh, see, that's the question I keep asking myself, because like in this day and age, like all the laws, you know, it's hard to speak on something I'm not fully knowledgeable of. So like, I'm sorry if I like make a mistake in saying this, but it's
Don't you think it's a problem in society when white people think that they have more privileges than brown or black people?
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the agenda that's pushed off, because personally, it's like, not that I think I'm more privileged than anyone else, because I had to work to get where I was, and that's like the.
So why do you have that mentality immediately where you know, kind of apologize to me, like, let's talk about privilege, let's talk about I'm a white man in America, so we could have grown up differently. Why is that your first initial reaction to me as a brown woman?
Wow, you're getting me good. See, these are the kind of conversations that I love having, and I think it comes from a place of like, I wouldn't say caution, but like in this day and age, people are so quick to judge and react and cancel. And so I guess it's that like caution to go into an interview like this. I'm like, I don't know where we're at, but now I know where we're at, and I can like go for real.
So, you know, I like to play these types of prompts twice, but this is from one Savannah Hernandez. You can't see,
man, and
you can't see the name, but she says a college student began explaining his white privilege to me, so I decided to take the opportunity to deprogram him in live time. Okay, good luck with the deprogramming, but you see how quickly the switch up happens. I'll play it one more time. It's just 1:25 seconds.
I grew up as a white man, and you're the exact opposite, you know? And so it's like my experiences are going to be different from yours.
How come?
I think, you know, there's a thing of like white privilege.
What privileges do you have that I don't have?
Oh, see, that's the question I keep asking myself, because like in this day and age, like all the laws, you know, it's hard to speak on something I'm not fully knowledgeable of. So like, I'm sorry if I like make a mistake in saying this, but it's
Don't you think it's a problem in society when white people think that they have more privileges than brown or black people?
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the agenda that's pushed off, because personally, it's like, not that I think I'm more privileged than anyone else, because I had to work to get where I was, and that's like the.
So why do you have that mentality immediately where you know, kind of apologize to me, like, let's talk about privilege, let's talk about I'm a white man in America, so we could have grown up differently. Why is that your first initial reaction to me as a brown woman?
Wow, you're getting me good. See, these are the kind of conversations that I love having, and I think it comes from a place of like, I wouldn't say caution, but like in this day and age, people are so quick to judge and react and cancel. And so I guess it's that like caution to go into an interview like this. I'm like, I don't know where we're at, but now I know where we're at, and I can like go for real.
So D Webb in the chat says he's about sick of this dialogue. Quote, let's talk to the white man about how he should feel bad about being white, like it's gonna change something. Pointless convo. Bobby Wright says, Koku, remember that movie 2001 Space Odyssey was made in 1968. They've been planning 50 years for right now. That's absolutely true. Carl Hezekiah says he didn't switch up. He was just sticking to the script until he felt comfortable. Tan, how do you feel about what you saw? Did this guy switch up in 20 seconds? And if so, for those people who want white alliances, we're not saying we want white alliances, by the way. But for those people who believe in white alliances, how can you believe in that when this guy switched his talking points in 20 seconds? What say you to that, Tan?
Well, I don't know, I think the best way to ally with somebody sometimes is just to leave them alone. And for me, I'm more concerned about the behavior of those people who I'm going to deprogram him, I'm going to save him, from his why I don't even know why somebody would embark on such a hopeless journey. Like, there's no way you, for example, would understand what it was like to be somebody else. Like you say, you're the complete opposite of me. If he thinks that about you, then you should just take him as his word. You're just the opposite. There's no way I can understand you, and let's leave it at that. And then even when he described his privilege, he's still like, oh, but I worked hard for mine, implying that you probably didn't. But she doesn't even get that, and she just goes straight to, oh, but why would you believe that? I don't. This. Some of these women are just total airheads. Like, you don't even get the concept. You just like, oh, feelings and feelings, instead of looking at what he's actually saying. So, yeah, I do agree with D Web on that some of these conversations is just pointless, because why would you seek to understand something that if somebody cares so much, they should just go and do something about it, instead of, yeah, I feel so bad about it, but I can't do anything about it. I have so much privilege, but I can't do anything. But like, at that point, you're just like, oh, and what's the point? Why do you want to deprogram him and make him change his mind and make him do what anyway? So I don't know about all this alliance stuff. If somebody feels, for me, like the previous one, if these people want to do that, I guess, they can do that. There's nothing you can do for them. Or if you want to do that, I don't know how to say it, but it's just part of that validation. Like, now, instead of wanting to be validated by people, you want them to validate you as a moral, how do you say it, expert. You're like, oh, I'm the one in the right, let me tell him how it is, and shake your head and wag your finger at somebody that they're in it for the spectacle. They just like to see you play your part, and then they play their part, and everybody goes back to doing whatever it is that they do. So even those people seeking answers from people, oh, why did you do this to me? It's like somebody punches you in the face, and then you ask them why they did that. Like people in the movies, when they're like, they're shot, and then, oh, very surprised, like, oh, you shot me. Like, you should not have shot me. That was not good for you to do. And yet they still want to. Anyway, that's all I say. I don't know about all this alliance stuff, but yeah.
No, to be clear, we don't care about alliances, but a lot of black folks think you could have a white allies and white alliances, and this just shows you, he wasn't even pressed really, and in 20 seconds he switched it up. In the chat, the forecast says, name one treaty Europeans stick to. Good point. Trigger 262 says white liberals and leftists are useless. It's largely posture. They're not connected to the white elite regardless. Jose says forecast is right on, spot on. Wisdom bars. I think it's the first time I've seen wisdom bars here. It says facts, less talking, more running them pockets. So, well, let's welcome Wisdom Bars, I guess. I think that's the first time I've seen Wisdom Bars here. Brother Bakari, if white people can change their mind in 20 seconds, what hope is there for white alliances?
There is no white alliance, right? Can y'all hear me? Because I'm in my car now. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, loud.
Okay, there is no white alliance. What there is, and I'm gonna go back to these rednecks again. I was out there doing business and they paying me their money. What it is somebody, if you can use and you can get some out the situation, get some out the situation. But the bottom line is white people white and they want power. There's no alliance. But if you can use it, try to use it. And I'm kind of like D Web with this conversation. Black people out here trying to make people feel guilty for being white, trying to make them feel guilty for having white privilege. Hell, if I had the power, you know what white people would be complaining about? Black privilege. So, and I think that's what we need to be shooting for inside of our communities. While we worried about white people giving white people privilege, let's give black people privilege by taking our communities back, by controlling our neighborhoods, by running other people out of our. We worry about them so much, want to be like them so much. So then why don't we do the things that they did? Let's become conquerors and have them come and asking you about your black privilege in your community and why nobody supported their store when they opened it up in our community. On that, I hear the mic.
Darren Bagari, I appreciate that. I like how you got right in there and hit it and hit the nail on the head. Seems like Wisdom Bars is from is around Omowale's podcast, so we appreciate you being here as well. Let's welcome in brother Carl this week. Carl, how are you this week?
Hey, Coco, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing good, Carl. Thanks for coming through.
So I saw this video. It was an interesting video. I don't know who the person is in the video, but they're trying to frame it as though white privilege is a myth. I don't like the term white privilege. The brother we looked at a couple of weeks ago, Diallo Kenyatta, talked about white pathology. So it's not that they so much have so much privilege. It's just they're pathological in their behavior. Of course, white people, they have advantages over other people. I mean, they the list is endless. There was a story where black people were selling their home and they got less money for their home than a white person would be selling the same home. There's a situation where white people have a confrontation with law enforcement where they're able to walk away alive, where black people can't even walk down the street without getting killed. So this just he's not being honest. And what she was trying to do, she was trying to just get the temperature of the room, kind of see um, what he was going to say. He was responding back with the same liberal talking points. And once she kind of let him know, hey, I'm not one of those, you can say how you feel. He made it sound like it was really deep, but it's not. They were just playing the role until he got comfortable and he could say what he really, really wanted to say without putting on the story, the lie. But no, I don't think we can really have any white alliances because if white people ally with black people, and they've tried to do alliances with black people before, and it always falls apart. And I think it was George Jackson, former Black Panther. He said that the greatest threat to a black-white alliance is racism. We can't ally with them because whenever we try to ally with them, their racism gets in the way. We shouldn't even seek alliances with them. We need to organize ourselves within our own people and then that work from there because they can't be trusted. Too much history has gone to show they can't be trusted. There's too much information to show that they can't be depended upon when it comes down to it. Even if our interests align, it doesn't matter because their racism is more important than anything else. So on that, yeah, I don't think we should even seek those type of alliances. They can't be trusted. They'll betray us, the minute they get opportunity. And that's my thoughts on that. I'll give the mic.
I appreciate that, Carl. Yeah, to be clear, we don't care about folks around these parts don't care about white alliances, but a lot of our people have that wool pulled over their eyes, so to speak, and they think that there's such a thing. And I like what Forecast said earlier. He said, what treaties have these people ever kept? Wisdom Bars right here saying, right, it should be more about us getting power and gatekeeping. They mess with us racially, we nip it in the bud. But with a dirt nap or some things broken, I agree with that 100%. That goes back to that 2A stuff we was talking about earlier and having your liability insurance too. But yeah, that sound right there. Let's go to Oni. Oni would say you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Oh shit, I don't think I can hear you guys.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All
I
right.
was muted.
No, I think I might have. All right, but yeah. So this right here, this is what I mean about this liberal, like these white liberals, and how they, like, what role they play. Because 2 seconds ago, this dude was a white liberal. You know, hey, yeah, I'm kind of privileged, and I feel like it's unfair, blah blah blah. And then this woman said, "Hey, look, man, you don't gotta do that white liberal shit to me. I'd rather a white conservative." He's like, "Oh, I got you." You know what I'm saying? Like he's, she's like that. The thing is, like I said, people don't realize. In fact, I said this. I actually went, not viral, but my type of viral. Saying something along the lines of, this prompt, right? But I also went a little viral when I pointed out to these folk that these white boys, dating black women, just like the passport bros. You understand? In the sense that they going for women who they're mediocre dudes, going for women who see that they got better economic standing and overlook their mediocrity. You understand? So this boy, he knows he could just slide into, I guess, brown pom pom. You understand? Oh, I shouldn't say pom pom, brown vagina, right? He know he could do that, right? But he got to say the right things. He knows women is watching, and what he's doing, like it's all just a trick. It's all just a ploy because they know how to get black folk easy. But you see where his heart really is. You understand? They'll tell you, yeah, man, I mean, I'm with the cause, right? But you see where his heart really is. Or if his heart wasn't there, you see how quickly his heart can get there. You're gonna be in the trenches. Like Brother Bakari was talking about, you're gonna bring first rifleman around, right? You know what I'm saying? you got to get it though. But what I'm saying is this: you're gonna be in the trenches, right? You're gonna be in the trenches, and you're gonna have the turncoat in the trench. Because see, this white boy, if you don't just look at a white boy and say, "Oh no, you guilty," you know what I'm saying? Because that's like I said, one of my first book was Zubiri. And Zubiri, he's like, white people is guilty, straight up. No court necessary. The white boy's guilty. If you don't have that mindset, right? What happens is that you're gonna have this white boy inside of your circle, and then some other white person is gonna come along, or they're gonna send a brown person, or they're gonna send a black person. Be like, hey man, why is it that you're, they say you have privilege, but aren't you sweeping the floor too? But they want you to think privilege. You're like, yeah, I don't got privilege. And you're like, okay, well, just tell us where we can find, where the hideout is. Oh yeah, I got you. I'm just telling you, like we have to study military science seriously. We have to study military strategies seriously. And when you do, even just rudimentarily, right? When you do, what you're coming across is that a traitor is good, right? A traitor can be used. A spy can be used. That's what these white people are studying. That's all I'll say.
Only, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I saw a comment from Trigger Happy 262 on the Shoot the Breeze Clips channel earlier to gas them up about reading material. You mentioned studying militarism. What would you say is, where would you say is a good starting point, in your opinion, for studying militarism?
Oh, well, I mean, shit. Well, first off, you got to go to Tanzan. No, Tanzan knows his stuff. You just got to tell Tanzan. But beyond that, what I would say, book wise, you gotta, like, obviously you start off with the 2 Wars of War, right? You start off with the Art of War by Sun Tzu, Art of War by Machiavelli. There is this compilation book. I didn't read it. I'm not gonna hold you. There's this compilation book for where they have Clausewitz on war or something like that. There are some African war books as well, and obviously you also want to study Hannibal. Everybody studies Hannibal.
Yes.
But yeah, like I said, like I know Tanzan got a whole list for us, so that's another thing. I actually gotta go back to the list. I went on vacation. I have no good internet, so I got to go back to the book she recommended or the stuff she recommended. But there's like there's so much. But I also want to say this when it comes to this sort of subject matter, right? We have to understand why we're seeking understanding. You know what I mean? Because you can, like I said, the books that I recommended about the art of war and stuff, you can know where your enemy's coming from, right? But then you also want to review, like you just want to keep your eyes open in regards to what are the strategies at play when they're being played out in front of you. You know what I'm saying? But beyond that, like I said, I mean, I got my bookshelf right here. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I think it's like Fighting for Honor is one of the books. I think you read it, right? You read it on
Yeah. Me and Carl did it. Yeah, me and Carl did it. Yeah.
And there's like other stuff like that, but like definitely, I would say I would definitely start off with the Sun Tzu and the Machiavelli, though.
And by the way, for you guys listening, Oni is the host of the Pro Black Perspective. You guys make sure follow his channel, purchase his books. And Oni, I'm looking to build a page on the website with your books and the projects that other people on KWAZ Radio has going on. So I'll talk to you about that later. It's just so that people could buy your book. Of course, I have nothing to do with the sales and all that kind of stuff. I just want to put it up there so people could find them. Oni also did the reading on. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Don't forget that one. In Nkrumah's.
Revolutionary
warfare. Yeah, don't forget that one. That one's good. That's a good one.
Too. Yeah. That's a good one. And I have that on the Discord. So join the Discord and you could get that book for free in the Bitter Medicine Library.
I think I read the whole thing on YouTube. So
I'm just about to say, Oni read the whole thing. He also read the Machiavelli Art of War book too. So check out those episodes. Check out those series. All right. Tanzan, do you have any books that you would add? Oh, yeah. Bobby E. Wright out of the perfect one. This is why I like Bobby E. Wright. Bobby E. Wright reminds me of Emil Cacabral's People's War. Read that book too. Tanzan, do you have any books on the top of your head that you would suggest for a person who wants to study militarism?
Not so much books, but I would say something like a tactical game, like Monopoly or those games. People don't just play. War is like the ultimate game. People talk about sports. Yeah. Sorry.
I said chess. Chess is a game of war, actually. But go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of those things are, and it's a personal battle. It's like a survival battle because realistically, we don't have an army and all this. Most of the time, people are really fighting, just small battles, small Sisyphean battles. So you're not going to plan a whole thing, but being able to, like exercise, it's like training for training in a gym. You're not training or martial arts. You're not training so that you can get into a fight, but you're training so that you have your instincts and reflexes ready. So in case you do get into one. So I think that, and this is something that also you see with with a lot of white people, like a lot of their parties, black parties, it's usually either there's some music and food and dancing and so on, and then a lot of white parties, it's either dinner party or people getting together and just talking, and there is music sometimes but not always, but most of it is just interacting and talking and usually playing games or charades and all kinds of stuff. And they always, like, even if they go camping, they have board games. So things like that always get you like, in the art of always thinking and scheming and being planning ahead, always being one step ahead of somebody else, or taking risks, calculating your chance of winning. Also in that whole aspect of psychologically being able to read people, like even in the game of poker, it's not just calculating your chances and luck and all those things are involved, but it's also knowing your opponents, reading them, and knowing how to 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 take advantage of your situation. So all those things play a part. And I think for me, yes, books are wonderful and great. I think another one is that 48 Laws of Power and so on. That's also on a more, both on a macro level and a micro level. I think that's one to add to it, but also just philosophically knowing the what all these things are based on, and mathematically learning about chaos theory, learning about history as well. History is also important, because history is not a journey towards something. It's just people who learned how to take advantage of the current scenario, and learning who won and who lost and so on. History to me, and especially war history, that's usually like the best aspect to learn about humanity. So any kind of war history, the books are all out there. You can get them. But yeah, war history is usually a good thing, especially the maritime war history. Yeah. All right.
Thank you for that
uh,
time.
uh, Man, Azuli, I didn't say anything about, we were talking about books. The gun conversation was earlier.
Yeah, Zuli was late to the party. I want to add something too. I used to read these books. I don't know if you guys read them, but back in the Caribbean, we used to read these different Bobsey twins and Hardy Boys and stuff. And I remember the Hardy Boys describing a war games. And these white folks really do have this fucking thing. They really have something. It's a simulation of war. And so when you talk about, when you poo poo on the games, the board games, and all that stuff, don't do that, because they actually run those simulations for real, for real. Only, by the way, since you're the game developer, I see Erica Howard didn't know you have a channel. Only just debuted this like prototype of a game that he said he was going to work on. That's one thing I like with Oni. If he says he's going to work on something, he's going to work on it. And he was showing it in a short video the other day. Only, are you familiar with this game called Clash of Clans?
Oh yeah, I heard of Clash of Clans. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a game. I would like to talk to you about that one day too. I think that's a prototype. I think that's something that we could make. Oh, well, by we, I mean people who have the skills can make a thing for our people too. I think it has some promise in terms of getting our folks thinking about strategy in military and stuff like that. Let me go to Carl next. Carl is well read as well. Carl and I had the book club. We did that book that Oni mentioned. Carl, are there any books on militarism that you would suggest?
We've already mentioned Art of War. We also mentioned Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare. I can't really think of too many things that I would think of. One that I really enjoyed reading about was we mentioned Destruction of Black Civilization. That talks about warfare. It's not so much military strategy, but it is a history of battles and combat. So that's another good book I think would be good for people to read as well. Um, hmm. Give me some time to think about that. I'm not home right now as I go through my shelf, but there's a lot of good books that we should read about our strategy, because we are at war, and I think we lose sight of that so many times. The fact that we're at war with with an enemy who's bent on our destruction, our subjugation. So, hmm. Let me come back to this question. There's a lot of good books out there I need to look into.
I appreciate it. Bakari, you were a military guy. Anything that jumps out of you as far as militarism, if someone wanted to study it?
No, no, honestly, no, not really. No books, no no books, no none of that. And no, honestly, no. Sure, we can study military strategy, but nah, not really.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. That's fine, Bakari.
That's fine, Bakari.
Hold on, Bakari has a feedback coming up. Trigger Happy 262 says just generally jihads should be studied. That's interesting. Oh, he said military science. I've been told that we need to read more on contemporary terrorism. The enemy has been copying Hezbollah, Al Qaeda, and even the Vietnamese. Azuli said, and crewman bust a shot. How you writing a war book? Goddamn Azuli. Anyway, Bobby Wright says, when I was growing up in the 70s, they had a board game called Battleships, a strategic game. Yeah, I remember Battleships. I remember Battleships well, actually. Yeah. I mean, we have to consume. That's the thing. And by the way, sports is another way of studying militarism. Believe that. Believe that when I tell you. I know Trigger Happy 262 is into that. Sports is another way of studying defense and offense. And that's something, but you can't just take it as, a guy scored 2 points, a guy shot a 3. No, you got to get into that. And that's one thing I appreciated growing up back home in secondary school. We actually learned about like the intricacy of defense and offense. So I think it's something that we should discuss. Who is that? Only want to say something?
Yeah, let me say two things. One,
yeah.
Well, the first thing I wanted to say was, I don't know, everybody knows about role-playing games, RPGs. The first one is called Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons was based off of military board games. So they used to have tabletop board games where you would play as like one military versus another, maybe like the Axis versus the Allies, and that was what people did. A lot of people don't even realize, but a lot of like most games are based around war, or sports, but sports are like, pretend war type stuff, right? So a lot of them, like, and not just Call of Duty, but like back in the day, there used to be strategy games like Red Alert and type shit like that, right? The second thing I wanted to say was that one book that a lot of us have, well, I don't have it, but I guess I have one on the floor, but the religious books, those are a lot of them. If you were to read, not between the lines, but if you were to read the certain passages, they are talking about how to wage war, how to be better at war, how to conquer and colonize people, how to take over somebody else's land and claim it as yours 2,000 years later type shit, a lot of them. That's why, I have this, on Sundays, I talk about the worship, right? And it sounds like worship, right? But it's like, we have to be real that these people, like what Trigger Happy was saying about, we talking about, okay, we talking about, jihads and stuff. Like, I remember, because I never read the Quran, right? But I remember some brother was telling me, yeah, in the Quran, they talk about how Muhammad took on a bigger military, and it was like two people fighting at once, and he turned one person, like one group of, I don't know if it was Arabs or something, but he turned one group against another group, and then after they was weakened, he took on both of them, and that's how, you know what I mean? Like, this dude used his shit to basically get these little ragtag, mud dwellers to conquer North Africa, Southern Europe, you know what I'm saying? The Middle East, ancient Egypt, some, I don't want to say, but some big man thing, you know what I'm saying? Right. So, we have to, I think that's one of the things that you want to study. And another thing you want to do is you want to study these empires. You know what I mean? Like, not just because the Arabs had a big amount of land. I was on that podcast. We was reading Michael Bradley, I guess, white boy, and they were talking about the Mongolians. I look up Genghis Khan. This guy had the biggest empire in the world up until the British. You know what I'm saying? So the second biggest, and his was contiguous. So this dude has an empire, the largest empire in the world. I think it's probably like maybe a little bit bigger than Africa, or maybe the size of Africa, but like around the size of Africa, one dude with a whole empire. You know what I mean? And he was just conquering people left and right. That sounds like a motherfucker you want to study. You know what I'm saying? So like if we're being serious, if we're being real, like, you gotta, like, we have to get with the program. You know what I mean? We just have to get with the program. I'm gonna say that.
No, only I appreciate what you said. absolutely correct. Who was that, Bakari?
Read the Bible. You want to know about war? They tell you how to go slaughter and who to slaughter and who not to leave alive.
Yes, that's what Oni is talking about. That's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, look, I'll say this. I wouldn't personally read the Bible. I'll just say that. But like I did. But what I would say is this. I'm gonna no, actually, so tomorrow's worship, we're gonna go through, I think Matthew's 5 and 7, something like that. Right. And I think I look a little ahead with 8 or something, like he starts referencing the Old Testament. And like this guy Jesus, it's Jesus talking, right? He's referencing the Old Testament. And he's like, you know how they say you should obey your master type shit. I don't know. So not that, but like some stupid shit like the Lord, keep your vows to the Lord, type of stuff, right? And so I look it up because I'm like, I don't know what he's fucking talking about. So it's from Deuteronomy, okay? And so in Deuteronomy, right before they say keep your vows to the Lord, they like you can charge a foreigner interest, but you can't charge your brother.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like they understand that, because that's another part of military. Because Erzuli, that's why I say we got to study military. Because Erzuli's talking about you want guns and shit. You don't even only have to be violent to be militarily minded. You get what I'm saying? You don't only have to be violent. Because I'm not even going to say you don't have to have a gun, because it's good to have a gun. What I'm saying is that you don't have to only be violent, because you could just as easily be like, yeah, you know what? First Rifleman's not in the group. You understand? That's a military mindset. Yeah. I'm not saying that Brother Bakari, trying to get first battle in the group. I'm not saying it's not military. I'm just saying that, because both of them are military mindsets. And that's the thing that we have to also pick up on. Because that's one of the most important things that one of the things that I got from a brief reading of Hannibal was how he would peep the generals or the Roman generals. And both of the Roman generals were generals, but they both had different tactics. One of them could be baited very easily. So if Hannibal starts attacking a town, they're going to try to defend it and Hannibal will smash them, right? And another one's like, I don't give a shit if you attack the town. I'm just going to stay in Rome and wait out your aggression. You understand? But Hannibal knew how he knew the difference between the two, and he knew how to bait them. But that's the whole thing. It's like a military mindset is just a matter of having a strategy to win. You understand? And so one of the strategies to win doesn't have to only be violent, because you could easily say, look, we're just going to charge these foreigners interest. Or another thing I know from this Old Testament, because like I said, I wouldn't read it personally, but I hear people say stuff, right? And one of the things that they say is that you can't, if a piece of meat falls on the floor, right? You can't sell it to your own people, but you can sell it to a Gentile.
Absolutely.
You understand?
Yep.
So you can sell trash, because I can't remember. I think it was, maybe it was Brother Bakari again, because Brother Bakari be on, right? And I think he was saying that look how the Arabs, they don't drink alcohol, but they sell it to you, right? Oh, and then Bwana was like, if that was me, I wouldn't drink nothing if somebody wasn't eating at their plate. But that's what they're telling you. They are saying religiously, oh yeah, we can give other people shit, but we wouldn't give our own. You can't give your own. You know what I'm saying? You have to have standards, but you don't need other people to have standards. That's a military mindset too. And if you ain't hip with that, right? If you ain't hip with standards, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you see what's happening.
Yep.
Basically, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Bakari. Real quick, I just say this. Nama X is putting out some good stuff. That Nama X is touching on something I dealt with a little while ago. This naming thing, this naming thing is super important to the psychology. You understand? Even the idea that you name your kid something warlike and teach them what it means is something, African war is super important. I see guys out there trolling us and whatnot, but it's super important. Azuli, you need to bring your ass up here. I thought we had some understanding this week when I saw you. Come up here and speak to what you're talking about. Bobby Wright says the Mongol warlord Timur Leng was one of the greatest military strategists and a pioneer of psychological warfare by using terror, right? Bakari, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was saying what I noticed, what I was going to say, and I heard what basically Oni was talking about. If you really want to study war, you have to study your surroundings and study what's going on now. Even when Carl spoke earlier, and he was like, an alliance would never work because white people going to always be racist. The problem with that is we are not racist. if you know they are racist, what's wrong with us having the same love for ourselves? What's wrong with us being racist? You have to understand the surroundings. You have to understand the people that you're dealing with. Power and control, that's what they're about. We seem to be about, let's take our racism and hide it. Let's flush our racism down the drain. But if we understand what racism is, racism don't even mean you hate. Racism just means you love your people more than you love anybody else. Let's start looking at things different. So in this war that we're in, even when we use it and calling other people racist, that has been something that has been used against us in this fight for us wanting to be liberated. They got us to a point where we're scared to be racist, while every other group of people is absolutely racist and concerned themselves with themselves more than anybody else. Just noticing your surroundings.
Thank you for that, Bakari. Lero says a good point here. We have a military mindset. We would understand that we are in retreat. I like that, Lero. I like that. So, hey, Urzuliism and whoever else might.
I'm up here, folks. They ain't coming. Azul ain't. I'm up here. He ain't coming. I'm up here.
He's in
Azuli just cried. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't coming.
Retreat. Yeah, but real talk. Like I don't think we take it seriously. This military mindset, and because we don't take it seriously, we don't see the militarism in some small things. You could read about it in books. You could only point out certain games. Tanzan point out certain games, and I point out chess is a whole military thing. It's a whole military thinking type thing, and we just don't get it. I telling you, this Fenton W. Dixon, who's the Hardy Boys, he wrote about this shit in the 60s. These white boys had computers and were doing war simulations. I think only gave me the update a second ago. I forgot now. I'll listen to the playback. But these guys have been doing war simulations for the longest. Why do you think they're doing that stuff? And we're just sitting here with our thumb up our ass, so to speak. It's real strange of us, man. It's real, and like Oni said, and I agree, warfare is not just about, and Trigger Happy said it too earlier in the chat, warfare is not just about having the guns. Do you have the mindset to go and deal with this shit? Man, we got to think about this stuff. But that was a good conversation. If anyone has any last words, go ahead, drop them now before I go to the next prompt. All right, seems like everyone is quiet. Let's go shoot the breeze topic number 4. Hold on, before let me see if I could pick up what Bobby Wright said. Bobby Wright says, "Military Art of People's War" by Vietnamese General Giap or Giap, I guess. Trigger Happy 262 says, "Need to buy that book. Been recommended before." So that's what I'm saying. This is where we got to share these ideas, but not just share them, follow up. Even this thing that Bakari brought to the forefront with the ham radio stuff. A lot of people are sleeping on that too. That's super important. No one is saying go gas. No one is saying go to war without guns. No one is saying that's silly. But you have to have the mindset to go to war, the mindset to pick up the gun anyway. If you don't have the mindset, the gun is nothing.
Yeah,
I mean, think it was Thomas Sankara. I'm sorry, go ahead. I think it was Thomas Sankara said that without a soldier, without the correct political and ideological training, is a potential criminal. So having guns is worthless if you don't have the correct ideology.
Yeah, that's the thing that, I don't know why this brother's trolling, but, the thing is that, even, so this is one of the things that I was, I knew a long time ago, which is that the U.S. Army don't even give a shit if you know how to shoot. The U.S. Army cares if you know who to shoot, if you know when to shoot. You know what I mean? So like for instance, you see how Bakari could go to the field and show the recruits how it's done, right? But the U.S. Army don't want him. You understand? What they want is somebody who is susceptible to the political education or the political miseducation that America's offering, right? So the mindset, like you can't underestimate the mindset, because the reality is this, like what Gas is saying, the Congolese have guns too. You understand? So just having a gun don't mean that you're gonna be on the right side. What you cannot undervalue a mindset. You cannot undervalue the strategic brain. Because when you undervalue that's already like silly. You know what I mean? If you want to help people, yes, you should be armed, but you must have a good mindset as well. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't, like, people trolling like that. Like, I like that Gas is trolling, because that just lets you know, okay, don't include him. You understand? He's not serious. And that's I like that. I like when people tell me they're not serious. Because if people are suffering and you feel like there's some, like, you should, that suffering should end, then what you joking about for? You know what I'm saying? Like let's be serious. If you feel like you have the right solution, if you think that, oh, why don't you go down in there? So why don't you do it? If that's the mindset that you coming at people with, you know what I'm saying? But like, my thing is this: of course, you want people to be armed, but you also have to be, you also have to have the mindset. You also have to identify who is ally, who is enemy. But if you can't do that, then that's on you. You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, give him stop patrolling, man. He trying to get the confidence back to come back on the panel while I'm up here. Yeah, man, they're trying to get their confidence back, man. Their confidence in shape.
Wisdom Bias says facts. They are the walking, quote unquote, stay ready. But how much they study warfare? Yeah, we're clowning around. We're making jokes from the peanut gallery. Only I see you download that book. I gotta look and see if I can find it on my book.
I'm about to share it. I'm about to share the link. I was just
okay.
talking for a second.
All right, cool. I appreciate that. So Trigger Happy, be aware that the link is coming. He says, Trigger Happy says, we also deal with the logic of either or in this topic, and not both or and. Gas even says Gas is definitely not serious. Ha ha. Bobby Wright says, to me, General Giap commanded the Vietnamese against the U.S. Army in the Vietnam War, and he wrote a book. Good to know. You know, so serious folks who want to have this mindset. We talked about having the gun earlier. Right there's the link. Right, check out Oni's Google Drive, and you'll get the book. All right, so I hope Trigger Happy takes that down. You know, clicks that link, and gets the book. You know, I really appreciated that conversation on that topic, man. For real. Let's go to topic number 4 tonight. That was a good conversation. When I clip that, I hope that gets numbers when I start really working those clips on the clips channel. That was a good conversation. I appreciate it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. What are your thoughts on what happened to Rasheem Carter? So I might have heard about this story. This takes us to YouTube. It's a short video. Let's check it out, and then we'll discuss it.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump was in Jackson calling for answers in the mysterious death of a young Fayette man whose remains were found a month after he went missing. 12 News' Leah Williams heard from attorneys who are calling on the U.S. Department of Justice to step in. Leah?
Melanie, the state medical examiner's office was not able to determine a cause of death for 25-year-old Rasheem Carter. His family believes there was foul play, so their attorney sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking them to get involved. We want to warn you that some of the video is graphic and could be disturbing to some viewers. 25-year-old Rasheem Carter of Fayette was contracted to work in Smith County last year. Carter went missing in October after texting his mother that his life was in danger.
He said, me and the owner of this company not seeing eye to eye, mama. His name, which I can't say at this time, but if anything happened to me, he's responsible for it. I'm too smart, mama. He got these guys wanting to kill me. And that's what he sent to me.
Attorneys say there was an attempt to use Carter's credit card in Taylorsville while he was missing. A month after his disappearance, some of his remains were found in Smith County.
His head was severed. His vertebrae, his spinal cord was in another spot they discovered away from his severed head. They have recently found remains that they believe are also Racine Carter.
The Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office was not able to determine a cause of death because some of Carter's remains were in an advanced station. Attorney Carlos Moore called it one of the most disturbing cases of his lifetime.
I'm a Mississippian for all 46 years of my life, and I've never heard of a crime this horrific in life. I was not living during the time of Emmett Till. I heard about that and read about it in the history books, but I thought we had progressed in Mississippi.
The Smith County Sheriff's Office is leading the investigation, and the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation is assisting, but his family says more needs to be done, so attorneys sent a letter asking the U.S. Department of Justice to get involved.
We need the highest levels of law enforcement to administer justice for Racine Carter as if he was your child.
The Smith County Sheriff says he's waiting for the findings from search warrants to come back. He also says he welcomes the involvement of the Department of Justice. I reached out to MBI as well, but the agency declined to comment on this investigation. Melanie, back to you.
Yeah, I kind of heard.
I have been scratching my head.
I kind of heard this story the other day.
Civil rights.
I didn't give it its proper due. So I'm kind of hearing some of it now. And I see Ben Crump is attached. I never really trust that dude, Ben Crump, to be honest. I see earlier, Gasimov says, none of y'all are serious. Quit your job. I like Gas. I do, but Gas, I will say that you're welcome to come up and argue your points. What you think is the solution to the problem. You could come up. By the way, Gas, Trigger Happy 262. I'm going to post a video. Yeah, I'm going to post a link in the chat. Trigger Happy 262. Under that video right there. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 had some questions for you about some reading material, so you could feel free to respond to that when you have a chance. The current prompt is: what are your thoughts on what happened to Racine Carter? Let me start with Brother Bakari this time. Bakari, what are your thoughts on what happened to Racine Carter?
It's real foul. I don't know why Ben Crump is there, but that's real foul. I believe when he sent that to his mama, I don't understand. Well, I guess maybe Ben Crump told her, don't say his name on TV or whatever. But the owner of the company, people need to know the owner of that company name. This shit need to be checked. We need to check it. Back to something I was talking about earlier today. We really had one militia that had the time off. Right? And could go do this. But black people, for the most part, with their social media, news, who wasn't never around it or a part of it, kind of ran them off. But that is something that needs to be done. And I say again, anywhere in the South, and this young brother was in Mississippi, my home where I'm from, there's nowhere in the South where you can get a gun and walk around with a gun on your side like it's a cowboy, like we're black cowboys. We should not be without our gun with at least 13. I say have an extra clip with you. Like I say, I take 32 friends with me everywhere I go. But there's no way he shouldn't have had one with 13. 12-inch clip, one in the hole. 13 and ready, because if you bust one or two, don't bust one or two, that would give you time to possibly get away. I don't know why he was still there. But something need to be done about this. My condolences to that man, to that young brother's family. But the owner of that company name to need to go out. But I do know some people who's planning, uh, should be there soon. But the owner of that company, the name of we need to find the owner of that company, and that's my goal. I want to know what company he worked at so we can get the owner, since they didn't see eye to eye. The goal is to have about 50 of us and see if he would see eye to eye with us and see if they would send the same people at us, because I'm getting sick and tired of these folks. And I'm just being honest. I'm sick and tired of seeing Black people die for no reason. This shit got to stop. Ben Crump don't need to be everywhere. I don't know if he got a signal call. I don't know if it's a bug or something inside the Black person, but as soon as something happened where he's there, he's there. This machine that we're against is a hell of a machine. We're going to have to break this damn machine. We are going to have to break this machine. Black people want to be free. Black people want to be better. We're going to have to break this damn machine. And there's things that we have to do. And once again, keep you some friends with you at all times. And I'm in the South, so I can say it in this legal. Keep you a damn gun with you. I prefer a 9mm. At all times, carry that shit on your side. Everywhere. I don't care if you're walking inside of the grocery store. Have your stuff with you. You and your children together. I don't care if they 5 or 6. I'm just making a suggestion. I ain't telling nobody what to do with their kids. But have your stuff on your side, especially you know what areas you're in, and we know what's going on. Think about it. We know what's going on. And like I mentioned earlier, it was a brother just 20 miles from me, found hanging from a tree. He committed suicide, but they looked inside the car. They could tell it was some type of scuffle. I guess he was scuffling with himself. Just Google lynchings in America since 2000, and they have been going on all over the United States, everywhere. And Black men, we haven't come together to get suited and booted and be ready. We would rather follow people on social media talking about they are an engine because their great granny told them that's what they were. Instead of us being serious, we'll still rather have 1 million debates about the Bible, about Islam, about Christianity. I don't give a damn about none of that. You're Black and you want to be free. It's time for us to put some of that down, come together, train, get suited and booted, and be ready, because we really can have at least 50 people. We should have at least 50 ready to go down there. We're going to go talk. We, not wait on no damn police, not wait on no damn Mississippi Bureau of Investigation. We go find the fucking owner of that business, and we go talk to them and see if they can do the same thing. I'm just saying. On that, I get it, mate.
I agree with you 100%, because you sound like me there with the Bible thing. Put some of that shit down, you understand, and be about something serious. You know, we could worry about that where we go after death later. We gotta deal with life right now. And now my ex and Oni in the chat was saying something interesting. Now my ex was saying the Bible tells you what to do when your enemy does something like this. It says eye for an eye. And Oni correctly comes through and says the Old Testament, maybe the New Testament, that Jesus stuff tells you turn the other cheek. That's what MLK then was on. We went down by the Pettus Bridge. We got our ass cut. We gonna go back tomorrow, and hopefully they see us. No, get off of that shit. Get off of that shit. These people don't see your suffering. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. Now my ex acknowledges New Testament is just England wanting the slave to do nothing to them. Unfortunately, our people don't believe in the Old Testament like they should if they want to believe in religion so badly. Trigger Happy 262, thanks, Oni, for the book. He just downloaded it. That's good. I like to see it. Let's go to Carl. Carl, what say you? What are your thoughts on what happened to Rasheem Carter?
Rasheem Carter was lynched. This was a lynching by any other name. You know, he told his mother what was going on, and maybe he felt like he had to work his job. He didn't have a choice. But yeah, he was lynched. You know, to find his head severed, his spinal column dismembered, it really brings back the memories of the lynchings that happened in this country all throughout the 19th and 20th century. You know, we hear about black people being burned alive, being boiled in oil, shot to death, castrated, all type of other horrible uh, tortures, and many lynchings. They gave the reason for the lynching of, you know, protecting white womanhood. You know, the black man was a rapist, but in reality, you know, many times it was just lynching black people for no reason at all, for them standing up for themselves, for them owning a business, for them having a weapon, for just for them having some land that the white people wanted, they would kill you for it. So, you know, this young man was lynched. It's obvious he was lynched. Um, they bring in Crump because Crump has the ability to get a financial settlement. You know, he has the ability to get the money. Not so much justice, but he can get the money. I'm kind of tired of seeing him too. He's become the go-to guy, you know, to talk about these issues, but you know, he's not really going to get justice. The family's going to get paid, but they're not going to get justice. How can you get justice for your child being murdered like this? I don't want to say what I would do, but I can't imagine my child being murdered like this, and you don't know what happened. You know, or you guess what happened, you can't prove it, and you know they just find their head and their body somewhere in the woods. You know, so my heart goes out to this mother, his family, and his loved ones. Um, we have to organize as a people for our self-defense because we're not safe here. We're not safe in this country. We're not safe in this world. Um, you know, we go kick in some doors is what we got to do because we're not safe as a people. If any time that one of us can be hurt like this, can be murdered like this, and we have to ask the Department of Justice, there's no justice in this country. There hasn't been for hundreds of years. What are we talking about? You know, they're going to send some federal investigators. What are they going to do? What was the young man they found his body rolled up in a mat in Georgia? What did the Department of Justice do for that? Nothing. So, you know, I understand this woman is grieving and she wants to go through the proper legal channels, but I'm afraid she's not really going to get the justice she seeks for her son. And I'm sorry that that's happening. Yeah, we're going to have to organize and really understand that this lynching never stops. It's not a historical event. It's still ongoing. You know, what happened with the brother in the one who was jogging, Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia? That was a lynching. It was a public murder. They shot this man. They killed him in broad daylight. And if it wasn't for the persistence of his mother, nothing would have happened because the entire establishment was set up to where they weren't going to do anything. And I guess they're trying to bring that type of pressure, that type of attention to her Rashid case. The same, you know, information that got the people who murdered Ahmaud Arbery. The only thing is that they had video in this case. We don't have the video here because had they not had that video, nothing would have happened to the crackers. Nothing. They would have got off scot free. So I hope that, you know, whatever information she has, I hope she gets it. But you know, we're not safe. We're not safe, and we have to really sit back, organize politically, organize with our weaponry, military training, whatever, because we're not safe. And they want us not to be safe. They want us to be able to touch us with impunity and kill us at will if we don't bow down to them. And I believe this young man, he stood up for himself. He might have had some verbal disagreements. I mean, I've had disagreements with my supervisor before. I haven't worried about him killing me. So I mean, this whole situation is fishy. So they need, you know, whoever this person's name is, they need to look into it. I know he knows more information he's letting on, but I'm pretty sure he's probably connected with local authorities in that area that gave him the ability to feel comfortable to threaten this young man's life. So I'm just really concerned if they're going to get bogged down with a bunch of red tape and, you know, the authorities in the area. They're not going to work to try to get this young man's killers brought to justice. It's just a tragedy. You know, and we have to be more aware that, you know, lynching is not a thing of the past, like I was saying before. It's still ongoing. You know, whenever we see these police videos, it's a lynching. It's a public murder done in broad daylight, and you're powerless to do anything about it. You know, they want you to think you're powerless. We're not powerless, but we have to take our power back. So I'm going to yield the mic. It's just a tragic situation. I hope they get justice.
I appreciate that, Carl. In the chat, I hope you guys are paying attention. Oni is dropping some book links, The Art of War. Earlier, he dropped fighting the slave trade. So you guys hit those Google links. Gassim says something I can't disagree with. He says, "Run away from America." Like this is what you're gonna. Our future generations are gonna have to really consider this shit in America. You have to get out of here. Lero says something interesting too. She says we need to be building black repatriation orgs, right? She said black liberation is a farce. It's African or ape. She says to be in retreat is to withdraw from enemy forces. You might have to get out of the clutches of these folks here. Real talk. You know, Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, it's tragic what happened to him. We know definitely. It's all a fuss. There's no there's so much obviously unanswered questions that that it's not just the people who did it, but people who are covering up. So it's a whole what they call a minor conspiracy. So but the sad thing is that it's not even a surprise anymore. Like you hear these things happening and you almost inure to it because it happens so much. So I do feel sad um like we said, but without this high level people who bring attention to the fact, would we know it otherwise if this Trump guy was not jumping about? Yes, he's an opportunist, probably an ambulance chaser and all that, but how would we know otherwise that these things are happening? So I'm not ennobling his profession. I'm just saying that otherwise these things happen probably more often than we know of. So I think it is good that it's brought to the attention of people, even though there may be some other motives to it. Now about people leaving, it's hard pretty much everywhere, and I think that people should move about. People not necessarily leave and go and make a drastic change, but people should be able to move about from country to country. Like on the continent, people didn't stay in one place. Tribes moved from place to place. If one place was not working, then you had the freedom to go somewhere else. Like I said with the people with the bad water, like if the water is bad, try exploring other places in the country, even if you have to find somewhere within, where there's some good water, just if that is possible, even if you have to have one person move in there. So I think that's one thing. Obviously it's not going to solve the problem because everything is pretty much, in the same, just in different degrees. But yeah, it's a shame what happened to him. I do feel, I feel bad for him, and and I would hope that yes, in dealing with some people, you should always have, not just telling someone. You should have gone there with someone, and I don't know the circumstances about it and so on, so I can't really say, but I'm sure he felt that he was in some kind of danger, and he tried to to warn somebody about it. It's just that it's sad that it didn't really save his life. So yeah, I feel bad about that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tanzan. Only thanks for posting those books in the chat. Keep them coming if you have more. But what are your thoughts on Rashim Carter?
Yes, I didn't know about this. I remember brother Bakari was saying the brother in Michigan who in Mississippi who got decapitated, and I was like, who got decapitated? So like what? So now I see what he's talking about, and yeah, that's that's the thing though. Like one thing we got to know, Tis, is that sometimes people know when shit's about to go down. Sometimes when shit's about to go down, and you should trust your instinct. You know, I think it was Brother Bakari said, you gotta have your piece on you. You know, if you're in the South, you gotta have your piece on you. I don't know what's happening here. I think Brother Bakari said some people trying to figure out what the like. I don't know. That's like this is bad. But he called his mother. He said, we're not seeing eye to eye. Like this is unfortunate for him, you know. Like I don't really have much to say, like you said. I don't know why Ben Crump is there, but I like what Brother Bakari was saying, so I would just say, if anybody really want to listen, like listen to what Brother Bakari was saying, because that's serious. These people just can't, like if they want smoke, like I think it was somebody said, yeah, if they want smoke, they should know there's fire come with it. You know what I mean? That's it.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Oni. Lero in the chat says, condolences to the brother's family. This was definitely a lynching. Wish he was able to drop his location or something. Trigger Happy 262 says, I think most people here agree with repatriation besides a few. So you would have been speaking to the choir. Gas them up. Gas them up says, we good. It's the other person in the panel that I am diametrically gonna just consistently, whatever that says. But is there any other last thoughts on this prompt before we move on? Bakari,
I have a thought on this. I'm not opposed to repatriation, but logistically speaking, how is that going to work? There's over 40 million Black people in the United States just alone. Realistically speaking, how would that work? How would you get 40 million people from the United States to Africa? Where in Africa would they go? We're talking about uprooting people who've been someplace for 3, 4, 500 years. I'm not against it. I support it. In fact, I'm going to Ghana with my brother and my sister next year, just to visit, but maybe to stay soon. But just logistically speaking, how would that work?
Carl, I think that's the thing, right? I think those are the conversations that we're not having. We're not answering that question per se, right? But I like what Lero, and I knew D-Web was out there, was going to say something to this one, right? The idea is that you really ain't going to get all 40 million, right? You just got to get who you're going to get. Webb will tell you 40 million people ain't leaving, and you don't want 90% of those people coming anyway. So you got to get who you can get. The rest who stay back, unfortunately, Kyle, I hate to say I'm going to use D-Web's terminology. A lot of them guys, a lot of those folks, we can't afford it. And I'm sorry to say it that way, but and we're not talking tomorrow. We're talking eventually, bit by bit, we got to start going back. So it's not 40 million people at once or 20 million people at once or whatever. But bit by bit, we got to be working towards getting some resources while we're here and getting up out of here. Even the Caribbean is too close probably, but even if you go there first, I mean, we gotta this shit here, and I know it's hard because, like you said, it's 400 or 500 years here, and a lot of people don't know anything else. But I know it's hard. But when you think about the idea that you are killed here, you are lynched, you're gunned down because of your race here, you're better off in a place where at least the police, what's the guy? The police chief, the governor, the mayor of that town, whatever, is a black guy, and he, they ain't gonna gun you down the way this shit is working out here. That's my only thing I could say to that. But Carl, go ahead.
Hey, can I say part of the reason I think a lot of people don't go?
Go ahead, Bakari.
Stay. And I think, if they can still keep an address here. But a lot of the reason, especially people that had like government jobs and retired, like say military, for instance, you do know most African countries, if they go, they don't get their full benefits that they have retired for.
Wow, that's
yes, you get them if you go to Europe. But I think if they go to Africa, I think it's like, God damn it. Because that's what I get. But part of it is not, I ain't retired from the military, but I'm just saying. But like at one time, I know it was like they might get half, or maybe not even half. Let's say people that retired and get $4,000 a month, right? If they go to Africa, let's say they go to Nigeria, it won't be 4,000 US dollars, right? It might be $1,000 US dollars, whatever, 4,000, however many dollars. Yeah, that's what you might get, and that's part of the problem, that you have been here and they do it for a reason. Now, you are allowed to go to Europe, and you can go to Asia, and you can keep all of your benefits. But there's a lot of African countries, this government would not let you keep your benefits. So that's part of the reason they have created something to keep a lot of people stuck. People that really want to go and don't, like I see Go Black to Africa go a lot. So, and I heard him say he's retired military. So he probably still have him an address here, but he can't go and be full-time and just go stay in Africa and keep all of his full benefits. He can't. Not where he's going. He just can't. They're not going to give it to him.
I did not know that. Ain't that some shit? These guys have this shit. Wow, I did not know that.
Hey, let me say this, Norma X. I understand what you're saying. Money can't be the only deciding factor. But what I'm saying is, if somebody have given this crooked ass country 20 years of their life, and now you get your retirement, let's say I'm going to use E7. You get your retirement, you retire E7 after 20 years. You're E7. So that's like, I say you probably be getting about $3,000 to $2,500, $3,000 a month, right? So everybody who do that much time is getting disability. So total, all in all, you're getting about $5,000, $6,000 a month in retirement benefits that you have. Some people put your life on the line for, right? Everybody have. Even me, when I didn't retire, but even me, when I told them I wouldn't go to Kuwait and I refused to go to war for this country, I took my chances. But even me, and I didn't go to war, but when they send me to Korea, and they didn't tell me this till I got there, where I was stationed, my life expectancy if war broke out was 8 minutes. So if you have done 20 years and have put your life on the line for this rabid ass country and everything that they have done for you, I do have an understanding of somebody saying, I don't want to just, you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to just leave my benefits, all my health benefits free for me and my wife. You understand, if that makes sense? I'm not saying money is everything, but you're leaving everything unless you can do like Go Black, have a address in both places. I'm just saying. I was just throwing it out there, part of the reason.
You know how they have and folks here might be interested, but you know how they have these folks who make these like tours, and they say I think Brandon from Pan Africanism Strikes Back was doing this. Have these like these group retreats. That's something. If someone was around here who did that stuff, I would be interested. I wish all of us could go and check Ghana or something. Check out somewhere in West Africa together and just see how it is and kind of just commune and build off of our experiences there. Trigger Happy 262 says something interesting. He says, "See, that's the thing for me. I don't agree with the idea that we should just let our people die, too. But Pan-Africanists and those who are useful need to build Africa as possible as a superstate." Yeah, I agree with you, Trigger. I don't say that lightly, but I like everyone here knows. The majority of our people, D-Web said it, Lero said it, I think Bakari would say it, Oni would say it, I would say it. Like, we know that most of our people out here would not go back. And, what else can I do for you? But you're right. If you have if you have power, right? If you have nationhood, you might could confer some protection to folks if you have power. That's the best bet that we can have. Marcus Garvey's way says, what FBA saying about this? Because they built this, so what are they saying? The FBA moniker ain't bullet or lynch proof clearly, right? I think Tanzan stepped away. Someone says $1,000 a month in Nigeria is middle class. I was thinking about that when Bakari was saying. I was thinking, if you still could get $1,000 US in a lot of African countries, I think that's still something significant. There's a lot of comments. Marcus McGee says he'd go back in a heartbeat. Lero says we can organize a trip ourselves if we really wanted to. Yeah, that's something I'm thinking about. Like, it'd be nice if we, do that thing where people put their money down, save up, and everyone hop a plane and get up out of here. Now we can't let the folks know that we're all going the same, that we're all hanging out at the same time. But yeah, it's something to think about. Yeah, that's a very interesting thing. I don't know. Did I get everyone on this?
Can I say one more thing before you slide on, before you go on?
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead, Bagar.
All of us, let's just say I'm gonna be honest. If we was to say repatriate out of 40, 45 million black people, I'm gonna be honest, I believe it will be around 5 to 10 million, right? If we truly about Pan-Africanism in building ourselves and building the continent, and I'm something like and want to take care of our people, we don't all have to go to the same country either. We can still stay in touch. Some can go to Ghana, some can go to Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying? Some can go to Gambia, go to Senegal. We can spread ourselves throughout the continent. We don't have to just go to one country. That's because I just know when my mama went, I didn't get to go. I was in the military and I couldn't. But I know when my mama went and she did 3 months, a month in Ghana, a month in Gambia, a month in Senegal. And her exact words when we told, she say if she had gone to Africa before she had kids in America, she would have never come back. All of her children would have been born in Africa. She said she just would have never come back.
Very interesting. Now your mom did the only thing, man. 3 months in the continent. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. Bobby Wright in the chat says Dynast conducts tours regularly to West Africa, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Ghana. I see Gassim says tours is a scam. I'm not necessarily talking about tours in that way, but I think it'd be nice for people who are serious about this thing to hit the continent as a group and really like take it in and see where we can fit in, where we can do our thing. Trig Happy says do a panel to have this discussion would be good. He says it's also somewhat lazy to just say everyone is for doom. But in an urgent situation, all pioneers need to be in Africa building it to a superstate. I agree with that. Lero says if you want to leave, you should plan for it with others who want to do the same. Very simply, the rest is irrelevant. Yeah, I agree with those things. I think it's something that's the next step for me personally. I've watched the different people Dynast. I watched Brandon from Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. I've seen our very own Cassandra Cheek go to the continent, go to East Africa. I've seen our very own Oni do it most recently, 3 months on the continent. So yeah, that's my next step. Don't be surprised if I don't do Shoot the Breeze from the continent one day soon. That's my next step. But yeah, that's something we should get real serious about talking about and thinking about. So if you guys have ideas about that, shoot them to me and we could build on it. With that said, since there's no more comments, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shout out to Buano, who's not here tonight. He's a regular, but he has a wedding that he's attending. Shout out to Uzuli and Gas and all you guys out in the chat who are making the conversation robust and nice. I appreciate all of you. Lero says tap in with her. I appreciate all you guys. Uzuli, don't be talking shit from the chat. Hop on and defend what you're saying. All right? Should be topic number 5 tonight. Did the Mongolian invasions traumatize Europe and shape European warmongering? This came with a link, of course. The link takes us to YouTube, so we'll watch the video. It's about 10 minutes or so I'll play, and then we'll discuss it.
I'm simply walking. Everyone say to me. And I have a topic today which is rather controversial. It's a theory that I find fascinating. I find the discussion around it very fascinating. It has a lot of aspects I really like, and then also a lot of problems too. So here's the theory. This guy and this guy Tell me if you hear where I'm going with this. A power is rising in the east, and all the kingdoms of men are falling to it. The west is being invaded by endless hordes of deadly warriors, this army that just suddenly exists, no one has ever heard of them before, all under the control of a, from our perspective, mysterious shadowy warlord. And one by one, the kings of the west are falling to this tyrant. He's enslaved them, basically, made tribute kingdoms out of them, and these hordes are moving further and further to what the west considers the heart of civilization. You have armies of other eastern lands, other southern lands joining the cause against the west. So from a western perspective, this invasion is an existential threat to the entire civilized world, to the entire world of men. And here's the controversial part. These warriors, from the point of view of your average Western man standing in their way, being from a different race, having a radically different appearance, these men legitimately look like monsters to the Europeans. That is the fact of how anyone saw anyone different from them throughout all of human history until like 100 years ago. If you're different from me, then you're a monster. You know, you imagine your average Bulgarian dude, your average Pole, your average Russian. This guy's never seen anyone who doesn't look pretty much like him. Now you have these warriors who are violent on a level that no one has even heard of before. They are pillaging everyone, they're killing everyone, they're raping everyone. This is pure terror, and it's intentional terror. That's why they do things like catapulting dead bodies of victims into the cities that they're attacking. From the victim's perspective, the whole thing was beyond barbaric. It was beastly, maybe even demonic to these people. And the way the hordes have been acted, the way they lived, seemed equally beast-like to their victims. Mongol soldiers ate raw meat. They sometimes drank the living blood of their horses to keep hydrated. They didn't bathe at all, so they were absolutely filthy. And washing clothes was a taboo to them, so these horsemen just wore their clothes until they rotted off their bodies. So take that and combine it with completely different facial structures from anything these Europeans had ever seen. Combine it with a language that to Western ears sounded like a bunch of barking, snarling grunts. Combine this also with the pointlessness of all this. To the West, there just seemed no purpose whatsoever in all this destruction. These hordes would just keep moving across the continent, laying waste to every city, endlessly killing, endlessly raping, pillaging, until the whole world fell to this great evil warlord. And that is how it seemed until one day all of it just stopped. It was suddenly over. There was a great retreat. This entire endless army of these demonic killers just disappeared. They just rode back to their homeland with seemingly no reason at all. And only later will we learn it was because their leader, the Great Khan, had died. Okay, now, so how would such an event embed itself into a culture? Hundreds and hundreds of years later, how would its motifs creep into the stories people told? And you know, we're dealing here with a collective trauma of millions and millions of victims. Accuracy is not going to be the point here. History is going to be carried down through its own channels, and history will know that these Mongol warriors were just humans like you and me. But when a mother is telling her child a bedtime story, she's going to open her mouth, and what's going to come out? Well, what awakened fear in this person? What in their life scared them the most? What form will the scariness take? What sort of horrific imagery will the story's evil model itself after? And how is the story going to play out? What will salvation look like when it comes in the end? And here we have to wonder what the Western mind even thought had happened at the end of all this. It was not a military victory. It seemed almost like magic. And yeah, perhaps they had heard that magic was involved in all this. Perhaps they heard whisperings of a golden trinket this dark warlord possessed that granted him divine powers. So this process I'm kind of roughly and dramatically describing is included in the overall category of mythologizing, which is how Tolkien viewed his works, an invented mythology of England. And mythologies are not like normal stories. They're drawing on completely different sources. It's not the creativity of a solitary author shaping all the events of a narrative to entertain. No, with a myth, the story coalesces from ideas, information, memories, values, cultural content that is already there in the culture. And that cultural content expresses itself almost like a volitional force through the storytellers. The storytellers of these types of myths are shaping arcs, shaping themes, shaping archetypes, but they're not choosing these archetypes. The archetypes are there as the most resonant archetypes to that culture already. A great example of this myth-like story in modern times is Godzilla, which is a story that captured for Japanese people all these feelings and memories and ideas and traumas related to nuclear weapons. The storyteller shaped that cultural content, provided specific imagery, but gigantic, destructive, uncontrollable force laying waste to cities, the storyteller did not choose that. That was there. And all that just flowed through the storyteller to express itself in this particular form. So Tolkien and probably countless other storytellers throughout Western history take the Mongol invasion, this event, this memory, this trauma, and these storytellers, Tolkien included, give shape, provide specific imagery to its set of archetypes. And these archetypes, by the way, which represent, I think, by far the most resonant depiction of evil for the Western mind. Existential fear of invading hordes, monstrous barbarians conquering the world, an unseen dark master of it all controlling it from his mysterious realm. that lies in the direction of mystery. It's not the West. The West is just water. We know what's West, just water, and then India, obviously. But East, no one knows what's there. Total mystery. It's a question mark. It's where our nightmares would spawn from. But then once we do know what's there, once we do know what's East, well, then we enter a new brief era where a new cardinal direction gains resonance, which we sometimes do see. Now the North is the mysterious direction. The North is where we'll see our existential threat to civilization. Mindless hordes controlled by a single leader who are defeated instantaneously once we kill said leader. And then once we've explored that, once the North is no longer mysterious, well, now there's a very obvious new mysterious direction, the final mysterious direction, one might say. Aliens and their tropes follow the same pattern. They are invading the world, destroying civilization. They possess technology, which is deadly on a different level. We've got the hive mind tropes, and even more blatant, we have the leader, the mothership. Take out the mothership, alien invasion over instantly. So what I'm saying, bottom line, is that this event that traumatized these two continents birthed a new archetype for evil in our stories. What it is, how it works, what it looks like, what it sounds like, its goals, the type of threat it poses, and what human victory against it looks like. This is a trope grouping that we just see again and again in different forms, and on its surface it doesn't make a ton of sense why these characteristics would be compelling. Why are aliens depicted as kind of filthy? Why is their skin a different color? Why are they beast-like? Why are they typically coming to destroy all of modern civilization? And why do so many of them have a mothership that just instantly knocks out all the underlings once it's gone? How does that even make sense? That's not realistic. I'm not buying that, because that doesn't happen, except for that one time that mysterious army invaded the world with advanced technology and a different skin color and general filthiness, and then when their leader died, they vanished. Yeah, that one time, all of this kind of sort of did happen. So I think it makes sense that this type of event would take this type of place in our storytelling. Now, there are a lot of really strong questions on this theory from the standpoint of history, and those are worth its own discussion. But the controversy, when I'm talking about the storytellers giving specific imagery to archetypes, Tolkien did give us this specific imagery, and he also gave us this specific description of that imagery. The idea of Tolkien basing his race of monsters off of Asians, that idea sounds kind of racist to us. I'm part Asian myself, not Mongolian, but I have a different facial structure and a different skin tone and slanty eyes. This is kind of relevant to me. How do I feel about all this? And before I give my opinion, please comment your opinions as well. I definitely want to know what you think about this theory overall, but also this criticism of it. So on the one hand, just as far as what I've seen people go so far as to criticize anyone who even brings this theory up. Anyone who even asks about the theory is problematic and racist. And then on the other hand, I've read about phenomena like Mongolian people themselves nowadays in modern times using orc as a slur for each other to mean like a low-life and uncivilized country bumpkin. We might say a redneck. It seems like they adopted this word based on Tolkien mythology and noting a lot of the things I mentioned in this video about that historical period, a lot of the parallels. Personally, I've tried to give it thought with as balance of a head as my shoulders can handle, and the more I think about it, the more I just don't really see the problem. This is not about Mongolia, it's not about Mongolians. It's about Chinggis Khan and his army in the 1200s. And to be absolutely clear here, Mongolians, wonderful people. 12th century Mongol hordes, Chinggis Khan, evil. Murdering, raping, pillaging. It's hard to imagine a legitimate problem someone could raise with calling these specific people monsters. And also, I lied, it's not even about Chinggis Khan and his army. It's about what a medieval culture's hypothetical mythologizing of that trauma might look like. Same way that people of the Americas might mythologize European conquering hordes into monsters, or Africans might mythologize the conquering hordes of colonists they faced or the slavers they faced. The point is, we are really removed from actual people here. The theories are saying basically these are the nightmares that this historical event has caused us. This is how a specific grouping of a specific people at a specific time were internalized by my great-great-grandpa's unconscious, which he had no control over and probably no awareness of whatsoever. That is the unpart of unconscious. To bring this back to the actual race of Asian people and say Tolkien was dehumanizing them when we are historically removed and also just realistically removed, we're not in the realm of reality, we're in the realm of people's minds here. I just don't see it. Like I characterized it earlier, I think his goal was to be a medium for this cultural story and these cultural archetypes that were already embedded in Western culture to express themselves. He was seeking the imagery that was most resonant to that. He was painting a picture of realistically troubling, realistically mythologized ancient trauma. And that's something that's so distant from any roots where it came from once upon a time long ago, so distant that we don't see it at all anymore. That connection is not recognizable. Someone has to talk about it, explain it, for people to realize that there even was a link to something real in the first place at all. The mythologized version of these ideas, memories, etc., it's taken on a life of its own. It's something totally new at this point. And I would go further. I think that's actually the most interesting part of all of this, which is how myths paint this fascinating picture of this weird interaction between history and imagination. We can compare the mythologized version to reality and see how radically inaccurate this mythologizing process can be. Because Chinggis Khan was a real person, and Mongolia is a real place, and Mongolian people are real, and the reality is nothing like the mythologized version. And I'm already doing the version of this visiting Middle Earth meme by going to New Zealand. I'm not going to like go to Mongolia just for this video. No, just kidding. Welcome to Mongolia. So the thing I think is most interesting is the category that they got completely wrong. And this is something that I call filling in the blanks. Because there's part of this whole mythology thing that they get not right exactly, but at least it's anchored somewhere. It's a translation of events. We turn brave men into heroes, we turn cruel men into monsters. It's stuff that did happen. It just transformed by this cultural processing of
I set up like 10 minutes. You know, that's the last thing he was saying there is a very interesting thing. Why is it Africans didn't turn Leopold? And you know what? Let me preface it and say I don't know for sure if they didn't. But why didn't at least folks in the Congo, for example, turn Leopold into a thing of nightmare? Like their children and stuff should be learning about the ogre Belgiums and stuff like that. Like why didn't we do that? That's a very curious thing. You guys are dropping a lot of comments in the chat. I'll try to read them in a few. But Bakari did ask an interesting question. Why didn't the Mongolians, Genghis Khan and them go to Africa? And I would say it's because especially Northern Africa, East and West, had good defenses. They try to say what they call sub-Saharan Africa, not so much. I don't know if that's true, but I would say they had good defenses and stuff like that. So let's start with Bakari. Bakari, what say you to this?
You know, they didn't just traumatize the European world. They also controlled a lot of the Middle East, and they traumatized them Arabs, them Turks, them Ottoman Turks. I guess that's where they get their warmongering from too. The Mongolians were ruthless, and I think the Mongolians, I've studied the Mongolians, but I never could figure out why they didn't go to Africa. I know it took an African slave army, an Egyptian slave army, the Mamelukes, to defeat them. I know that. But would I say they got the yes? Because I think they saw how brutality, how being vicious and ruthless in creating fear could control a people. The same with those damn Ottoman Turks who bowed down to the Mongolians for a very long time. The Mongolians were the Mongolians did it to a lot of people. But the question I asked about Africa, I wondered, and I know I've read a couple of sources, and they say Genghis Khan and his children or grandchildren after him said there was nothing in Africa. And of course, we know that's not true. I just always wondered why they didn't go. But yes, I do believe the Europeans got some of their warmongering and got some of their strategies from the Mongolians, because a lot of stuff that they did to us, the Mongolians was able to do to them, because of you don't pay your, I just say tithes, what is it? If you don't pay your tribute, you get killed. They rape, they rob, like D. Will put in the chat. They did so much raping and robbing and pillage. They just got a whole region that's just Genghis Khan. That's those people just damn near everybody got Mongolian DNA from what they did. So yes, but I would say yes, the Europeans, but I would not just say the Europeans. I would also say those Ottoman Turks, because of how the Mongolians controlled them and treated them. And on that, I yield the mic.
Thanks, Bakari. Carl, what say you? Did the Mongolian invasion traumatize Europe and shape European warmongering?
Absolutely. Well, I would say that European warmongering existed before the Mongols. This is a very interesting topic. You know, as a kid, I enjoyed reading Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, all of those stories. So, you know, I was kind of that nerdy kid. So I enjoyed reading those books. But yeah, so I definitely think that the Mongol invasions, they did have a part to play, especially within Russia, because the Russians really felt the brunt of the Mongol invasion. They believe that many of the traditional Russian xenophobia comes from their invasion by the Mongols, because they couldn't stand against them. But also, as Bakari was saying, the Muslims also felt the wrath of the Mongols. Baghdad was destroyed by the Muslims. For example, they took the Sultan and they rolled him up in a carpet and they trampled him to death with their horses because the Mongols believe that you should not shed the blood of a noble person or a royal person. So they just, they killed him, but they trampled him to death with their horses instead of just killing him outright. So the Mongols were, as this question as to how why they didn't go to Africa. And you mentioned how the Mamelukes in Egypt defeated the Mongols in battle, and I guess they didn't go any further. That was kind of their high water mark. Once they were defeated, they fell back and they didn't go any further into Africa. The battle, can't think of the name of the battleground, but supposedly it's the same place that David defeated Goliath. It's somewhere in Palestine. So the Mamelukes were able to defeat the Mongols, and they were, they turned back. Kind of like, in history where the Moors went into France, they got defeated, and they got sent back into Spain. They didn't feel going any further. But yeah, I think there definitely is some definitely some trauma coming from these collective events. How that shaped like the Lord of the Rings story, I kind of see some similarities comparing the orcs with the Mongols, comparing Genghis Khan to Sauron. I don't know about this kind of extreme, but it does kind of give the idea that hey, they don't know where these people came from. They attacked us, they started killing us, and really, like he was saying, it was only the death of Genghis Khan that turned them back because by the time the Mongols had reached Poland, they didn't have any major armies to face them. The French hadn't mustered support. The kingdoms of England weren't really ready to fight them. There was nothing really stopping them. However, the Mongols weren't unbeatable. They got defeated by the samurai in Japan, so they weren't completely unbeatable. They didn't have any power at sea, but Genghis Khan's grandson, Kublai Khan, in China, he almost wiped out the Chinese. So I think there is a basis to this theory this guy is saying. And I think also when you kind of form these collective mythologies around these events, it makes sense that they would kind of view the Mongols as monsters or orcs or whatnot. One thing about Tolkien is that I do notice when I have read his works before, is that how even in his fictional mythology, how blackness is almost demonized. So in the story, for example, they're trying to get to the land of Mordor, where the ring was made, where the ring could be destroyed. So, and Tolkien was a linguist. He created languages and he built worlds around the language he created. So the word Mor means black, darkness. Mordor is the black land, the land of shadow. The dwarves live in Moria, the black pit. So, it's just funny how even in his fictional mythology that he created, there's always a problem with blackness. There's a problem with being dark. But yeah, I think that he does have some facts in his theory. I think he's coming up with an interesting theory about what he's doing. But I think that again, Russian xenophobia can be traced back to the Mongol invasions. The Mongols came and they stayed, whereas in rest of Western Europe they didn't stay. They left after they got after Genghis Khan died. So yeah, he has a lot of interesting ideas. So I'll pass the mic on that. Thank you. Good topic.
No, Kyle, that was a good response. I like all that knowledge that you dropped there. Lara earlier says tap me in, I guess, in terms of booking, going to the continent. Nama X says he Genghis looked African. Bobby, right? You're completely right. I did interview RJ Mati, and he did talk. We did talk about the repatriation program. I should try to have him on again. It's just the time difference kind of messes things up. Brother Bakari says not just Europeans, but Turks and the rest of the Islamic world were traumatized by the Mongolians. Gasimov says this is the typical Muzungu analyst. Nama X says this dude in the video has some European bias. I agree. He says the barbarism of Rome is second to none. House Reality Podcast says you got a whole region directly descended from Genghis and his generals. There was raping and pillaging, something serious. He didn't play with these people at all. Absolutely. Bobby Wright says, especially the Mongol invasions under Chinggis Khan's grandson, or I guess maybe it's Genghis Khan's grandson, Agatai. By the way, Bobby Wright, you guys follow him on Instagram. Bobby be posting I mean, multiple things a day. That's real dope. Like a lot of information you wouldn't know. I know Lero's tapped in, Forecast is tapped in. So y'all follow Bobby Wright on IG. I wish Bobby would come up on the panel if we could get his phone working and stuff like that. Brother Bukhari says, do anyone know why? Yeah, the Mongolians didn't go to Africa. We talked about that. What else? What's new here down here? Bobby Wright says the Mamelukes defeated a force under Genghis Khan's grandson, Hegelu Khan, in 1265 at the Battle of Ain Jalat in Palestine. But they made peace after the Mongols converted. I tell you, Bobby be on his history, boy. Trigapi 262 says, I think they would have met Kanem Bornu if they got to Africa. Would have been interesting. Bobby says the West Mongols convert to Islam. Gas him up says the world is dominated by Muzungu programming. The Mongols have nothing to do with this. Interesting response. Let's hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, you heard what Gas had to say. You saw the video. What say you?
Well, to start with the prompt about the stomatized, that's actually very, very biased, language. One of those armchair philosophy going back in retrospect, they were traumatized. The whole idea of trauma doesn't really apply. I think that what happened is that they were very much surprised that there was a force outside of them because they had been warring amongst themselves or fighting amongst themselves, so they did not imagine that something else could come from outside and actually take over. Because I think it changed the way they viewed, the outside world. I would say with, the area we call Russia right now, they had invited, from what I know of, Russian history, they had invited the Vikings who had, pretty much taken over, but not with the same ferocity that the Mongols have. Theirs was either a very fair enough system or a very severe one. But in terms of their effect on Europe, no, I don't think it was trauma. I think it was a a break in their history, something that it made them maybe sharper or better able to. It also opened them up to some of those to the Asian roots and the Asian roots, the trade routes. So in a way, it was a disadvantage that they turned into their advantage. Instead of just fireworks, now they were able to convert them to war machines. So not traumatized in a way. I would say that it was something that, it actually made them better people in terms of what they were doing. It sharpened their edges. The Mongols, I know they used horses a lot. I don't know if the Europeans borrowed from it, but they might have been like a cross reference because they were from the steeps of of the mountains, so they were very well versed in that. So I don't know about the traumatizing part. I think that it was just they learned something from it, and it catapulted them into going further into their history. But they didn't learn, or it didn't, shake them into saying, "Oh, now we're going to go out and fight," and so on. They were the history was interrupted, but I don't say it was that much affected by the Mongols. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. Someone was speaking. Who's that? Was it Oni who was speaking just now? Oh, God. All right. Anyway, I see we got Uwa Bantuam in the chat. Peace to Uwa. Real Black Gentleman said Islam absorbed the Golden Horde. Gas said the Europeans did not bathe, so how can they be scared of Mongols? He said Russia, in the modern sense, did not exist. Bobby Wright comes back and says it was divided into principalities, but the early state in Ukraine was called Kievan Rus in the 9th century. Good to know. Actually, I think I've read that before. Uwa says to Trigger, Happy, how do you know about Kanem Bornu? And how much do you know? That's interesting. Nobody speaks about them. So Trigger, you're being called out to explain some stuff. I'll be interested to read that in the chat. Real Black Gentleman said Japan broke out in much the same way the Mongols did. You got to go hard in Asia. Gas him up, says to Bobby, the Russia that you are describing has nothing to do with the German Jewish state of the Soviet republics called Russia today. Lenin was a German plant meant to kill millions of Moorish blood. Trigger Happy says to Uwa, not as much as I want to, but I'm still studying about it. By the way, Trigger mentioned earlier being of Ghanaian heritage, and I always felt, I think I said that on Should the Read before, Bahamian people, I think, feel a brotherhood with Ghanaian folks. Like I think Jamaican folks feel a brotherhood with Nigerian folks. It's very interesting. So yeah, Ghana somewhere is probably the first place I like to hit when I hit the continent. With that said, let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you to this? Do you think the Mongolians created this European mindset of warmongering?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say they created it. Because obviously these white boys was warring with each other from way before. You know what I mean? As far as, you know, let's say, did it tell them, look, you got to get your shit together? You know what I mean? Possibly. You know what I mean? I mean, not saying that they didn't think they had to get their shit together already, but you know, I think the dude was talking about how people create myths to say, oh, look, you know, we fighting the aliens, and oh man, we gotta get our shit together. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, we fighting Godzilla, and our shit, we gotta get our shit together. You know, whatever, right? That said, you know, like if you're facing an existential threat, you know, then like, yeah, I could see you uniting around the idea of, you know what, we can't face existential threats anymore. And I see white folks still with that kind of mentality, like that whole let's, you know, what we gonna do if we fight aliens type shit. They're thinking that. You know what I mean? Generally speaking, most of us as black people ain't thinking about what we gonna do if aliens come to the planet. You know, like you know what I mean? Like maybe we thinking, well, maybe they're peaceful. You know what I'm saying? But like these white boys, they thinking, yeah, man, I'll put a few shells between they brows. Why not? You know, I'll speak to them. I'll do, you know, because even like when you think about this, for instance, as another existential threat that is serious and realistic. Aliens not that realistic, but you know what's realistic is a meteor coming into your fucking like just downing you, right? These white boys think about that shit. Like even when we talk about, some people be like, yo, it's a pandemic versus a pandemic, whatever, right? Even when you talk about this pandemic, what I can say is this: 5 months before the outbreak, right? You know, so I'm talking about 2019, you know, early 2019. They was talking about what would happen if there was a coronavirus. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know, it would, you know, like Umar Johnson, like, don't you find that suspicious? Now, it would be suspicious if they wasn't doing this shit every year about a different type of outbreak.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so like when we like coronavirus, what the fuck is that? How did you get a vaccine so quickly? You know, how do you know about coronavirus? I never heard of it before, right? But these white boys like, yeah, this virus been flying around. You know what I mean? And we know it could cause a global, because a lot of people be asking, why did everybody go into these you know, why they go to Bill Gates? And it's like, if you saw the video, right? He was on the planning commission of what should we do? You know what I'm saying? So in the what should you do situation, you go to the who the plan. Now, I'm not saying I agree with that. What I'm trying to say is that these white boys are preparing for threats, existential threats. Even when we talk about war games, right? Even when we talk about war games, these white boys have war games about what would we do if China did so and so forth? What would we do if Russia did so and so forth? You know, before Russia invaded Ukraine, America was like, oh, not only did they say, oh, Russia's about to invade Ukraine, this is what they're going to do. And somebody said they went back, you know, and they checked out, you know, what 2 months, like the 2 months, the 2 months or the 6 months after. And they said, let's see what America predicted that Russia would do versus what Russia did. And it's like, yeah, the predictions added up. You know, what I'm saying is that these people, I'm not saying that this is the moment when they said let's be wars, because they had that, the Vandals, they had the Visigoths, they had that, they had all that, they have it in their head. Like I said, the freaking Bible, that's all that worship too. But that like they, you know, another thing you said about how they created they created an enemy out of these people, right? And how we don't do that. Like I'm telling you, like these white folk, they take it seriously. I don't know if I'll go as far, like, because Tanzania made a point. I don't know if I'll go as far to say traumatized. Maybe I would. I don't know, because Koku's gonna wrap me out and say that I did say that. So, but no, I was just asking a question. You gotta shape a question, right? But what I'm saying is that did they like it is a part of it, like because another thing that this other white boy told me. I mean, he didn't tell me, but it was in a book. He was like, yeah, even the dragon story, like the dragons of the Middle Ages, that would have been ancient black folk. You know what I mean? Like they know how to mythologize their enemies, and their enemies they go to sleep thinking about their enemies. Like their bedtime stories is watch out for them motherfucking orcs. You know who them orcs are. You know what I'm saying? Their bedtime story is watch out for them dragons. You know who them fucking dragons are. Somebody was like the dwarves, like Tolkien said, the dwarves is Jews. You know what I'm saying? He's like, watch out for them gold loving hook nose dwarves. You know what I'm saying, right?
With the rhyming names, yep.
Exactly. With the long names, going under counting their gold. Watch out for them. They know what the fuck they doing. The only trouble is that we, like I said, in Congo, and I didn't say this, but in Congo, they selling chocolates with hands.
Wow.
Like what?
Wow.
You selling chocolate hands in the Congo. And motherfuckers is buying it. They're like, oh, I love these delicacies. Are you fucking kidding me?
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Bakari, you want to add something?
No, I was asking him what he was saying. I do, but I'm gonna wait till he finished. But I was asking him what he said they were selling in the Congo. I didn't understand what he said.
Chocolate hands.
Okay, so they used to cut off people's hands if you ain't made the rubber quota, right? And so one of the, like, how you might buy a like in America, you might buy a Snickers or I don't know, one of them, them candy corn, all those kind of candies we got. So in the Congo, yeah, exactly. When the Congo, they got chocolate shaped like hands.
What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Wow, I didn't know that. Wow, that kind of threw me off. But
I did want to add something. I get a chance though.
No, go ahead, Bakari. You got it.
Now, when you say they traumatized, I can say this is something I can say. They learned from some of the mistakes that the Mongolians made when the Mongolians was in control. Mongolians allowed people to keep their language and allowed people to keep their religion. Mongolians even converted to Islam and some converted to Christianity. As you see, once people finally made it us and took control of us, they wanted to take everything from us. They took your language. They took your name from you. They took your religion from you. They made anything about you be bad, right? So you wouldn't want to deal with it, right? So then we get excited. Some black folks get excited if they see a white woman talking about voodoo. See, or you go around here in Georgia, I see quite a few white people with the Ankh tattooed on them, talking about, that's where God come from. I see quite a few rednecks with that on them, right? But they forced us to run away from it. The Mongolians allowed them to keep it. And, under the guise of their religion, they came together to fight under Allah Akbar. They came together to fight under Jesus. And I noticed some things, even some of the Mongolians that was loyal to the religion, right? Some of the Mongolians, and this is part of the reason they failed, turned and actually started fighting with the Muslims because of the religion. Started fighting with the Ottoman Turks, trying to free them from under Mongolian control because of the religion. And I think that is something they learned not to do because they saw how it hurt the people that absolutely dominated and controlled them and made them pay tribute. And if you don't pay tribute, we'll cut your hands off, or we'll kill you, or we might not kill you. We'll take your woman or your child and we'll kill them. You see what I'm saying? On that, I yield the mic.
No, I like that, Bakari. Thank you for that. In the chat, I see Gas is asking for proof of the chocolate hands. Jose says it's a Belgian thing, the chocolate hands. Don't know if they do it do that ish in the Congo too? Probably yes. Only tells them do a search. Chocolate Hands Congo.
Oh, I didn't even see his comment. I was just putting that in the chat. I didn't realize it was. But yeah. I guess it does fit right there. I was just, yeah.
It fits well. Gassimo says, Koku, that's a cap. There's nothing in the Congo. So nothing sold in Congo. It is sold in Belgium. Oh, okay. But even if it's sold in Belgium, what's the messaging in that?
Yeah. Because my thing is not, because I remember, look, when I was studying, like when I was first familiar with the Congo, that was like 10, 15 years ago. So there was a documentary and they was walking around the Congo showing off the chocolate sold there. I don't know. I mean, again, like, yeah. So I don't know why somebody would say that's cap. I mean, it would be like there's isn't there like Leopoldville inside of Congo? Like I'm pretty sure like I said, it was like 15 years ago.
I think one of the capitals is Leopoldville.
Yeah. So I mean, I think they do sell the chocolate in Leopoldville. I don't know why somebody would think that people don't sell the chocolate there.
I appreciate all of you on
Said
that.
they've been selling the chocolate hands, yeah. So I don't know why would that be cap? I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Trigger Happy 262 mentioned what I was talking about earlier. I think I should read that off. He says, yeah, bitter medicine, us Akan folk were heavy in the Caribbean. I believe you, man. Truly. So definitely a brotherhood. Read anything from KWAZ Konadu for a good introduction on the Akan. He goes on to say KWAZ in particular has an interesting book on the Akan diaspora in the Americas. So that's also a good start. I think all ethnic groups need to study how they are related to Africans. Someone mentioned it too. Yeah, Trigger Happy says definitely good stuff. Definitely need to get his books on the Discord. Essentially, is what he's talking about there. Yeah, you guys have. I put a community tab up recently and only did his part tonight. I'll have to come back and grab some of those. Or if you guys like Trigger Happy, if you grab it, send me it in a DM. Those books in PDF. I'll put it on the Bitter Medicine library. I have a bunch of books, trust me, in a storage. I need to put up there. Man, so much to do all the time. But if you guys have books of note, books that Pan-Africans should be reading, send them to me. If you have them in a PDF format or a link to the PDF, send them to me. I'll post them on the Discord. Did I get everyone on that one? I think I did. Right? I think I did. That was Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. I want to thank you guys in the chat who've been very active as well. What I want to do now is I want to do a quick station ID break just to remind you guys of the network. On the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. Stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yeah, also, guys, make sure you check out Tanzan African Mind, Brother Bakari Podcast, the Forecast Radio, and the Consider Cheek Show. I'll have that supercut hopefully within the next week of all the shows so that we can just play that on all the different platforms that we have. Gas says I got to start fact-checking stuff. I mean, we're all here together. Let's fact-check together, right? I can't fact-check while kind of running the show at the same time. But you're right. We do need to make sure our facts are correct. I have faith in Oni though with what he's saying. So I'll go with that. Should have bring topic number 6 tonight. We're making good time tonight too. Europeans do get deported too. That's an interesting topic. Let's see what this takes us to. Seems like it's YouTube. And what we'll do, we'll watch the video and then we'll talk about it.
The visa of the man you are seeing on the screen right now. This man came to Nigeria with his rate to the sixth ways. He brought his rate to the season with him in an extra luggage, and the federal government of Nigeria was like, Oh, hell no. You cannot do this here. You would have to pack your load and go. So that's the situation we're going to be covering in today's video. But before we fully dive into this video, I would love to share something with you guys. I frequently get messages from people who've got mad love for the motherland and wants to learn more about her. So I thought I'd introduce a particular creator to you guys. He's an African storyteller who goes by the name The African Diary. His stories are entertaining, yes, but they are also educating. Plus, he's very much passionate about uniting the African people, home and abroad.
You've probably heard me say this before. I prefer using the term Africans instead of black people because the connection to the landmass carries way more power. But I wrongfully assumed that everybody knew about this piece of information I'm about to share with you. However, even without this piece of information, I will still be referring to us as Africans. The African Union has 6 regions, but on the African continent, there are only 5 regions. Southern Africa, Eastern Africa, Central Africa, Western Africa, Northern Africa, then the last but not the least, the 6th region is the diaspora. Therefore, power to all my African people, those at home and abroad.
Yeah, that's one of his videos from TikTok. His no one gets left behind mentality really drew me to him, you know. I have been following him for roughly 2 years now, and I have learned so much from him. So if you're interested in fun stories from Africa and you want to learn more about the continent, I would recommend you check him out. Maybe you could learn a thing or two from him as well. So that being said, I have linked his YouTube channel, his podcast, and his other socials down below in the description and in the comment section as well. So without further ado, let's get back to today's video. The federal government of Nigeria has revoked the visa, residence, and work permit of Roger Brown, a popular British businessman and investor in Nigeria. The federal government took the move over the allegation that the British business mogul racially abused his Nigerian staff. And this was disclosed in a tweet by Bashir Ahmad, the special assistant to President Muhammadu Buhari on digital communications on Thursday, March the 10th of 2023. Mr. Ahmad's tweet reads, "The federal government has revoked visa, residence, and work permit of Roger Brown, a British businessman and CEO of Seplat Energy PLC, an oil and gas exploration and production company based in Nigeria, over alleged racism, favoring of foreign workers, and discrimination against Nigerian employees." Reacting to the development, the former senator of Kaduna Central and chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, Shehu Sani, commended the development. His words read, "Racism in Nigeria. The revocation of the visa of the CEO of Seplat Energy PLC, Roger Brown, by the federal government over the allegation of racism against Nigerians in their company is commendable. You can't come to our country to make money and discriminate against our people." See, when I receive updates like this from my country, Nigeria, if una know how my body they sweet me, like I swear, they give me joy. Yes, my country, Nigeria, we have a lot of work to do in the country. But you see, one thing we do not tolerate in Nigeria is this madness. Like, you cannot bring it here. And this is not the first time that the federal government is addressing racism in Nigeria. There was a time in 2019, 2020 that Chinese restaurants were talking about how they were not going to accommodate Nigerians. And their establishment was shut down. Like, you cannot come to Nigeria and you will not say you want to be misbehaving racially. If you're not lucky, area boys will forget bottle for your head. We have a saying in Nigeria, and the saying goes like this: if you do anyhow, you go see anyhow. How can I even translate that in English? If you misbehave, basically, you go collect. Okay, that's more pidgin English. But I know you guys follow. I know you guys get what I'm saying. There was a time, what year was that even? I can't remember. Long story short, there was this white guy who came down here and he was effing around racially and he found out. No, he wasn't unalived or anything. He was just giving a well-deserved lesson. See, Nigerians are nice, welcoming, loving people. If you come to Nigeria and you behave yourself, you would not have any issues at all. But when you come to Nigeria, you say you want to misbehave. I comment my reserve.
Like Nigerians to white people. Nigerians don't tolerate any nonsense that comes their way. And that's why there are not so many white people in Nigeria, because they think Nigerians are rude people. They think the Nigerians are not polite people to work with. But that is not the case. The Nigerians don't tolerate nonsense. And every time they answer you, you will think they are fighting. They are not fighting. They are emphatic. They know what they want.
Like, these folks literally can stay in Europe or the US. Nobody begged you people to come to Africa to begin with. I don't understand why Ray to desist. Come to Africa. How is it that you hate Black people, but then you come to Nigeria where there are 200 million plus of us? Make it make sense. Words cannot express how pleased I am by the actions of the federal government in regards to this issue. This is how we are supposed to be protecting one another and standing for ourselves. Nigeria, my country. We used to try to share our own lie. Like, I just remember what happened in 2021 with the whole Omicron situation. You guys remember how these folks created a red list of countries they didn't want coming into their country? First of all, there was nothing red about that list. That list was a freaking blacklist. But you know what Nigeria did? Nigeria retaliated. My country, Nigeria, was like, oh, so what you are saying is we can't come into your country. Ah, no problem, oh. Meaning you can't come into our country either. Oh God, I think go like Nigeria. Truly, we know they carry last. And this right here is the energy that we as a people, continentally, worldwide, even need to have, because these people, they are under too much. Federal government be giving me the kind of vibe that I like. When they give us action, we give them back reaction. When they knock us pakam, we knock them back to poko. When they do, we do too. Them things say na them do pass. What do? Let us keep matching energy like this as they hot, so that they can taste just how sweet their medicine is.
Make everybody keep his mouth and his ears sharp and your fingers ready to type. And Africans should be ready to learn, because this one now, wait till they see now, is another level of Nigeria proving its power. You get the point, Abi? You say, well, get the point. If you don't get the point, I am mumu too much. In fact, I want especially my dear Ghanaians to observe and learn from Nigeria. Ghanaians, I beg, make una observe well and learn from these Nigerians. Because what they have shown you and Africans in general is exactly what Africa needs to do to get its respect back from America, Europe, and any Oyibo man. The man you're seeing on your screen is a British. Can I hear you say British? British, where they visit at them, Sabi Pass. They think that they are the Mr. Know-alls in this life. So this British man, I can put the picture again, may everybody this year. This British man, when they see, he go Nigeria, I won't do anyhow. Nigeria don't give this man visa to work in Nigeria, establish his businesses in Nigeria, do what he wants to do in Nigeria. As if that one is not enough. You know what this man did? This man said, okay, now that you have given me your visa, now this visa now I go use and take the maltreat fellow Nigerians. I go use this visa. I call the 20 hours for Nigerians. You won't go do chakara for Nigerians. I don't know whether he thought he was a Ghana. I beg my Ghanaians, make una calm down. But when Ghanaians love to beg Americans and Europeans to come visit. See, Nigeria presents opportunities for Americans, Europeans, and every other person to come and invest. But Nigeria doesn't beg you to come and invest in Nigeria. Nigeria don't beg Americans, white people, to come to Nigeria. And if you come to Nigeria, you do anyhow, you collect anyhow. In fact, I want South Africans in particular to watch and learn. Nigeria teach. This is a big lesson for Ghanaians and South Africa. But in fact, Ghana on better. South Africans, where will they? Tag them. They should come and learn. Copy the link of this video, share to South Africans. They should come and learn. I wish South Africa was like Nigeria. The white man wouldn't come and take over their land and everything and now turn them into beggars in their own country. And they are busy blaming Nigerians. Oh, let all the immigrants go. South Africa, what are they? Let all the immigrants must go. Immigrants must go. When the pioneer immigrants that have taken away your resources and your lands, they are there, controlling everything, and you are busy shouting, Zimbabweans must go. Zimbabwe with your tongue. You don't make a catch one of them. Zimbabweans must go. So Nigerians must go. Where the people that are sitting on your wealth, you are not asking them to go. See what Nigeria is doing now. Look at it perfectly. So the federal government revoked his Nigerian-based visa. The federal government revoked it. They say, Omo, we collect it back. You are no longer welcomed. You know, go call Nigeria, can't do anything. You will not come to Nigeria and treat Nigerians anyhow because you are white. That thing can never happen in Nigeria. They revoke this British man's visa and tell him to go back. Hello, residence and work permit, everything. The man can't do for Nigeria. They no advise him. He wasn't well advised. He made a mistake to come to Nigeria to do that thing in Nigeria. Omo, you make mistake, Oga. We don't want to know your name. We don't even care. We don't want to know your name. But we just want you to know that you joke with the wrong people. Even Julius Malema, the South African, say, I love Nigerians. Because if they step in here and talk, you feel like they are taking over. They are definitely taking over. You cannot come to Nigeria and do anyhow because you go collect woto.
All right, that was an interesting video and a lot of interesting comments in the chat. I see I got kind of thrown under the bus, but I don't mind it. I like the back and forth personally. So you guys have that, man. Nama X said something interesting that I actually agree with too. When I hear Nigerian, this is no offense to anyone who's Nigerian. I know Gas doesn't really particularly rock with that term. He rocks with the term of his tribe, and I appreciate that too. He said, I respect that. This is Nama X. But every time I hear the name Nigeria, I just hear a racial slur considering how that name came to be. And Uwa Bantu Max, an interesting question. And I'll tell you, Uwa, I have that same reaction when I hear Arab Republic of Egypt, and all that kind of stuff too. So I have that same feeling. I think Uwa is also from that area called Nigeria. I don't know if he embraces that term though. A lot of conversations going on in the chat. You guys check it out. Let me start with Tanzan. Tanzan's what's her name again? Anita Ivy, I think is the host of this show.
EVI.
Yeah, she said some stuff that sounded like you actually, and I know she's West African and you're East African, but I thought that interesting. She sounded like you with certain things she was saying and laughing at. But what say you to the prompt and to what you saw in that video?
I think it's one of those, events in the random events that make people feel good, which is great. It's good once in a while for these countries to flex their muscles and show their strength. It's good. We've also had a couple of those big incidences where we pat ourselves on the back and we feel like we did something, and that's good. But it's also a very a drop in the ocean, because you know that this that you're still under their auspices. Yeah, they'll ban you, but if you ban them, you suffer more from it. But they did it fast. You're only doing it as a reaction, which is still commendable. It's still a strong reaction. But it's more of if you really want to protect your people, you should do it on a large scale. There's people who are still working in the oil business who are not really getting their fair share. If your country has all those supposed resources, your people should be living a relatively, safer life. And we all know this time it was relatively peaceful, I think, but there's still a lot of problems that the people have. And these major corporations are the ones doing it. It's not just this one person. Exxon Mobil and all those big companies are still largely present in Nigeria. So yes, it's a good it's a good step. What I don't like is these fellows arrogant attitude about, Ghana, we showed them and all this stuff. Like, just if you have if you do something good, that's great, but there's no need to put down somebody else or to show off and think that you're the best and so on. It's easy to see someone else's mistakes, especially when you're yourself congratulatory about a recent win, but yeah, there are those borders, unfortunately, and so on. But if they want to be also respected, they all should also just respect other people's. Everybody had different experiences in their countries. Everybody managed, one way or another to forge some kind of, working system under the larger one. So I don't think that he is really, it's fair for him to criticize, especially Ghana, because for all that Nigeria has done, they haven't really been that welcoming to to the diaspora and Africans, and Ghana at least has done that for whatever reasons. So yeah, I think that it's a nice it's a nice feel good story. I'm definitely for that, but it's still very small in the larger picture. And yeah. Yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you, Tan. Brother Bakari in the chat had asked, how's Nigeria a racial slur? And I think Gas kind of sums it up there. It was named after this what's this guy's name? Lugard, right? The Governor General who was down there from Britain. That was his side chick, literally a woman named, I think it's Flora Shaw, who gave the name. They say it's based on the Niger River, but yeah, a side chick gave that name. But with that said, Bakari, what say you to all of this?
Well, I say kick all of them out, not just Europeans. Stop talking about Nigerian people is so nice and they let people in unless you're rude or whatever. Stop letting people come to your country who have dominated you all these years. Stand up and stop letting and you take your stuff back. That's what I have to say about that. But I was still wondering how Nigeria was a racial slur, and that what I was always thought it came from the Niger area. See, if we're gonna start saying something, that's a whole nother topic, man. There's something in the chat. I can't talk about that over here. We ain't gonna talk about it up here because there's something in the chat. But everybody have a name that's not their African name, so everything just a damn racial slur and shit. I'm just saying. But
Bakari, that's an excellent thing you said just now. We all have a racial slur name, right? Considering it's not our African name. But go ahead, Bakari. Sorry.
So let's just kick all the foreigners out. It is so easy. It is so easy to kick all of them out. It's your country. You say it's your country. Nigeria is your country. The Niger area come from the Niger River, Niger, and you in that area, Niger area, Nigeria. So since that's where you are, it's your country. Kick them out. Ghana, Cameroon, and any Black African country over there should be allowed, should be strong enough to kick all them damn foreigners out and stop talking about we are so nice. We still ain't figured out being so nice is what got us is in this damn predicament. Being so nice, allowing people to come and set up their military where you live, being so nice. We are so nice. We are so nice. That nice shit ain't got us nowhere but in this damn predicament that we in right now.
I feel you, Bakari. Where's Kibwe this week?
Oh, he was downstairs working out. He had to work out late tonight because of his work schedule.
Oh, okay, no problem. Shout out to Kibwe, by the way. Yeah, that's
Wait, I can't hear you. Did you stop talking?
Oh shit! I was talking on mute. Thanks, Oni. I was saying the chat has a good conversation going on. You guys should check it out. Trigger Happy's involved. Uwa, Obantum is involved. Gas them up. Lero, Oni. You guys check out the conversation going on. It's just too much for me to read up here, guys. So I won't read it. But you guys check out Bakari's out there in the chat. I got Bakari just now. Did I get Tanzan? I think I got Carl. What say you to this?
So my thoughts on this, this dude, he was out of pocket. He got kicked out of the country as he should, but like to Tanzan's point, this is just one man. What are we doing about the multinational corporations that are stealing the oil and polluting the Niger Delta? So, I mean, yeah, you got one guy out, but are you going to get Shell out? Are you going to get Exxon out? Are you going to get BP out? This is it's bigger than just one man. So to that point, it's almost like it's performative. It's like, hey, we did it, we got, and you got this whole multinational corporation that's destroying your ecosystem and stealing your wealth. That we're not worried about that, but there's one white guy who was rude. Yeah, fuck him. It just seems like you're making a mountain out of a molehill. In reality, you got this whole infrastructure, the whole global colonial system that's attacking you. So just one guy, yeah, fuck him. But you got a whole system in place that robs not just Nigeria, not just Ghana, but the entire continent of Africa. So to Bakari's point, yeah, get these crackers out of here. What are they doing? I understand, we live in a global society, so we have to trade with each other, to a certain degree. I get it, but the trade is not fair. It's not done on a base of equals. They have to keep Africa and other parts of the global South impoverished to exploit them for their resources. So, one dude, one motherfucker is not really a big deal. I get, the ego boost, and it feels good. I get it. But until you're attacking these systems, until you're attacking the whole structure of European neo-colonialism, then you're not really doing anything. So that's just my thoughts on that. I think that it's good, but you got to go a little bit further than that. And they're not really doing that. So that's just my thoughts on that.
I appreciate your call for that. Oni, what say you to all of it?
Yeah, so as far as like they said, I mean, this is the thing. I like small victories too. I like when people win battles. I like when white people fuck around and white people find out. I mean, do I wish it were more often? Absolutely. Do I think white people will try to come back with a slick talking? Absolutely. But when black folk say, I ain't with that, right? That's a W in my book. You know what I mean? It's not like, obviously it's not the end of the war, but that's the thing that people have to understand too. War isn't just one. You know what I mean? Like, you win through a series of battles, and the reality is this: it could have went either way. It could have went that this white boy fucked around and he didn't find out. You know what I mean? Because that happens to a lot of people. That happens a lot of times. You know what I mean? So the fact that a white boy would fuck around and find out, I like it. I I like whenever black folk stand up to our collective enemies. You know what I mean? I like that whenever. Now, do I wish black folk had a more engaging and more involved political consciousness? Absolutely. You know what I mean? But I don't expect that. You know, I don't expect it because I know that most people aren't really messing with the same literature that I might be messing with. You know, so when a broken clock is, when a broken clock tells the right time, I say, okay, that's the right time. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty much what I would say.
Thank you for that, Oni. I noticed that, by the way, I noticed Nation State of Mind, Omawali Africa, give you props for sharing that Carlos Cook's book and magazine. So I saw that. Kudos to you for that too, by the way.
Oh, yeah. By the way, if anybody wants that Carlos Cook's book, Carlos Cook's, like, he really is a fundamental read. I feel like I'm appreciating him even more. I'm about to drop it in the link. I'm about to drop it in the chat. But you guys, make sure y'all read Carlos Cook's. A lot of people don't know his backstory, but like between Garvey and Malcolm X, right? Like there's a period of time when there was a BAMF, a badass motherfucker, and that was Carlos Cook's, and like we really don't know enough about him, but we should. So I'm gonna drop that link in the chat. And yeah, brother pointed it out.
Yeah, good stuff. I did a show a while back now. What was the show again? The War Against God, which was inspired by Carlos Cook. So you guys go check out that episode too. I'll try to repost it again sometime this week if I can remember. Only just drop the link to the Google Docs for the Carlos.
My fault. That was the wrong link. Let me get another link.
All right, cool. So Oni's gonna drop that link to Carlos Cook. You guys should read Carlos Cook. That is such a great piece of literature. It's also his essays, but it's also like it's also the magazine that they had. That is so, man, you get to really see the through line between Garvey to like Malcolm X and stuff. I think that's so dope, man. I see you guys having robust conversation on the chat. Keep it up. I just want to say one thing though. I used to be on here talking about the African-centered curriculum, and I'm still dealing with that behind the scenes. I don't talk about it as much publicly anymore, but with all the information that some of you brothers have on regions in the continent that could help create a Pan-African curriculum that exposes all of us to all these, albeit the Berlinist states, but these areas that have these names that are nations, Nigeria, Ghana, etc. You guys really should be putting together a couple of bullet points, on histories and stories, mythologies. Like we all need to pass this down to our kids, I find. And I think that will make the transition for us when you're talking about repatriation. I think that would make that a little bit easier for us if we are familiar with all these different, stories and histories from the continent. So you guys who have all this knowledge, Bobby Wright, Trigger Happy, Uwa, all you guys, man, I'm on the Discord. Hop on the Discord. Let's break this stuff down. Now I see D Web posted this link. Let me see what this is. Let me play it. I guess it pertains to what we're talking about. So he's talking. Oh, okay. So this is a part of the conversation they were having in the chat about the IMF and stuff like that. So you guys could check out that link that Web posted in the chat. But yeah, I think we need to really talk about these histories and whatnot. Does anyone else want to add any last words to this prompt? All right, no one else? Okay. Would you believe My Windows just froze up. Hold on a second. Damn it. I'm gonna have to go on Discord and pull this. What was the next topic again? Is this man cooking? Okay, hold on a second. I gotta bear with me a second. My Word, sorry, not Windows. My Word just froze up. I don't know why that is. Let me see if I could find this topic on the Discord again. Hold on. Damn it. Okay, here it is. So this is going to be Shoot the Breeze topic number 7, I believe. Sorry about that, guys. Technical difficulty.
Take your time, brother. Take your time.
Thank you for that, Carl.
Nah, hurry up.
Thank you for that, Oni. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is this man cooking or not? The illusion of decolonization in dating abroad. Let me grab the link now. The link takes us to Twitter, it seems. Link takes us to Twitter. Let me share it with you guys. Again, if you're new here, make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the like, and let people know. Invite other folks.
Black American men are so incredibly used to just looking at beautiful Black women on the internet and fantasizing about what it would be like to have a woman that looked like that. That's because you've been in the United States of America all your life, and you've run into nothing but difficulty when it comes to extremely beautiful Black women. You don't even realize that there are more Black women outside of the United States than inside the United States. And not only are those Black women extremely beautiful, but they are extremely cooperative. You don't need any game. You don't need to be the coolest with the most swag. All you need to do is be a nice guy, and they will be 100% cooperative with you. You can practically pick any African nation where Black men run the show, and those extremely beautiful Black women within that country will be extremely cooperative with you. And all you have to do is just be a nice guy. Be yourself. Get your passports, brothers. Stop dreaming and make all your dreams come true.
That shit was funny as hell. Stop dreaming and make all your dreams come true. Let's play it one more time. One more again for you guys.
Black American men are so incredibly used to just looking at beautiful Black women on the internet and fantasizing about what it would be like to have a woman that looked like that. That's because you've been in the United States of America all your life, and you've run into nothing but difficulty when it comes to extremely beautiful Black women. You don't even realize that there are more Black women outside of the United States than inside the United States. And not only are those Black women extremely beautiful, but they are extremely cooperative. You don't need any game. You don't need to be the coolest with the most swag. All you need to do is be a nice guy, and they will be 100% cooperative with you. You can practically pick any African nation where Black men run the show, and those extremely beautiful Black women within that country will be extremely cooperative with you. And all you have to do is just be a nice guy. Be yourself. Get your passports, brothers. Stop dreaming and make all your dreams come true.
Boy. Lero in the chat says you got to go overseas to get a decent partner. Now my ex doesn't like this type of talk at all. Uabantum says, oh, here comes the Sims accusations. Now my ex says Sims shouldn't be allowed to make videos. Harsh Reality Podcast says incel pum pum infomercial. Yeah, the guy ended that with a call to action, right? Trigger Happy 262 says, I would respect passport bros if they didn't lie about rhetoric, weren't coons, and were generally trying to find a wife, but they pushing political propaganda that doesn't also add the enemy in it. Now, my ex thanks Harsh Reality Podcast. Thank you. Now, brothers adopting incel European mentality. Uwe Bantum says there will be only one country, Africa, with satellites such as Dravanado, Haiti, and Jamaica lands and neighborhoods. Oh, he's talking about the previous thing. Trigger Happy 262, and thanks for Uwe for being here, by the way. Trigger Happy 262 says instead they are blaming their own people. Meanwhile, they're just getting pum pum. Just be honest. We should push inter-diasporans dating, but not in the passport bro format. I actually agree with that, actually. Lero says you don't need any game. All you need to do is be a nice guy. I wonder how African women outside the U.S. feel about this. Gasimov says passport bros make no sense, but American women are finito, dunzo. Tanzan African mind says selling dreams hard, LOL. Real Black Gentleman says, don't be a nice guy, fellas. Gasimov says most men in America can't name their children. They just get big chicken and some sex on the holidays. Uwe Bantam says, salute Koku and the KWAZ radio. Harsh Reality Podcast says, how about you go to Africa just to visit? And if you meet someone, you like them cool instead of talking about picking women like you're in the candy store. I agree with that too. With that said, Bakari had to drop off. It's late for Bakari, and he was on for a long time earlier today. I'll go to Carl first. Carl, what say you to this?
Well, I have my issues with the passport bros. Just a confession. My father, my biological father, he married a woman from Brazil. He was on that passport bro stuff before it got popular. A couple of years ago, I have two younger sisters. My dad got married to this Brazilian woman, and she took him for a ride. She took him for a ride. I don't think these women from overseas are, better or they're more submissive or they're more cooperative. That's not always the case. People are people. People have the capability to do anything they want. So, as was said in the chat, just if you want to go over there and you meet somebody nice, that's fine. But I think the issue is just that the idea you could take these women from overseas, they're not used to having things, and you can exploit them and take advantage of them. That's kind of the issue that a lot of people have. He is using incel talking points, which stands for involuntarily celibate. That's something that white men are on. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I do think many times that, and I'm saying this as an American, Black American, African American person, that there's almost like an undeclared gender war many times between Black men and Black women that you see online, not so much in real life. So it does kind of affect many times our relationships with each other. And I think many Black men, we're caught up in this European idea of what relationships are supposed to look like. And I think if we go overseas where, women tend to have not as many, not so I won't say rights, but they don't have the freedoms that women have in America. We think those women will be more submissive, but once they get a taste of American life, they turn into American women. So it's a weird thing to me, but I don't necessarily have a problem with brothers going overseas and meeting people, but I think it has to be done with a certain level of respect and understanding, and not try to take advantage of these women. That's just my thoughts on that. So I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Carl. Now my ex was laughing. Trigger Happy 262 said they basically frame it. Actually, let me go back. I think he had another comment. No, he says they basically frame it as if only American women are bad. Yeah, America is bad and makes our people regress, but Brazil is also a settler colonial state. Real Black Gentleman says there are plenty of women in America. The time to find them can be limited. Interesting comments, man. I appreciate y'all's commentary. I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. I'm gonna go with Oni next. Oni, what say you next?
Anyway, yeah, I know, right? Well, I don't know who y'all boy Gas was talking about, but he said there was a sex tourist. But he said that sex tourist ran out of money, so I know he ain't talking about me. One thing only don't do is run out of money. But what I could say is that like, you know, before I went to Africa for 3 months, I probably would have been on, you know, like, what is he talking about? Because I didn't even hear about Passport Bros when I was in Africa. No, I heard about it from one of these dudes. I was telling him, you know, that I got some ladies, and he was like, "Oh, you sound like a Passport Bro." And I was like, "What the fuck is that?" You know what I'm saying? So I came back and I heard that, you know, apparently this was like a new political movement type stuff. I don't know, a new internet movement. But what I would say is that, yeah, I mean, what, like, especially like, all right, I'll say for instance for New York, like when I came back to New York City, all right, for when I was in Africa, I had the drip. You know what I mean? Now I'm not too much drip, but I had drip in Africa because a lot of the dudes wasn't like, generally where I was hanging around, people wasn't about style too much. You know what I mean? Not saying that you couldn't find people with more drip, but that's a thing, right? But I came back to Brooklyn.
I'm sorry, what is drip?
You see what I'm saying? See the woman from East Africa is like, what is drip? You see what I'm saying? Like, you got you already know, like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't have drip like that, like there, right? Not just messing. You know, I'm saying, like, you know, just being stylish, just styling, you know what I'm saying? But now I come back, like, you know, highly fashionable, not highly fashionable, but, you know, like, you know, well-dressed type thing. You know, a lot of people just kind of functional, utilitarian type stuff, not really like, you know, on that model shit. I come back to Brooklyn, okay? You know, I think I got drip. I go to an event, I'm thinking I got drip. Nah. You know what I mean? like you got, like, I'm even like conscious drip, even like black conscious drip. Like, these motherfuckers look like they just walked out of Egypt, some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, they was just decked, you know? So I'm saying that the competition is going to be more fierce here, obviously. Even if you do got game, you know? Because like these are like some of these people that, you know, I don't know much about the Passport Bros. I only see the bad things about them. Like, one dude went to you know, went to some island and was like oh, he ran out of money. You know what I'm saying? Which is like, yeah, that sucks. You know what I mean? But oh, one dude was complaining about how the women started putting their prices up, you know? Like, yeah, that sucks. But as far as like if you, like, I'm saying, like, realistically, one thing I would say is this. First off, I would say I think it is a good idea for black people in the West to repatriate. And by repatriate, that doesn't necessarily mean you go bring your American ass or your Caribbean ass or whatever. You go bring yourself and everything that you have there. It means go there and, you know, adapt with the culture. And it also means go there and bring some capital. You know, go there and make some woman happy. You know what I mean? You can do that. So I'm not against the idea of, you know, you can find a good relationship abroad. Because if people really paid attention to my first book, Zubiri, it's about a dude who's looking for a good relationship, and he's looking for a continental woman. You know what I'm saying? Now he does find you can find a continental woman in the West, right? But you could also find a continental woman on the continent. And I think that that's an important thing for us to do, particularly when it comes to us, you know, genetically. That said, but when he says that, oh, the beautiful women are looking at you like you a prize, that's a thing. You know, that's a thing that's really surprising. So what I'll say is that in New York, if you're trying to get with an Instagram model, right? In New York, you gotta be on your shit. You know what I mean? You gotta be like the top 10%, top 5% of brothers in New York, which, if people don't know, New York City, brothers in New York, like, if you're top 5% of New York City, you got money. You know what I mean? Like, I say I don't run out of money. I'm not saying I got a lot of money. I'm just saying I don't run out, right? These motherfuckers, top 5% of New York, you don't got it, right? Most of us don't, right? But if you now go into Africa, like, you know, Gas, like I said, you know, broken clock, right, twice a day, right? Gas was saying, look, if you're just making the $1,000 a month, right, you good in Nigeria. You understand? So if you are good in Nigeria, the Instagram models, maybe not the top Instagram models, but the Instagram models, right, are like, yeah, let me get a piece of you. Now you might say, well, I don't want an Instagram model. That's fine. But the reality is this, that if you could get the Instagram model, you probably could get the one that you really want. You know? So one of the things I got quasi viral over this too, right, was this idea that, you know, the passport bros is just doing what the white boy, because I think that's what Bitter Medicine was saying to me. But the passport bros is just doing what the white boy does to black American women. He comes in, he got that incel energy, but he got money. You know what I mean? He ain't Negro rich, he's rich. You know what I'm saying? So, or he's middle class. he ain't black rich, he's middle class. So if you like what I'm saying is that, and so I think Tanzania was making the argument. She was like, you're just using colonialism type shit. And it's like, all of us is using colonialism. I'm talking to this mic through colonialism. I got, you know, I if I'm dating a woman in America, you know, I'm still using the money that I got, you know, to get with her, and I'm using the transportation I got to, you know, like it's like you always going to be in the system. So it really becomes, if you are trying to, if you think you should build a life in Africa, right, then maybe you should also find your wife in Africa. Because that's another thing that I will say this, and people don't really understand this. One of the things, really reasons why I'm in America is because I have a kid in America. But if you really want to build a life somewhere, then you should, you know, find a husband or a wife somewhere. You know what I mean? Because that way you are locked down there. But if you like, oh, well, I'm gonna find it out, you know, I have a kid, I have a family here. You know, the reality is this: your partner could be like, oh, I ain't going there. Or even if you like break up like I did, right? You all of a sudden you can't take somebody's kid out of the country without them, pretty much, or without their permission type stuff. You know what I mean? So, you got to coordinate with them type shit. It's like, if we being real, I think the password bros might be on some incel shit. Sure, some of them, but the reality is that fundamentally, if they're telling you, hey, go, you know, contribute to the economy in Africa by any means necessary, you know, and if it makes you happy to, you know, pay for pum pum, that's fine. But the reality is this: that if you don't contribute to the economy, then what? You know, how is it better to not help? You know what I'm saying? And that's the real question, because a lot of us just holding on to our dollars and holding up our noses. But the reality is this: if you going down to Africa, if you going up to Africa, let's say, right? If you're going up to Africa, you put it in, and you drop in bills, you know, people's lives are improving. That's all I'm gonna say.
Only I gotta say that's the greatest. That's the greatest trying to connect two things I've ever witnessed in my life. But it's a good attempt. The attempt of saying, well, it's about, you know, adding to the economy. But that's an interesting connection you made there. I ain't gonna hold you, as you would say.
White boy don't take me to court for a reason. You know what I'm saying?
My goodness. Lero said exactly what I was thinking. He was like, he really forced it. That shit was crazy. By the way, Uwa, you should connect with Trigger Happy. I think you guys on a very similar wavelength. You guys should definitely connect in some of those groups. Tanzan, you've heard everything said. You see what's going on in the chat. What say you?
Oh wow. Yeah, so he was just over there doing some charity work, you know. Great spin. For me, when it comes to, you know, people going over, you know, whichever side they want to go over, I think that, yeah, there's some things that just happen, you know, organically. Where you are is who you're going to be around and so on. But leaving your community is not really going to help your community. I think if somebody wants to leave and go find something else, you know, that's their personal decision. Just like you can go and find better economic opportunities and so on. So there's nothing wrong with expanding your search, especially if you feel that you have exhausted your options where you are. the only thing that I would say about people who go over there is that if you're going away to, let's say, run away from, these women are no good and so on and so forth, and the same thing with the women, the men are not any good, so they're going to go off, and find somebody else. If you have not, really, you are also part of that system. You're also part of that thing that made them, that damaged them. There's nobody who is walking away from it, untouched. If the women in America are damaged, so are the men. They did not somehow miraculously escape whatever, the system that, these women were under. So if you do want to go over, you also have to, to transform yourself in a way, and also work on yourself to firstly be the kind of person that somebody, is going to want to be around. You don't want somebody just, yeah, it can be transactional, that's legal and so on, and commercial, but if you want something serious, then you have to work on yourself. You can't just escape and say, oh well, these people here are no good, and therefore I'm going to go over there. You have to examine yourself and say, what about me? How am I relating to the people around me, and am I part of the problem, and what part of the problem am I, before you go off on the other side, because you still carry those things that you have to a different place. Going to another country or another place is not going to change if you yourself are still the same person. So I don't think it's a mass solution. I think it's a good thing if you're going somewhere. Let's say you're going to get a job, or travel, or just see a place. You don't have to attach it to one thing or another, but at least getting the experience will also lead to people becoming. I think it's more important to work on yourself than to think that, oh, all is bad, let me go find something else. The usually the problem is not so much the people, is the environment. And like someone said, even if you go bring the purest, most cooperative person from the so-called third world countries, and you bring them into this environment, it's not going to take long for them to become part of it. And even worse, because they're not prepared for it, they don't understand what it is that they're getting into. So sometimes it might even be just as detrimental to try to bring the poor innocent person to you, and then going over there. So it's a very difficult proposition. It just sounds attractive in the beginning, and then people end at, oh, and they lived happily ever after. There's no happily ever, there's no after. With this, most of these things, it's just going, having some experiences, and coming back. You can't live forever, and you can't live either. So I don't know, if people want to do it, they can, but it's more of a cultural issue, that you can't really live the culture that you're born in. And if you don't understand the culture that you're going into, you're going to find it very difficult to to be there. So yeah.
Yo, Odie is my boy, but god damn. Yo, that's the greatest fucking connection.
Wait, I missed it. What's going on? I don't know what you're laughing at. I just caught up with the chat. I don't know what's going on. Like, people just making shit. How am I the cat person? But y'all be just making shit up, man. Like, yo, I went to Africa. I had a good time, man. I bought a farm. I got a new business. I got all sorts of shit, man. I don't even know what's going on. Like, how am I getting cooked? Like, what? I came back safe and sound. If y'all, I mean, look, the thing that happened with that, y'all talk about that lady. Look, she, I just got a video. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's it. You know, apparently it's illegal in that country. I had no idea, but I just had a video, so.
Wow.
I mean, look, I came out the winner. I don't know. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I came out a winner. I don't know what this whole what this story of, you know. I came out a winner. Yeah, I came out a winner, you know?
Yay!
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
My God. Is there any last words? Is there any last words on this prompt here? If not, let me grab should be topic number 8 tonight. Hold on. What the hell? I can't copy paste this shit. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. What's going on? I can't copy paste, huh? For fuck's sake. Hold on a second. Let me if it ain't only shit, there's some other shit going on, eh? That's some damn let me go back. I have to go back on the Discord and find it. I don't know what's going on here tonight, but this next prompt this next prompt it's about the Berlin Estates in Africa. So let me see if I could find that on the Discord. Yeah, I got it here. Okay. Let me just copy paste this. What prompt is this now? This is Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 8. Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 8 is a little bit long, but you'll get it. We often speak about Africa being trapped in Berlin Estates. If it's the case that there is a problem with the rearrangement of states, then what should be the model for a unified Africa? So this is the and it continues. Sorry, it says where is it? Should we keep the Berlin Estates as is or rearrange them on ethnic lines? This is where I wish Gas would come up. I think Gas and Uwa, both Nigerian brothers or brothers from that area, I think they would have a good perspective on this. You guys come up if you can. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Oh, speak of the devil, there's Uwa Bantum right here now. Uwa, how are you this week?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Peace.
Good to hear. So you see the prompt. We often speak about Africa being trapped in Berlin Estates. If it's the case that there's a problem with the rearrangement of states, then what should be the model for a unified Africa? And as it continues, where is it again? As it continues, should we keep the Berlin Estates as is or rearrange them on ethnic lines? What say you, Uwa?
I think what I'm seeing is that I wouldn't say ethnic lines maybe, but that there's larger cultural connections that we have as Black people in general, and I'm seeing a lot of states coming together trying to explore how they're related, like the Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso, those countries that overthrew coups. They're exploring a federation. Chad, they're talking to Chad, but it's going to take, I don't know how you call it, grassroots research into how they're more related. I know in Nigeria, we have the Bornu Empire, we have the Mali Empire. So when you had to get from Chad to all the way to, Mali, Gambia, Burkina Faso, you had to go through Nigeria. And they have communities and kingdoms that were working together, and they kind of were one country at one time because they did business, and there wasn't strict borders. But then you get into the whole concept of race, people who want to do party politics. You get into religion versus animism, which a lot of people don't know. Muslims still have like animist traits. So it's all about a series of decisions that Black people have to make. But I don't think ethnic states purely will work If you look at Ethiopia, they're always fighting. They have political parties. They don't want to discuss religion or ways to unify. You know, in Haiti, they had to do this whole ritual, boy came on. So it's a lot of discussions. It's not only ethnicity, but there is a historical precedence that people are drawn from to unite. Like, and I'm looking at Chad and Burkina Faso and Guinea and Mali. I'm watching that heavily, and I'm doing my own projects, trying to work with them. But I like other people to speak. I'll rest my mic.
I appreciate that. Well, hang in there. I forgot to read the damn tweet associated with the prompt. It's from Great House on X Spots the Mark. I like that guy. You guys see me posting some of his tweets on the community tab. Great House said he's responding to a tweet that says unpopular opinions that will put you in this position, the African edition. So, there's always these kind of trends on social media. There's this trend about unpopular opinions. So I guess this one is the African edition. And Great House responded, dissolve all colonial states and restructure Africa as an ethnic confederacy. He goes on to say, let me explain. Dissolve the current African states. Each ethnic group unites all its people, i.e., Yoruba of Nigeria unite with Yoruba of Benin and Togo. Bakongo of Congo unite with Bakongo of Angola, Gabon and the other Congo, etc., and form their own state on their ancestral land. He goes on. A continental senate is formed. Each ethnic group gets to select one senator to the continental senate. Regardless of your population size, everyone gets one representative. This senate then elects the leader of the federation. The senate elects a new leader every 10 years. The leader forms a government to oversee things like national defense, international relations, and international trade, etc. Now, I like Great House, good historian. So I appreciate his thoughts on this. I like what Gas said earlier too, where Africans have to. I forget how you put it. He said Africans have to do this basically of their own volition. I can't find the prompt right now in the chat. So I'm between these two minds, but I gotta say, I appreciate someone within the diaspora giving thought to these things. Someone who's not on the land, but who I'm certain wants to get back to the land and definitely has a love for the land, has been to the land too. I appreciate that someone like him is thinking about these things. So with that, let me get just a follow up from Uwa on what I just read from the tweet from Great House.
Yeah, I think that's viable, but so it's kind of confusing because ethnic groups, sometimes that's something you're born into. It's like a language group, but there's also things like take Bakongo that's an example he gave. That's also a kingdom. It's not just a language group. And they were split between 4 states. But then he said Yoruba, which it's like a language group, but it's never been one kingdom, and they argue like cats and dogs about where the capital would be, who's the best Yoruba kingdom, and so it's complicated to form states based on these things. But I think it's getting to that point where you see like there was literally military overthrows in those countries I named before, Chad, Burkina Faso, Guinea, and they pretty much did away with politicians and elections for the time being. It was just military working with the grassroots chiefs and trying to sensitize people on the need to unite. And there's like I follow some of the activists on ground. They march to the political capital. They talk to the government. They hand them books on a Cheikh Anta Diop basis for a cultural federation. So maybe it'll be better to call it a cultural confederacy, because then you start to look at how these cultures are intertwined. But yeah, sometimes the just just sometimes saying like ethnic group, for example, Yoruba, that's problematic. It's recent. Igbo, even that one is kind of recent. It's not like they're not even federated with themselves. Like so, it's like kind of kills momentum. I don't know if I'm making myself clear or understood.
No, I get what you're saying. I actually like it too. I see, this is why I like these different thoughts. We got to swirl these thoughts around and make personal sense of it, and then make collective sense of it too. So I appreciate what you're saying. Join the cultures, because at least that shouldn't clash per se. So that's interesting. With that said, let's welcome in Real Black Gentleman this week. Real Black Gentleman, how are you?
What's up, man? I'm good.
What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, this is like kind of my wheel well. I mean, I think almost like a novel way is just, I think African people have to go back to our linguistics. I think that in a lot of senses, how you speak connects you, right? It's easier to be in a nation that's speaking the same language, for starters. It's easy to say, but it's really on the surface the best way. Now, if we are all speaking the same language and we fight each other and have a civil war, that's pitiful, right? You know what I'm saying? If we're going to argue with each other, it's terrible to be, when you're looking on the outside and we're arguing with each other, it kind of makes it's more logical to have disagreements where you're not necessarily speaking the same language. And the nature of languages is that, one distinct language or sets of dialects are similar to neighboring peoples. There's a gradient with a lot of languages. If you just look over the world, there's, you might have, French and Spanish, but there's languages in between, around the borderish regions where people understand both. So it's that same idea. If you just look, African linguistics can look at this, and this can just be a temporary measure until there's something a little bit more solid. Because I'm not saying that it's the best way, but it's a way of making sure that at least people understand each other. If you're in a place and if you're speaking the same language, you can at least cooperate. And you can say that we have something or we need something. There's a lot more. If there's in one area of that region where people speaking things, that there can be more cooperation. You see a lot of this if you look at a linguistic map and you see the nations, the political borders, they're all kinds of just jagged up. It's like there should be a country in the middle of West Africa. You know what I'm saying? The way, like, and then that's just one aspect. You might want to have like, where you say like the Igbos in Europe, Yorubas, there are ethnic groups that, and I want to kind of refrain from ethnicity kind of for the same reasons that people were saying before. Like, ethnicities can be kind of a very nebulous thing, you know what I'm saying? Whereas if I'm speaking of language groupings, it is what it is. And boundaries can be set. Then you have geography, you know what I'm saying? You have rivers, mountains, things like that can naturally are natural walls, natural fences that, people can naturally divide themselves. Now, people are going to climb those fences, swim over those rivers, do what they're going to do, but natural boundaries, good fences make good neighbors. You know what I'm saying? For example, Nigeria, if I were to split up Nigeria, I'd just naturally split it up at the Niger and the Benue. I'd have three nations right there, have the rivers be natural boundaries, straight like that. And you could use the Niger. At the same time, you don't necessarily want to use rivers to divide if you can, because it's nice to have both sides of a river. If there's a river valley, these are the complications that that come into place. I've said it on, this program, plenty of times. I think these borders are garbage. You look at them. Even if you're talking about in Algeria, how there's a line just like at a random unnatural like angle. You know what I'm saying? There's all these in the Kalahari Strip. You know what I'm saying? The strips in Namibia. I think it's the what is it called? I don't know. There's like a little strip of land. These little strips, that go off, that are just not natural, that any kind of nation, I think that an African person would not like make that in a map like that. It just doesn't make any sense. These are just lines used to connect resources from the hinterlands to the coast. And as long as African people are in these boxes, and we are looking where you have a whole bunch of African people in these boxes, and they're all looking inside the box, and they're not looking at anyone else outside of these boxes. Then you wonder why China can go into 16 different countries and say, well, it's just domestic. We're not going to interfere in domestic because they are not going to interfere with a broken up state of Africa as imposed by the Europeans. They China, most of the rest of the world has no real interest in a unified, strongly territorially cohesive Africa. You know what I'm saying? And anything that African people can do to allow that to happen. I mean, just a lot of the when we talk about a Senate. I mean, if we can have an African analog to that, where we what I'm saying, we have, or if it's not, when we say Senate, we want to make sure it's a real Black African Senate, what I'm saying, type deal, not just a copycat of Rome again. You know what I'm saying? We know our sensibilities about our culture and how we like to lead ourselves, call and response. You know what I'm saying? These things that we can do. Man, I'm an optimist about it. It's just frustrating when people don't have, and I'll say grace, just to allow things to be instead of like being heavy-handed. I mean, I don't want to necessarily be the critique. Oh, this bad, it's bad. Even though there's a lot of good things, it's just we have an energy of like there's no rest for the weary. There's just problems, and I wish I could sit here and talk sweet, all the optimistic things, all the good things, but there's a lot of bad problems. I mean, these nations are a whole problem. There should be, I would say, at least be 40 nations in Africa. I mean, I mean, whether or not that's by invasion or by cooperation, I think, Africa is going to have a testing ground where a lot of political cohesion comes into place. I just think that if you want to avoid a lot of conflict, I think you really should think about language as a unifying factor. Look at where the people are who speak the language, draw the lines tentatively in pencil so you can kind of erase them over time. And then over time, let things, concretize so you have a generation that can function in their relative groupings. And it's not going to be an absolute hard and fast thing where all Black people are going to, ideally that'd be the case. And I mean, that would involve further and further generational integrations and just understanding that, of course, it's not just a language that we can figure out linguistics, and people in West Africa can figure out what's going on in South and in East Africa. That linguistics cannot be a barrier. I mean, if these white folks can go on these boats and get interpreters to figure out what's going on with hand gestures and stuff, come on, Black people can figure this out from Senegal to Somalia. I'm going to yield the mic.
Yeah, thank you for that, RBG. House Ready Podcast, D-Web asks in the chat, question is, has Africa ever been truly united? You're talking about a huge landmass, 3,000 ethnic groups, different religions, customs, etc. Honestly, think it's unrealistic. I was going to say, the same Great House put up a good post the other day. I was talking about it with Azuliism when I saw him during the week. That there's this post from this Dahomean king. Can't remember the name right now, but the king was eloquently writing like, listen, Africa was this place before the Europeans came. Africa was a place with many different peoples, even though they looked alike. There was many different peoples. And sometimes they had skirmishes. And sometimes they took prisoners of war, and those were the people they did with prisoners, as people tend to do with prisoners, which is whatever they wanted. So they sold them and stuff like that. But yeah, Africa, to me, always had a bunch of different people and always had little skirmishes and stuff like that. So I would say it was never really united, but Trigger Happy 262 posts something interesting. He says, I by no means am no expert, but I've been more exposed to some points that tribalism altogether might be recent, and Africans was detribalized for the most part. So you see, even my understandings and stuff like that can be challenged, and that's a good thing about Shoot the Breeze. We have different ideas, different understandings, and we can challenge some ideas, and we can all learn. But that's an interesting idea, that Africa wasn't so much tribal at one point. I've never even considered that. That's a very interesting point. Let's hear from Brother Carl on this.
So my thoughts on this, I mean, unity is a must because Africans are facing an existential crisis on our people. I think that he's right in that we dissolve those European those lines that were drawn in the Council of Berlin. That's we got to do that because those borders were created for the purpose of exploitation of Africa's resources. So we can't continue to have those borders. Now, how it would be redrawn, I don't know. But I do know that I think that we can see how there can be ways to do things without losing Africa's cultural distinctiveness. Um, Similar to how it's done in the European Union. You have different European nations, but they still have a level of unity. They have a common currency. They're able to do that, and it worked for a little while until Great Britain decided to break away. But I can see some advantage in that because I understand the West doesn't want that because United Africa will be able to call the shots. So much of the modern world depends on African resources that aren't found anywhere else in the world. So they need that. They're going to do everything possible to undermine that. So looking at that because we do need that, eliminating the borders between that were drawn by the Europeans, that has to be that should have been done uh, when independence was gained in most of the African states. And I think Kwame Nkrumah was often talked about Ghana being the first step in the United Africa. You see what happened with him; he got deposed. But because of the threat that poses to European hegemony over the world, so we got to start making those steps. How is it going to be done? I wouldn't know. I'm not. I've never. I'm not. I've never lived on the African continent, so I don't know the different uh, ethnic groups and animosities between them. But I think that shouldn't really be a problem. We don't have Africans don't really have the history that Europeans had with infighting each other. We waged two bloody genocidal world wars in Europe, but yet they're able to come when it comes down to business. They're able to unite, organize to get shit done. We should be able to do that. We don't have that history of hatred between Africans. So we had our wars, we had our problems, but I think we should be able to overcome and unite with that. So I'm gonna yield the mic on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Carl. Let's have from, let me mix it up. Let me hear from Oni on this one.
Oh, peace. So I think I saw when my brother from another mother, Xbox, was, or you guys call him Great House, I guess. Great House was talking about this, but unfortunately, I disagree with him on this one. I think Africa needs to look into making larger states, not smaller states. I think Harsh Reality D Web was saying and make sure you guys subscribe to D Web. But he was saying that he's not sure if Africa had a wide scale unity type stuff, right? And he said destruction of black civilization is like the ideal history book. What I like about Destruction of Black Civilization too is that, like, somewhere in the back, I guess, he talks about the African Constitution, right? And he's outlining similar traits throughout the continent that he's noticed. I'm not saying everything is 100%, but he's saying there's a little variation here and there, but generally they had this sort of government, they had this sort of this, they had this sort of that, and it's all over Africa. Now, I want people to understand something about the world, about linguistics, about language, right? It's not really until the modern age, right, when you can have recordings where you can keep a language from changing, keep a language from transforming. Americans forcefully keep their English from transforming, because I remember I had a friend who was like, she went to journalism school because she talked so weird. She would, I shouldn't say she talked weird, she did, but she used to talk like, and the time for us to act is now. And it's very clear, very proper. And so and it was weird because you're in Brooklyn, right? But her reasoning was that she went to journalism school, and in journalism school, what they do is they are very strict on you getting the Midwestern accent, you know? So if you're trying to be on TV to tell the news, you have to learn how the Midwestern American talks, you know? I'm guessing like Ohio region, right? That's why even if you're in the South, you know, the lady could be all, you know, Southern drawl, you know, regularly. But when she's reporting the news, she's like, and today on Shoot the Breeze, we are, you know, as opposed to, well, I'll shoot the breeze, you know, whatever it might be, right? So if you don't have that sort of recording system in a sense, right, the language is going to transform. So old English, even the writing is going to transform in the sense that old English is not like Middle English, it's not like modern English, not like so on and so forth. And if you really peep it, the dialects in America, if they were allowed to grow for like 1,000 years, they would become different languages if these people are not in deep contact. The same way how Cockney or the London or the Queen's English are different things in London and in England. And there's also different French dialects, different French, so on and so forth. This is what likely happens in Africa, right? Just the reality that if you do not have, you know, recordings and you're in a large landmass, right? Different subgroups are going to start pronouncing things differently, especially as they start introducing new words into their own lexicon of their own account, of their own imagination. It's not going to be, oh, well, you know, this language, let's say, because, you know, some people don't want you using the word Bantu, but let's just say that the people of Cameroon might have spoken the same language once upon a time as the people in Tanzania. They're so far removed, though, right? Even Tanzania is huge, right? But they're so far removed that if they're not really in communication, even if they are in communication, after 1,000 years, they're not going to speak the same language, right? All that to say that so sorry. So he's had the African Constitution. What I will go back and say is that I think that these, you know, there were big empires in Africa like Mali, Songhai, and ancient Ghana, right? They were big empires, and I think that that's kind of the route that African people have to take, because if you're seriously trying to be an economic or political force in this world, you do not want to just be a small group. And a lot of these groups were not formed, you know, thousands of years ago. And the reality is that if you decide to close the borders around these small groups, you might be locking away resources that you can't have. I'll just end with this. Hitler was jealous of America, right? So this German guy was jealous of America because America was huge, because America was big. And his whole thing was, I need to expand Germany to look out for my German people. If we decide, oh no, actually, let's just be a smaller group, we're cooked, you know? So I think that, you know, if we're being serious, we should look into political thing. And speaking of Tanzania, the reason why I went to Tanzania is because like what Tanzania's name is, right? Nyerere united two different African countries, and he was ready to unite East African Federation. And East Africa might be the future because they're trying to unite. Some people are like, I don't know what West Africa's doing, but and of course, you know, there's examples of, I guess, Mali again. Let's say Mali, and Gabon, I believe, right? But like, yeah, East Africa is like, we can, like, unity is a possibility, but like, we have to be on it. That's all I can say.
So only all the ideas of ethnic, you just put it out the door. You think it's too small in this new world. About how should we have 4 federated states in your opinion? Just North, East, West, South?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think 4 is a good number. You know what I'm saying? Like the ethnic thing. Well, the ethnic thing is like, again, I don't think these ethnicities are as strict as people make them out to be. And not just that, let's just be real, a lot of diaspora is disqualified from ethnicity. You know what I'm saying? Just off rip. But and of course, you know, I mean, I guess I'm a diaspora, and so I gotta be like, hey, wait a second. But not to say that's it, but like, realistically, like ethnicity is not that rich. And again, a lot of the ethnic groups were formed like for instance, like one of the, like we were having a discussion about the best empires or the best civilizations in Africa. And actually, that brother named a whole bunch of them. But one of them, he was like Dahomey. And it's like Dahomey is an example of a colonial era, quote unquote, civilization, quote unquote, tribe. You know what I mean? Like these are people who became a people under the pressures of Europeans, European slavery. You know what I mean? Because the Europeans were wiping out a whole bunch of people. You know what I mean? They're wiping out a whole bunch of people. And so we had to form political collectives even back then in order to do stuff. I mean, another example of a political collective, I'm not 100% sure on the name, but after Shaka Zulu was doing his shit, you know, and Shaka Zulu was, you know, kind of like, well, first off, he created a political collective for the Zulu, but there were people who had to resist Shaka Zulu. And in resisting Shaka Zulu, they created their own political group. So that the Zulu could be a larger tribal body in a sense, right? Like today we'll be like, oh, this is Zululand, but that could have been an amalgamation, a political amalgamation. And just the same, the group that was resisting the Zulu was also just a newer formation. So a lot of it is that realistically, African people have been forming coalitions, forming political connections in order to defend themselves. Like even Egypt, you know, we didn't really talk. I mean, I forgot to mention it. I wonder if I was skipped. I don't remember, but I don't remember to mention it. But, you know, when we asked why did the Mongolians not come into Africa, you know, and the reason was that they lost the battle to the Mamelukes of Egypt. But Egypt, once upon a time, way back, was a political coalition of different groups. Some people would say it's 42 tribes. Like each of the 42 nomes were different tribal groups that came together for unity under the name of Kemet, which means black community. Or some people might say black means fertile, and some people might say black means, you know, African, right? But whatever it is, they formed the political community where each of the 42 nomes actually, some of them were unintelligible to other ones, you know? So again, like, yeah, we the whole idea of political unity in order to especially for self-defense, that's a thing. And going back in time is not a real option, in the sense that, you know, it's the colonial era that lost to these white boys when they didn't have drones. You know what I'm saying? When they didn't have drones. So if you lost to the white boys before they had drones, or when they just had, you know, regular schmegular rifles, you know what I mean? And the Maxim gun, which is pretty good still. But when they just had that, you know, they didn't have no airplanes and shit, then what you gonna do when they have airplanes? Like, come on. Like, nah.
Yeah, I gotta say, there's so much conversation in the chat. This point is this one comment from Trigger Happy. Yeah, like I just said, Oni made an excellent point. The Fawn are literally a mixture of three people: Akan, Yoruba, and Aja. Right? Yeah.
Wait, let me ask, where are these people when I'm doing my podcast? I don't got no comments in my. Well, not Gas though. Gas, you ain't invited, but the rest of everybody. Because I mean, I might have the wrench here, but I definitely got the wrench there. So don't worry about it, guys. You can stay out, but the rest of y'all come through tomorrow.
Yeah, for real. You guys check out Oni in the morning. And check out all the shows, man. Considra, her shows be at some, you know, different times during the day and stuff. But when I come through, I don't see a lot of the folks there. You guys check out all the shows. I'm telling you, all the shows have something to offer. Harsh Ali Podcast with Lero and D Web, El Miguel and Ryan them. By the way, I heard Ryan got engaged. Right?
And Considra was cooking today. Y'all make sure y'all check her out.
Yeah. Considra was on Bakari's. Oh, did she have her own show on today?
Well, I meant on Bakari's show, but yeah.
On Bakari's show, yeah. Considra was cooking on Bakari's show today. Forecast says, yeah, Considra on point. Yeah, make sure you guys check out all the shows, man. For real. Harsh Ali Podcast makes a point here. He says, you do your podcast at 11 a.m. on Sunday. We sleeping off the Appleton. I swear to you, when on these shows, about this, like 5 minutes before I wake up and look at the clock, I'm like, oh shit, let me tune in. I be out of it after this show.
I don't know motherfuckers really be in church though. They be in church talking about all your shows. I'm purposely going on during the time that I know folk is at church. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all shouldn't be there.
Yeah, man. Check out all the other shows. I tell you, they all have something to offer. Is there any last thoughts on this prompt before we move on to the next? Did I get the next prompt? No, I did not.
No, I don't get this one.
Go ahead, Tan. Tan, did I skip you? Sorry, Tan. Tan, what are your thoughts on this one? Sorry.
I'll try to be brief.
No, take your time.
So for me, I think that firstly, we can't undo. That was a question that was posed during the independence years in the 60s when they had the OAU conference in Ethiopia, and I think there was one in Accra, but I'm not sure. But they had those questions about should we go back to how things were or should we continue with the way the lines were drawn? And obviously, you see the answer. I don't think it's feasible to go back to, to how things were because there weren't really like set borders. There was migrations. There were areas that were controlled by people from time to time. There was movement. So it was very fluid. And so I don't think that we can go back to that because for administrative reasons, basically. The ideal model for me would be to continue with the borders, but to make them as fluid as possible and to change them whenever it's possible. For example, there's this little border between, I think it's like Zambia and Chad and Burundi or something like that, where it's just like a tiny little border, and they expanded it just a few years ago. I'll find the information. But you can change borders between countries and say, let's expand this, let's increase this, let's give these other people more area and so on. So I think that we can, we should be open to playing around with the borders and changing them to suit both countries. Obviously, that would be difficult because you still have an agreement. And then on the second thing about unifying countries, I would still say, under tribal lines, it's not to say, for me, tribalism is, just a concept of, just like superiority. But while Africans were tribal, we didn't really, there wasn't like this tribal superiority. It was a tribal pride, but not necessarily, at the expense of somebody else. So I think that we can still live in peace. I think there should be regional territories where tribes that are, related to each other should be allowed to form, some kind of association, whether economic, whether land, and that's when the borders should be porous. It should be, firstly, they should be changeable, based on negotiation and what works best for both sides. And the second thing, that there should be some kind of informal regional alliances that transcend the borders. So, for example, the Maasais are in Tanzania and Kenya. They should be able to form a Kenyan, Tanzanian, Maasai nation where they, they legislate over matters that affect their communities and so on. So, and they're able to help each other or cooperate between nations. So I think something like that would both be realistic in terms of still having a government to conduct affairs with other government, but also giving voice to those tribal unities that were there before, and not just in intertribal, but also tribal relations, because there are people who have tribes who have really they're similar, they have similar customs. So instead of putting them in one, pen, in one box, I think it should be an open, there should be a gate where people can go in between, their different, national prison pens. Yeah. That's it for me.
I appreciate that, Tan. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump over you in the chat. I like what Lara said. She said, Pan-Africanist sees a state. The only option is expansion. Not one little Pan-African nation. Like, just make Pan-Africanism an ethnicity. Then, LOL. Trigger Happy 262 seems to like that. He says, and we have to avoid. He says, and we have to avoid isolation because isolation, surrounded by scary states, is exactly how our revolutionaries lost. That's what he says to Lero. He says Sankara was surrounded by scary states. Good conversation in the chat, like I said. Does anyone want to add anything else to this prompt?
Yeah, I guess
Go ahead.
I suppose it's not impossible. I think one thing to consider time differences. If you want to use time as a measuring stick, you're using time zones, even though I know I'm saying time zones is, you know what I'm saying, but the purpose of it, things are going to be, Africa is not on the same type of time, you know what I'm saying, literally, you know what I'm saying, the East Coast is in a different time zone than the West. Knowing that and knowing how, if you're trying to if you need things to happen in a certain amount of time, having that sense of dividing it up, not in a permanent way, but just in a kind of a, divvy it up by the time, you know what I'm saying? If Africa has about, I think I want to say like 4 or 5 time zones, you can kind of have a general sense that, you might want to divide it up in some sense, in the sense that, in traveling and just moving from place to place, there's practicalities about these things. Time zones can be, you know what I'm saying, you can warp them, you can change them up a little bit, but at some point, being on the same type of time, in more ways than one, would help. And if we can get all the Black people on the same type of time to kind of coalesce, even though if you superimpose that, we see what's going on, there's all kind of conflicts in the same time, all that, but it does help. There's things that just knowing where the population centers are, where we are, and people can move around, but you don't want people to necessarily move around all the time because people want to stand still. They want to be, and that, what I'm saying, sometimes you got to fight that off. On the pessimism, as long as you have these leaders who really want to vouch for the status quo, who truly are not like who are truly not advancing. You know what I'm saying? Their leadership is backwater. They're not doing anything. They're enriching themselves and their cronies. They have no vision. You don't hear anything coming out of their countries worth in anything. Damn, you don't want to be that guy. It's like, if you're looking across the hills, it's like, man, it's like, maybe I might have to shake you off, you know what I'm saying, get some coin out of it, you know what I'm saying, redistribute it to the people and be the good guy, Sometimes it's like that. I'm gonna yield again.
I appreciate that, RBG. By the way, Trigger, I added you in a forum that Uwa created on the Discord, so you guys should link. You guys should definitely link on the Discord. If there's no other comments for that prompt, let me go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. We're making real good time. Looks like we'll be done with 10 topics at 2 a.m. Thank you again to everyone who joined us tonight, who hit the like button, who hit the share button. Make sure you guys check out all the other shows on KWAZ Radio. Check out kwazradio.com. There's a merch store there. Check out the Discord. The link is in the description. You guys join the Discord. We could continue a lot of these conversations there together. Should be topic number 9 tonight. The Black man will never have authority in somebody else's environment. This comes with a link that looks like it's taking us to YouTube. Whatever it is, we'll watch it and then we'll discuss.
Participating in any winter activities. You'll never see me sliding down the hill on a sled, having a snowball fight. If you hit me with a snowball, we're gonna fight for real. I don't like nothing cold unless it's in a glass, man. Winter actually reminds me of some of my worst memories, like Hurricane Sandy left me without power for 5 weeks. I was not prepared to not have power for 5 weeks. 5 weeks is long enough for your kids to start second guessing your authority. Hell yeah, like 3 days into that, my son came up to me. He was like, "Hey, so why we gotta listen to you? You can't even get the lights on." I was like, "Wow, this little motherfucker has a point." That's right. You'll never see me participating in any winter activities. You'll never see me sliding down the hill on a sled, having a snowball fight. If you hit me with a snowball, we're gonna fight for real. That's right. I don't like nothing cold unless it's in a glass, man. Winter actually reminds me of some of my worst memories, you know, like Hurricane Sandy left me without power for 5 weeks. I was not prepared to not have power for 5 weeks. 5 weeks is long enough for your kids to start second guessing your authority. Hell yeah, like 3 days into that, my son came up to me. He was like, "Hey, so why we gotta listen to you? You can't even get the lights on." I was like, "Wow, this little motherfucker has a point." That's right. You'll never see me participating in any winter activities.
As you know, I like to play it twice to get the point across. A lot of conversation still going on in the chat. You guys make sure check it out. I know Oni is gonna have to drop off soon. I appreciate Oni for coming through. I appreciate Oni for coming through for sure. Let me start with Real Black Gentleman. What say you, Real Black Gentleman?
Oh, I gotta do something. Can you pass for a second?
Oh yeah, cool. Let's go to Tanzan. Look like Carl dropped off as well. Only dropped off. So it's me, RBG, and Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, well, he does have a comedic point, you know, but unfortunately, you know, that's how American children see their fathers. I don't know whether that's true or not, as just somebody who provides, you know, the roof over their heads. I don't think that should be necessarily the case. I think just having that position should be, you know, there should still be respect, not just from providing. That's one of the things, but there should be just respect either way. But he is right in terms of, you know, you're not in control of a lot of, you know, of the things. So yeah, so it's a very limited of some sort of control, you know. But I think that in your own home you should still be, let's say, the king of the castle, you know, in a way. So whether you know, the electricity is on or not, the idea of fatherhood should still be respected, and parenthood. So yeah, it's funny, but the truth is that they're still under his, you know, under his roof, lights or not, and you know, he still deserves respect. So yeah.
That's an interesting thing you said, Tanzan. I talked about that last week, I believe. I mentioned in America, I noticed the man is something to be discarded. Even men, and in particular black men, talk about the man being just this thing you just toss away, you know. Whereas in the Caribbean, it's not that. And I think it was the same Nama X in the chat who said something like, in the Caribbean, there's a respect thing. And I had to agree with that. There's this respect thing still. So that ties into what you just said. Like, even though this black man may not be able to get the lights on, where's the respect for this man? You know what I mean? Where is the respect for this man? It's a very interesting thing. And I don't think the continent has that outlook on the man. The Caribbean doesn't have that outlook on the man. Where is the respect still? yeah, he can't turn on the lights. And I wish the person who posted the prompt will come on up on stage. But yeah, he can't turn the lights on because of the situation. But damn, you can still give him his respect. Let's welcome in Jose this week. Jose, how are you, first of all?
I'm okay. I'm swell.
Good to hear your voice. Thanks for coming through.
Well, you just said it. You wish the person that posted it would come on. Well, here I am.
Oh, it was you who posted it? In my mind, I was thinking it was Azuli. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Jose. You know what, Jose? Hold your thoughts. Let's get Real Black Gentleman, and then we'll get to you last, as I typically do with the people who post the comment. Real Black Gentleman, are you available now?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, Real Black Gentleman.
I mean, it's hard. You can't you if it's not your environment, you don't really have. It's like it's not yours if it's not recognized by whatever means a credential. You know what I'm saying? By multiple means. You know what I'm saying? Or solid means you're always at the behest. It's difficult to have dominion like that. I mean, Black people, at least in this country, it's difficult. It's near impossible outside the home, and even then, it's like, I mean, because of what's going on outside the home, it's difficult to. I mean, what are you? I mean, authority. I mean, what are you going to be? I'm authority over my. No, that's not how that plays out. I mean, it's like over people having influence and having the powers of society, of exclusion and inclusion. I mean, Black people don't really have the power to exclude anywhere in America. And I mean, outside of very select, locales. I mean, it's very hard. I mean, if Black people were to, how would I say it? Again, it's all about concentration. If part of it would have to be, having a true. I mean, and that still has to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't having the space, the domain. We don't have the dominion in America to really even have authority. It's difficult, not impossible, but it's very, very difficult. And as Black men, the best thing you can do is to, it's not easy. I mean, it's like if I'm a Black man and I want authority to the whatever degree, you have to, you have to have a sense of give and take, because if you're going to have authority into wherever, you cannot have people mutiny on you. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to. Authority that is not respected is not very good authority. It's not good authority at all. It's very weak. It's very treacherous authority. Yeah, I mean, as far as the world, I mean, there's places where, what I'm saying, the Black man is in effect, what I'm saying, minus, what I'm saying, obvious, strategic means, you got those Black men in Andaman Islands, and those islands that they don't let no one in. Yeah, I mean, those are Black folks, and then they have authority over the environment. You know what I'm saying? Until otherwise, you know what I'm saying? And that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's places in Africa, you know what I'm saying, where Black people, you know what I'm saying, white people have come in and they not really. I mean, you can say that over there fly. I mean, talking about the day-to-day, them Black folks is unfazed. Those Black men are unfazed. Those Black men are leading the way that their ancestors have done for countless generations. And so it's not impossible. You see, you hold on to the bright spots. You let that be your motivation as a man. That's just me. If I don't have the authority that I want, you know what I'm saying? You keep at it. You know what I'm saying? Change up your perspective, your tactics, until you can get on top of what you need to do, and you know what I'm saying, strengthen your authority. I'm a yield.
Yeah, I like something you said, and I'll expand it. I'm like, these folks are controlling reality, man. These folks are designing. They are in charge of reality, and that's a damn shame. And we got our and this includes me. We got our men who are not, who are like unfazed by this for the most part. Like, someone else is controlling the reality. If you want lights, this man has to say, let there be light. You know what I mean? For the most part. You want clean water, this guy has the reality to tell you how many of your people could get clean water. Like, it's insane. And we sitting around scratching our asses. As we talked about earlier in the show, like, these guys are gaining an advancement in technology that's insane over us. The gap is insane already. And the bad thing about this particular gap is that some of our people are actually adding to this gap, putting the brain into making this technology work. Like Oni was talking about, there's a guy, they'll hire one of us to run security. They don't even fear us in that way. This is how tied up they have reality. Damn. It's crazy. We live in another. Every time you get up tired on a Wednesday or Thursday morning, Friday morning to go to work, it's because of this motherfucker. We probably wouldn't have it like this. But this Charlie Murphy joke was a good joke, and sometimes the good jokes aren't the hilarious jokes. It's the reality that slaps you in your face. What authority can you have in this in this man's define and design reality? Damn. With that said, again, Jose, what say you?
Yeah, how you expressed it was my sentiments. I was amused and shocked at the same time, and I like this formula. I like this show because so I proposed this video with a certain thought, and everybody added to it. So my thought concerning this video and our situation is already enriched, because yeah, I was it shocked me, as a father. He was a father, and his in a dialogue with his son, and it's horror. It's horror to imagine facing your family in his shoes. Yeah, there's no electricity for 5 days. What you gonna do, motherfucker? you know um and 10 started about the position of the father. Yeah, I'm a member of a big Black Father group on Facebook, and I like it very much. But often enough, there is this nagging female voice in some of these men. Uh, yeah, so even in a Black Father group, black men are not safe of this. Yeah, this powerlessness, and it's in the diaspora, right? Because yeah, in black countries, I imagine in black countries it's different. The feeling is different. Just being on the continent and seeing was 100% black policemen, black military, black doctors. You go to a pharmacy and black people are there. So that's a complete other mental, or maybe even spiritual awareness or experience. So yeah, it was a cold shower watching this short, and I wanted to share to share and hear what others think about it. But you yourself, Koku, you expressed how it struck me. Yeah. I was shocked. I was shocked in realizing. Actually, this is the reason that the Ledge Group, the group that I am a member of, this is the reason why we repatriate, why we are in Africa. It's food, water, shelter, and security is practically our slogans, and yeah. It's something to think about in the diaspora, on what do we stand on. But even if that's the frequency I'm on, still this video shocked me, to realize that I often say it in regards to what do we mean to the black woman when our child breaks his legs. Who do we call? We call the white man's ambulance. When the house is on fire, who do we call? We call the white man's. Maybe I've even brought that perspective forth in this show, and but still I was shocked. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I didn't touch on in my little diatribe. I didn't touch on the general Western. Nama X said something too that it's across racial lines too, but of course I'm concerned with us.
Yeah. It's us. Of course, it's across racial lines, because it's a commercial world dominance. That's how I see the West. It's the West isn't the culture. It's a market, and but the West and Western people deserve to be in this powerlessness, not us. And we have a choice.
Absolutely. Yeah, so it's interesting, like I said, but I didn't discuss it from the other side, that in the West, particularly in America, like I'm an accent, it's an American culture issue, and I agree with that. It is across racial lines, but again, I'm focused on us, so I'm not even focused on this white man and those in between. But I have to say it, like, and you ladies can correct me. You could get on me if you feel to, but it seems to me it lies within the women and the Western woman ideology. Like, why would you, if you understand this reality is not by our design, the person who's in charge right now is defining this, then outside of being upset that we haven't done anything to conquer it and reverse it, which I understand is his own gripe. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to pass that off. But until that time, you got to understand what's going on here. And you got to give the man his respect, I feel. Because in the Caribbean, a black man still gets his respect. And now what I do understand in America, for example, like Jose said, when you call the ambulance, there's a white man. There's a bunch of white men who come. One time I had to call the fire department because this smoke alarm kept going off for some reason. This monoxide alarm kept going off, and when those fire guys came, everyone was white. So I kind of understand in America. In America, it's in your face, it's right up in your face. Versus if I call the fire department in my hometown, it's black guys, it's Bahamians who will come in to put out that fire. So I understand. I understand the daily reminders of this thing. But I still think, and I could be wrong for saying I still think this, you got to understand the situation and work with your men considering the situation. I mean, you guys can comment to that if you wish. If not, Let's welcome back Brother Carl. Carl, what say you to this?
So rest in peace, Charlie Murphy, man. He was always a funny guy to me. Um, his analogy about living in cold and the whole thing about having authority in somebody else's environment. I agree with that. We are in a world that's dominated by white hegemony, European hegemony. So the ability to have authority, even control over your own resources, your environment, is severely limited. And any type of assertment, when black men try to assert themselves, assert their manhood, it's usually met with violence in a way. So many times that when we try to sit back and try to stand up to ourselves, you can lose your life for it. That still doesn't mean you stop trying, but the threat is there. So when you live in someone else's environment, they have control. They're the ones who set the laws, set the rules, set the regulations. Just your very existence is considered to be a threat. Just you as a person are considered to be subversive just by your very existence. And I think that many black people feel that. Um, what do you do in a situation like that? Do you attack the individual, or do you attack the system? I think the system has to be attacked and undermined and subverted, so that way, the African people, African men, can return to their full manhood. Because if we don't, where does that leave us as a people? When your children. Well, in his situation, he's talking about the kids. I guess he was saying in a joking matter, but to your point, when you call the ambulance, you call the police, it's all white people. It definitely depends on where you live. But overall, they created these systems. They created the ambulance corps and things like that. And when black people did create them, like for example, when the Black Panthers created their own ambulance service, because white ambulance wouldn't serve them, they had to do that. Marcus Garvey created African nurses, black nurses that would service the black community. These things get attacked, and these things get called separatism and whatnot. But we have needs for our own people that have to be met. And until those needs are met, then I support us organizing and uniting for our best interest, because we're not going to find it here. Right? That's just my thoughts on it.
Okay, Carl, you kind of cut out there at the end. But we got your drift. Anyone want to have any last comments on this prompt?
Yes.
Go for it.
He talked we talked about someone else's environment, and that's true enough. Yes, you have to get your everything from somebody else is true, and so on and so forth. But I still think that in your own home, that's the only place you have some kind of control. Your children can tell you all kinds of things outside of the house, but inside of the house, you're still the highest authority in that place. And so, yeah, if your children disrespect you because there's no electricity, remind them that they still have a roof over their heads. And so I just think that there are some areas of control. There's still some areas of personal control that's still in the home. Obviously, you only have some kind of limited control. You're not going to keep your children in the home forever and at all times. But when it comes to that, I think that's one way that somebody can start asserting their form of control or authority, because that's the only place that you can. Yes, that's all.
Thank you, Tan. I agree with what you said. Does anyone want to comment to anything Tan said or anything else? If not, we can go to the last prompt tonight. Again, I want to thank all of you who tuned in tonight. Thank all of you who came on the panel. Oni, Bakari, just to name a few. Should be topic number 10 tonight is Simpson government allows women to destroy man and a community with no accountability. How is this a man's world? Is 8 was that 8 to 5 years sufficient? I guess you could guess who posted that one on the Discord. No, I remember he posted it. So you, Uzuli, come on up. This comes with a link. It's about 6.5 minutes.
Story which left it.
We'll watch it and then we will discuss.
It is an extraordinary story. Story left town shaken to its core, not knowing what or who to believe. And it began with this Facebook post.
I think this is the hardest post I'm ever going to write. I didn't want to share this because I'm scared of the judgment that will come with it. People need to be looking out for young girls and protecting them.
Alongside the graphic photos, Ellie Williams claimed she was being raped, tortured and exploited at the hands of an Asian grooming gang. Pictures of Ellie Williams, her young face and body covered in scars and bruises, were like a grenade thrown into the middle of this town. Barrow was torn in two, divided between the people who believed Ellie had been a victim of an Asian grooming gang and those who felt it was an elaborate racist lie. There were protests on the street, dark conspiracies online, a community profoundly damaged, its scars yet to heal. The day after the pictures were posted, there was an arrest, but it wasn't of any alleged attackers. It was of 19-year-old Ellie herself. Police said she'd broken bail conditions, having previously been arrested for perverting the course of justice. The same day, in a highly unusual move, the police then issued this statement.
What I would say is, when the question is asked, is there an organised gang of Asian men in Barrow conducting abuse or otherwise exploitation against individuals, our investigation has shown that that has not been corroborated with otherwise evidence.
If the intention was to reassure the town, to calm its sense of shock, it resolutely and very publicly failed. The far-right activist Tommy Robinson arrives to investigate the claims of Asian gangs grooming young girls.
And then obviously this story by this Ellie girl has blew it up. And the fact that she's been remanded, there's so much to it.
In the months that follow, resentment and anger festers on all sides. Asian businesses are terrorised. A local newspaper reporter is forced to go into hiding. But the questions which have so bitterly divided the town are resolved in the most dramatic way. At court, a raft of damning evidence showing Ellie Williams has made up the whole story. Here she is on CCTV footage, calmly booking herself into a hotel in Blackpool, supposedly at the time she'd been trafficked there. Here she is buying snacks in a local shop. And here, perhaps the most extraordinary piece of evidence. Ellie buys a hammer which the jury are told she uses to inflict horrific injuries on herself. Ellie Williams was convicted of 9 charges of perverting the course of justice and today sentenced to 8.5 years in jail.
There is no explanation for why the defendant would commit these offences. She has gone to extraordinary lengths to create false accusations, including causing herself significant injury.
A brief statement from Ellie herself was read out in court. "I'm not saying I'm guilty," she said, "but I know that I have done wrong on some of this, so I'm sorry." Outside the court, the question, would that be enough for the men Ellie Williams accused of rape and exploitation?
I feel no sense of triumph, only sadness for the loss of the years, the impact on my family, here we are, and the true impact that this will have on true victims. That's the loss here.
Mr. Ramzan says he's now supporting Jordan Trengove, who spent 10 weeks in jail after Ellie accused him of rape. Both say they tried to take their own lives because of the stress. If you were able to say anything to Ellie Williams today, what would you say?
Why? I want to know why you have done this to us. And I'd love to know why, because she's not only done it to me and Mo, she's done it to our families, and there's innocent children and kids involved in our families along with that. And she's destroyed their lives as long with ours.
The impact on the town as a whole has been almost as devastating. Police say the protests were the biggest in decades. Scores of hate crimes have been reported. Simon Fell, the local Conservative MP, says even though Ellie is clearly a damaged young woman, it's right that she should pay for the damage she has done.
No one does that to themselves if they're well. If they're in a good state of mind, if they're in a happy setup around them, then they just simply don't do that. So there's something that's gone on there. She is clearly a victim of something.
In terms of the legacy Barrow has been left with after this, how would you describe that?
We've been left with a permanent far-right presence in the community. We didn't have one before. Occasionally they'd stop in and do a protest, but that was it. But now, we have regular events with Patriotic Alternative, who turn up, spread leaflets of hate through people's letterboxes, and it's really ugly.
For Ellie Williams' mother, it's a devastating verdict.
The court has decided she is a liar about really serious things.
Yeah, that's correct. And in the eyes of the law, I've got to follow that verdict and accept that.
So as Ellie begins to pay the price for lying about exploitation the court says never happens, Alison can only sit and wait for her young daughter to come home.
She's a happy little thing. And so I miss that. I miss that energy in the house and her being here. But she'll be back again at some point. So we just got to look forward to that time.
But as she waits, Barrow itself must rebuild, a community torn in two by the lies of one young woman.
All right. Hold on. Let me make sure this thing doesn't do that stupid stuff.
It is an extraordinary.
Eleanor Williams jailed for 8.5 years over rape lies. So that it wasn't 8 to 5, it was 8.5 over rape lies. In the chat, let me mix it up a bit. In the chat, Tanzan says, this is a puff piece. Tanzan, what say you? Elaborate on that. What say you to this prompt?
Yeah, not only did she get away with, telling lies, but this whole way that this is presented is almost like redeeming her, her image. They even have her, mother crying over what happened and so on, and they only give a few minutes of that guy. And the funny thing is, like, these people, it's like the Asian hate bill over here. When when something happens to Black people, well, sometimes people will come out and flash some signs and all of that stuff, but nobody in general really cares. But when something happens to them, like, oh, those poor people, this happened to them and so on and so forth, and everybody feels bad for them, and yet something that has been systematically happening to people for years is just casually ignored. So you can only have so much in your sympathy bucket for these people. But in any case, the whole poor her, she must not be in her right mind, trying to understand her the criminality, her psychological makeup and all this nonsensical things. Like, all that there should be is vindictive vituperation. We should not be trying to understand what is in her mind and what made her do this and so on and so forth. This obsession with trying to understand the villain is ridiculous, and you only see it being applied one way. Nobody tries to understand the apparent predator or the savage and all that. They're simply written off. But look at us trying to understand why she did what she did, and yeah. So not only did she, even like, it's similar to that case of that police woman who slept with all the men, and suddenly, oh, now she's been groomed into it and whatever. They can always just go back and then say whatever story or plan whatever story that they want, knowing full well that firstly, they'll never be caught, and secondly, even if they are, they won't really be punished for it. So this is not just about women. It's about a particular kind of women. Yeah, Black women do that all the time sometimes, but usually these kinds of stories is usually, you know, the tears of these women. And so yeah, it's not about it's about how is this a man's world. You know, it's a particular kind of man's world. It's not all the men's world. Is that you know, they always put this, oh, the pure, she can't be so evil because she, you know, something happened to her and so on. There's always a reason why she did what she did. And yet, you know, if it was a black woman, oh, you know, we don't need to know, she's just a terrible person and that's just how she is. So yeah, yeah, you know,
I
that's my
appreciate that, Tan. Let's welcome in Sankara Patrice. This brother's been on before, but I see him on Bakari's platform a lot. Sankara, how are you this week?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we got you loud and clear. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. So you see the prompt. Simpson government allows women to destroy men and a community with no accountability. How is this a man's world? Is 8.5 years sufficient?
No, I thought it should be more. I was going to comment how I notice in these type of pieces when they have European women or something like that, or just European people in general. Um, when it's something like this, again, where she's lying on non-white people, and I'm sure there's a lot they're not saying. All right. And I think they're keeping out. I'm sure she mentioned something about us too, but it's very protected. The way they spin this is very protective of her. You see them talking to the family. You see what other people think of her, like the family, and they kind of paint her as a victim in a way. They don't talk about her like she's a criminal, which is what she is. And I find that they do that in the media a lot. When it's us, we're just criminals. There's no, and then they'll go and try to find all kinds of dirt you did, and they'll flash that all over the place, and spin the narrative that that's what you are. You're a criminal. You've always been a bad apple or whatever. But with this, you can see that they're making it sound like it's unfortunate that she got punished, and it's just funny the way it's just hypocrisy. The same old stuff the media always does. Um, in a way, I think they allow the feminists. I guess in some ways, it shows how much power women have in these type of cases, because they can women have their power is they can manipulate. And while it is a man's world per se, if a woman chooses, I think in a lot of ways women can manipulate that power to their own benefit. um, I guess that's my only comment on the man's world part of that. So, in some ways, it's not just a man's world because of that. But yeah, that's all I have to say about it.
I appreciate that,
Yep.
Sankara. Thanks for coming on too. Just hang out with us for a little bit here
Okay.
as this should be the last prompt for tonight. Let's go to Carl Hezekiah. Carl, what say you?
So there's a long history of these white women lying and people dying. You know, these white women come up, make up stories because they're just bored, and other people pay the price for it. And like like to Tanzan's point, they're soft on this woman. They're looking at this woman as though she doesn't. We don't know why, and they got her mother crying and all tearful because her daughter's away from home. This woman could have got somebody killed. And I said it's a long history of white women lying, making up stuff just for shits and giggles, and then other people pay the price. For example, talk in history, talk about the Salem witch trials. The Salem witch trials started because four white girls were bored and they had an African slave by the name of Tituba. They claimed this African slave introduced them to the devil, and they went to some sort of coven and all the other bull crap, and 19 people got killed. You know, and here 100 years ago this year in Rosewood, Florida, some white woman lied and said she got attacked by a black man, and they destroyed an entire city of black people for no reason. These white women would lie, they make up stories, and then other people pay the cost. And to the point about this being a man's world, a part of patriarchy is protection. So you have these women that are protected by the patriarchy. They have free reign to do what they want because ultimately the victims of their lives are people that are considered outside the protected group. So it doesn't matter if white women lies because the people who she hurts don't really matter. They're not human. So now you have these racists coming into this town, instigating violence against people who have done nothing. And she got 8 years in jail. I'm surprised she got that because many times these women lie and they get away scot free and nothing happens to them. So the fact that she even got any time is quite shocking, but I think it just speaks to how egregious her actions were. So there's a long history of white women lying. They come out here with the tears. Oh, I'm so scared. I can't believe it. And it's all just bullshit. Whatever they get off online, wielding power, it's proxy violence. They're not able to inflict violence themselves, but they can, make up a story. And some man will show up like an attack dog, and she can sick him on the guys or the community she doesn't like. And this is very deliberate. Her mother's all tearful crying. You raised your daughter. You know what you raised, lady. So stop with the crocodile tears. You know who your daughter is. You know the advantages that white women have because white women's tears, they move people. They move white people. Sometimes black people too. So this whole scenario is just really disgusting. The fact that she only got 5 to 8 years is just nonsense because, again, people's lives were completely upended, and she doesn't even she's not even really remorseful. She's like, I didn't lie about all of it, bitch. We got you on camera at the goddamn Home Depot buying a hammer to fuck yourself up. There's no contrition from this broad, and I don't think if she hadn't been caught on camera, she would continue to lie until the day she died. This happened, knowing damn well none of this took place. Look what happened for Emmett Till. This white woman lied and said he whistled at her. None of that happened. But yet here this young man gets killed back in the 1950s, and we never got any justice for it. So these white women, these white hoes, should be lying. That's why I never understood the attraction that some black men have for these white women because I don't get it because they can get you killed just as easily as a gun. There's too much history behind them being deceptive, lying, getting people lynched or murdered, or getting their property taken. It's just disgusting that this woman only got 5 to 8 years when people could have lost their lives. People were suicidal behind this woman's lies, and she brought down a bunch of white supremacists, a bunch of racists into the town to protect her lives, which has made life more difficult for the people who live there, the Asians, and probably I'm pretty sure some black people live in that town who was dealing with this bullshit. So yeah, fuck her and her mom, and that's my thoughts on that.
Like Nama X says in the chat, Forecast is vindicated when he calls these cave women white bitches. He absolutely is. Shout out to Forecast. Let's hear from Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
Man, this stuff makes me sick, man. It's like once again, I mean, it hits you in the gut because I mean, it's like, how do I know? I mean, it's like it's not her. It's just the general, like, this happens with black people too. I mean, black women do things to black men and they don't get any kind of accountability. There's all kinds of situations where a paternity fraud is a big thing. Just the idea that, you know what I'm saying, you can lie about whose child, you know what I'm saying, that whole situation. Like, there's a lot where I mean, this goes back to the home environment, but at the same time, it's not just the home. I mean, messages have to be spread beyond just small, you know, people everywhere, regardless of, I mean, that's disgusting. I'm glad that she did that to herself, and you know what I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying, better hers than mine. It's just that, you know, in this world where, you know what I'm saying, the whole damsel, it's like neo damselism, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, you know what I'm saying, it's the whole like she's strong but she's weak at the same time, you know what I'm saying? A lot of that energy, a lot of the I mean, I like to say it like this, like it's better to be, I mean, I don't know what her relationship is, like if she's single, she's probably single. I mean, I'm just saying, like, women should, I mean, it's hard. I want to encourage pair bonding. You know what I'm saying? Men should be with women. I mean, this should be encouraged. Like, people should be matchmaking with each other, just in general. And if it doesn't work out with one arrangement, well, things should be encouraged. It's like, non-married person should be a minority in general. That would be ideal. I mean, for whatever reasons, I mean, it'd be nice to have a lot of situations where you generally have, you know what I'm saying, you know, optimal as optimal as it can be. You don't want situations where women are saying, you know what I'm saying, it's just this all this where women lie on a man. Women say that, you know what I'm saying, he did wrong. Women using any kind of like subterfuge, lies, just any kind of, just, I see, it's the idea of women, you know, abusing identity and abusing, it's hurtful, because it's like not all women do it. I mean, it's hurtful. It's hurtful. It makes me, you know what I'm saying, I see that, and I just think, you know what I'm saying, it's not hurtful to me that she did it. Like I said, it's just like, I know what our people are going through with similar things. It's not necessarily to that degree or that to that degree. You know what I'm saying? It's just the lying on our own for personal gain that isn't really going to go very far upon any kind of like investigation or whatnot. I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna yield the mic for now.
I appreciate that, RBG. Stick around for the wrap up coming up in a few. We'll end at 2 a.m. as we usually do. Let's take it to Jose. Jose, what say you? The Simpson government allows women to destroy man and the community with no accountability. How is this a man's world? Is 8.5 years sufficient?
Yeah, 8.5 years is a surprise that she gets punished at all. I believe the normal usually the falsely accusers don't get punished at all. But check this out. I've once seen a video of a sister with a hammer standing on a bed and like threatening or actually harming herself. But compared to this, it was a funny video. It was, people were angry, and it's something to be angry about. A sister, and she was, she was not alone. There were other people in the room, so it could be peer pressure or impressing these other sisters or whatever. But compared to this one was determined, went to a shop, bought a hammer, and imagine you're alone in your house or in your room or whatever, and you're hurting yourself to those levels that she did. Imagine that. So the video that I saw of the sister, it's in comparison, it's funny, because you can I can fill in a lot with what happened to with the sister, because the way it was filmed, it was filmed by somebody was holding the phone. She was standing on a bed, and she was making a whole lot of drama compared to this devil. That's funny. You know, it's a couple of girls in a room making a funny video compared to this bullshit. But also, I'm going to repeat because yeah, more of us have addressed it, and that's the way it's being handled, like soft. You know, it's being handled as if it's an incident. While everybody has mentioned a lot of incidents. You know, yeah, and when there's a lot of incidents, it's not an incident. You know, a white woman accusing a black man with devastating results. So yeah, it's just a confirmation of who we're dealing with.
All right, we're gonna end at 2 a.m. So that gives us 12 minutes. Anybody wants to add any thoughts to this prompt right here?
Yeah, I just want to say, this woman was very, her whole story, you could tell just from the way she was framing it was just bullshit. And the fact that people went along with it, like she was telling the truth, like she was saying she got captured by some Asian grooming gang and they capture her. Just just the whole story was bullshit. So I think that many times that we have trouble viewing women as a threat because in most cases men are physically stronger than women, but women are human beings just like everybody else, and they have the potential to be threatened. They have the potential to be dangerous, and I think that overall we don't even know how to conceptualize women as potentially being dangerous. So I just wanted to add that onto there because her story was anybody could have thought she made this shit up, but they gave her enough credence to kind of ruin people's lives because we don't know how to really look at women as being a threat.
That's a good point, Carl. That's a very good point. Yeah, you can tell the story was some bullshit. Does anyone else want to add anything? Real Black Gentleman, you want to add anything?
Oh no, I'm good.
All right. Okay. Seems that's it then.
I'll add one last thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just to reiterate Carl's point about believing women. There's only so much consideration you can give for weakness. Yes, women are physically, weaker than men and so on and so forth. But in terms of self-interest and calculation, women are no less self-interested than men are. So this whole idea of, even of this mistaken idea of sometimes just chivalry, the Greek mythology of the Trojan War was all because of the kidnapping of a woman. And not just that, but so many men have died because of women, not in just in personal, duels, but also just because someone said something. And so we should stop pedestalizing and just having this, women are either completely good or completely bad, or men are completely, good heroes or they're complete villains. It's not simple or easy to just simply classify one person or one gender as one thing or the other. We're all still humans with various characteristics. We all, grow up around each other and so on. So this idea that women, if a woman says something, oh yes, she must be right just because she's a woman. No, you're supposed to treat her statements the same way as you treat a man's, unless you say that she's somehow not able to grasp what truth is, less than a man. So it's almost like infantilizing women, like, oh, they don't really know what they're saying, and then if they're caught saying it, oh, they didn't really mean it, sort of thing, or they must have been, all this nonsense. So it allows women who are truly, devious to be able to get away with so much because they hide under the cover of women who are truly, in need.
because if a woman, she knows that women are not usually believed. When a lot of women are not believed, this is not just a societal thing. Women are just not believed when it comes to, you know, assault and things like that. And so some of them, you know, they don't say something out of fear, out of, you know, shame, out of, you know, whatever it is. So knowing that, she has to make it look good. And so she goes about saying, oh, well, let me concoct this story. It's very sick and premeditated. She actually, you know, sat down, went through it, and knew how to, you know, create the whole scenario. How sick and you know, evil can somebody be? And then despite it all, even after she's caught, she just say, oh, well, you know, it happened, you know, I feel bad about it, but, you know. So this whole idea of looking at women's weakness as a means of justifying some of their criminality is something that even women have to change about themselves, because they're going to allow these women, these, you know, evil women, to take advantage of someone else's real suffering. You know, real women go through things, and a lot of them may not, you know, be able to say it. And here she is, just, you know, staging a whole scene just to get some attention. And not just attention, but, you know, she knows, she sees the consequences of it, and she just does not care. So yeah, you know, this women have to be, you know, they have to be punished, because that's all they can be done. They are not only just, you know, bad for the men, but they're also bad for the women who actually, you know, who have, you know, the genuine women who go through real, you know, real suffering. So the next time a woman goes through it, she might not be believed, because she does not look like her, and because, you know, the last person said this and that. So yeah, she's a disgusting human being. Yeah.
That was my issue with the Me Too movement. All these people coming forward. By the way, did y'all see that the actress from, I guess the show's called Abbott Elementary, what's her name? Something Ralph. Damn it, I can't think. She was the mother on Moesha and stuff like that. She's claiming a certain
Yeah, Cheryl Lee Ralph is her name.
Cheryl Lee, yeah, right, exactly. She's claiming that a popular TV judge sexually assaulted her some years ago, and
It wasn't Judge Mathis, was it?
Who?
Did she say it was? It wasn't Judge Mathis, was it?
No, apparently it was Joe Brown.
Oh, really? Did she have any proof?
Joe Brown responded to it, saying that he never even knew this woman, nor did he, you know, do anything to her. And he's saying something that it could be that apparently she's married to a senator or a congressman or something. And he's saying maybe it has to do with that, considering he's running. I think he's running in Memphis. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's running in Memphis. So he thinks it could be a political thing that's happening. But yeah, she's accusing. She just said a popular TV judge, and I guess he took that as, oh, she's talking about me, and he started talking about it. But it could be, you know, it might not be him, you know, to that
Well,
point.
shouldn't have said anything if she didn't name no names. You know, I wouldn't have said a word. You know, that's how I look at it. Do I say anything?
Exactly.
It makes you look guilty, bro. You shouldn't have said nothing.
Yeah, be quiet. She didn't name no names, but I guess you want to get out in front of it or something like that. So that's very interesting. But I thought about that during the Me Too movement, when all these women would come with these 60 and 50 and 40-year-old accusations. I'm like, and then, you know, a lot of these accusations were debunked, like in the Cosby case, right? All these accusations were debunked, and no one said anything about it. And the issue is that you guys are lying about your whereabouts on, you know, when these things were alleged to happen. But there's real women, like Tanzan, there's real women who are going or have gone through some shit. And it's such a disservice. It's such a disservice, especially to our women too, who get caught up in the mix too. Like there's real women caught up out here, going through some stuff, and y'all out here talking bullshit. Anyway, does anyone else want to add any last thing? All right. So let's let this time to get shout outs. I want to thank everyone who was here tonight on the panel. Thank everyone who's here in the chat tonight. You guys made this a lively discussion. Carl, do you want to shout anything out this week?
Nothing to shout out. I enjoyed my time here, and hopefully I'll see you guys next week.
All right. See you next week, Carl. Thanks for coming through. Carl is my buddy. We used to do the Bitter Medicine Book Club. We used to do those podcasts back in the day. You guys should check it out. It was a good time, man. I like Carl for that. Let me talk to Sankara Patrice Lomombo. Sankara, I know you got here late tonight, but do you want to shout anything out? All right, maybe Sankara's not there, or is his mic muted? All right, perhaps he's not there. That's okay. Jose.
Yes.
Jose, did I hear from you on this program?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes. It was the white woman with the hammer.
Right. Okay. All right. Jose, you want to shout anything out?
A shout out to the Black Pentagrammers. Yesterday I decided to bring it back to every week again. I thought once in 2 weeks a show would be good, but let's do it every week, every Friday. The Black Pentagrammers on my channel.
Beautiful. So go to Jose Bronze and join his channel. The Black Pentagrammers are there now. Tanzan and Jose are doing it. So check him out. Go ahead, Jose.
Yeah, and of course, shout out to the chat and the panel and you.
I appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time. I know it's late where you are, so I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah. My system, my clock is upside down for a few days. So okay.
I know the feeling. When you sleep. You want to sleep the day and up all night. So yeah, I know that feeling. Real Black Gentleman, you want to shout anything out this week?
I would just recommend everyone, you know what I'm saying, stay up on their health. You know what I'm saying? I got me some vitamin D and vitamin K2 drops. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You gotta get your immunity up. You know what I'm saying? Stay healthy. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you get all your vitamins. You know what I'm saying? Get your exercise up. Get some of the sunshine when you can. Stay warm. Don't be out in the cold rain now. You know what I'm saying? Stay warm. But you know what I'm saying? Get your vitamins up. You know what I'm saying? Stay healthy out here. That's all.
Appreciate you. Tanzan, I guess you get the last shout
out. Thank you, Coco. Yes, I'll re-shout out the Black Pentagram program next Friday. Is going to be a really interesting one about language and music and geometry and the universe. So yes, I hope you join us. And yes, this Tuesday, I'll see what comes up this Tuesday. Yes,
Okay.
and always, yes, Saturdays Shoot the Breeze, and everybody else on the program. So yes.
Thank you. All right, that's the show tonight. Thanks to all of you who were here. Thanks to all of you who contributed to the prompts tonight. The prompts were wonderful tonight. And there was a whole bunch of other prompts too. Thank you guys for all the prompts you've been posting. Join the Discord. Hit me up. I'll give you your role, and you can then navigate the Discord and go to Shoot the Breeze category and post prompts that you want to hear discussed or join in discussion. You guys can link up with each other on the Discord. If you have books on PDF, you can email them to me at bitter.medicine.podcast@gmail.com. Send me your PDFs of the books that you think all Pan-Africanists should be reading. I will eventually post them to the Bitter Medicine Library. Thank you guys for all the comments in the chat. Trigger Happy, you guys had a robust conversation with D-Web and everyone else. Shout out to the matron. I didn't see the matron here tonight, but I believe the matron was around. Shout out to the matron. Shout out to Azuli, gassed them up. Jose, Real Black Gentleman, Tanzan. We'll be back next week, but you'll probably see me in the chat and all the other shows this week. I don't know if Harsh Rally Podcast is doing their show tonight. On Sunday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But he'll let me know. We know Oni is doing his show at 11 a.m. in a few hours, Eastern Standard Time. So make sure to check him out. But we'll be back next week. Like Real Black Gentleman said, love the dialogue, fam. Harsh Rally Podcast says they will be on Sunday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure you tune in. Now, my ex has amazing coverage tonight. Great topics. I'll suggest a few for next week. Provide triggers. You had posted a comment under a video. I'll try to get to that one next week as a topic. Anyway, until then, you guys be good. Check out all the other shows in KWAZ Radio. I'll see you next week. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.